Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Rocks Tigers. MVP. Longju Gaming. KT Rolster. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doa. That is Papa Smithy, and today we have two glorious best of threes for you. Should be cool. And now, as we're moving into kind of the meat of the second week, we're starting to see teams play for the second time. I mean, we've got such a small sample size with all these matches. It's nice to kind of get more data to draw from, see where these teams are really at.
And the first series, I mean, the Rocks Tigers, remember, lost their first series against Samsung.
Yeah.
So we really need information about them. Of course, they come in on paper heavy favorites against MVP. But Rocks had that disappointing performance. And if you look back to last year, they struggled a lot in summer. Of course, eventually went on to finish second at Worlds. But the regular season wasn't really their playground. They'll really want to redefine their story today.
Yeah, and they're kind of doing that by playing their new mid laner, Cry, over Kuro. So a big change there. Obviously, Kuro played great in 2015, but something's going on. You know, maybe they just want to give this guy some more booth time, which is important when you're developing new talent. But maybe there's something else happening behind the scenes. And, you know, Rocks Tigers didn't really look great in their first match against Samsung. So expecting to see something a lot better from them today as they play MVP, who looked pretty good, honestly, against KT in their first match.
I mean, they were so close. They had 3 inhibitors down,
Yeah.
the Nexus Bear, and weren't able to close out the game in heartbreaking fashion against KT Rolster. So they also have something to prove. They still haven't got a win. This latest iteration of MVP don't have a win in Champions yet, so definitely going to be looking for at least that season-steadying first game win. But Rocks is a tough ask, especially a Rocks that, at least given what we know about Rocks in 2016, should be hungry to really redefine last week and put out a big performance today.
You'd think so. But, I mean, we've seen teams fall off in the past. And the thing is, more than anything, I feel like we see teams just experiment a lot in the early parts of the season. I mean, look at SK Telecom.
Sure.
The last, arguably 3 seasons now here in Korea, they've looked a little bit shaky in the first half and then just crushed it in the second half. But here's our standings so far. Not a lot to see, really, but this is it at the moment. Samsung has 2 match wins already, so good start for them.
Yeah, 2-2-0s. Jin also has 2 match wins, but was only the 2-1 victory over Ever yesterday, so they find themselves in second spot. We could see KT Rolster joining Samsung in top spot if they're able to beat Longju and our second at best of 3 of the night.
Well, with Longju down at -4 at the bottom of the standings, besides SK2, who hasn't played yet, I feel like KT is in a pretty good spot to get that 2-0 match score in the season. But our first best of 3, like we mentioned, Rocks Tigers taking on MVP. And this is going to be an interesting one because, again, like we mentioned, we've got a very strong team in the Rocks Tigers that looked a bit weak in their first match. And we have a team that, in MVP, that we didn't really expect a lot from, that kind of overperformed against KT. So it'll be cool to see how that shakes out. And, of course, in our second best of 3, Longju still looking for that first match win. Can they get it against KT? I think it's going to be pretty tough.
And KT, hoping to see a return to that Taric for Hachani. He really led from the front. First Taric of the season. That reworked Taric did a lot of work. And so it'll be interesting to see if he gets his hands on it again, or if we have to see Longju banner support on both sides of the rift, which would really impact some of that pick ban strategy against KT.
Yeah, and Longzhu's just been puzzling, again for like the umpteenth season in a row now. And in their games before, they look good early on. Struggled late, but let's move into our first best of three. Like we mentioned, Tigers versus MVP. We're going to take a look at the second place team from the 2015 LOL World Championships and the second place team from the 2016 Spring Champions. It's the ROX Tigers.
But the ever-growing story is the fact that once again, Cry will be playing in the Miller. He played the second game against Samsung, played a pretty decent Azir in this game, and now we're going to see him again. So the question is it something about Kuro's champion pool? Because, of course, he was never a big Azir player. The ROX Tigers would always try and avoid that Azir pick wherever possible.
Time to blossom.
Or is there something else? Exactly. Is this really a legitimate chance for him to lead from the front? It's a great opportunity. It's a match they're expected to win.
Sure.
But it's a big change because when they had Sylph, their previous mid lane sub, he was very much a nominal sub. We never saw him play. It didn't look like there was any real indication that he'd play. But to be fair, we didn't really expect Cry to play, and they're really challenging that expectation and giving him a chance to actually stake a claim.
Yeah. And I wouldn't read too much into, oh no, maybe there's huge issues with Kuro. I mean, because they could just be giving this guy some booth experience too. It's not exactly the most vital matches in the season, and they are playing against a team like MVP, and although they did look good against KT, they're still newcomers to the league, and they're still yet to be really proven, I feel like.
Yeah, they had that solid performance, though, in Game 2. Maybe they were a bit too... maybe they didn't really push their advantage, a bit Jinair style from last season in terms of the fact that they had a massive advantage. They tried to take the tutorial victory and then were put to the sword in just the most emphatic of fashion, as everyone would have seen that clip of KT closing the game with all three inhibitors down. So
that was a heartbreaker, man. The Nexus got down to sub 100 health, I think it was.
53 HP.
Jeez, yeah.
One single auto attack would have been enough, so now they have to shake off the PTSD that will come from such a crushing loss and just try and once again show that they are this solid team. They aren't a team. They aren't a no-hoper. They aren't going to be the new Kongbu monster.
Oh,
because
of course.
That first series definitely seemed to suggest that. But until you register your first match win, you still always have that haunting possibility of being down there with 1-2 match wins at the end of the season.
I mean, objectively, Kongbu and Spenny were probably two of the worst teams we've ever seen in Korean League of Legends. And sad to say for them, I hate to put it like that, but I don't know if we're ever going to see a team reach kind of those depths going forward.
Worth noting that, of course, they played a lot more games than the bad teams did back in the elimination tournament format pre-LCK.
Sure.
But two teams without a single win on the board, not even a game win, which with MVP, not surprising. With the ROX Tigers, definitely a big surprise.
Yeah, pretty shocking that they ended up going down 0-2 to Samsung, but of course expecting them to come back a little bit today. KDA, for what it's worth, I mean, it's only one series for these matches, so these stats don't really mean a whole lot. Again, I mean, looking at this, only 2 games apiece for these guys, so you can't really read into these numbers that much.
Yep. The Lucian middle was something that MVP tried out, the Lucian Twitch combo that they were running. I actually didn't mind it in concept. They just kind of missed their power spike, got overwhelmed in the end by KT in that game 1, and then both these players have tried out the Azir. Cry definitely showing that he is one of those Azir players that the Tigers have always lacked, because that's the one kind of oversight in the champion pool of Kuro.
That is true. And so, we will see if Cry can fit things a little bit better this week. And we'll see if MVP can overcome that heartbreaking loss to KT in game number 2 and maybe get a win over a team like the ROX Tigers. That would be pretty big.
Excited to see if the ROX Tigers have some new ideas in draft. They tried a lot of new things at the same time, both champions and also blooding their new mid laner, so they looked kind of all at sea. We unfortunately had to kind of ironically call them still on vacation in that loss against Samsung. Time to come back from vacation, put the floaties aside, back to business. Let's see if they can actually show that, though, because there's no guarantees with the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, as we move into picks and bans for game number 1 between the ROX Tigers and MVP, and it was a bit strange. They tried going Swain top, Aurelion Sol mid. It was some interesting choices in their games versus Samsung. We'll see if something a bit more standard comes out today. Maokai, the first ban in Italy. Nothing but standard there.
So look, the big bans, as you say, were a bit scattered, and again, they tried out Cry in the game too, but there were other things. For example, Smeb had perhaps his worst performance as a member of the ROX Tigers organization. He was objectively poor, specifically on the Fizz, messing up mechanically multiple times in a way that just he hasn't done on this lineup. And Gorilla also can't avoid criticism. He was dying in the front line, in the back line, on both Bard and Alistair, two very different types of support. So in many different ways, they looked like they were on vacation form, or they were just not taking the series as seriously as they needed to. And Samsung were the deserved winner. There was no upset there. Samsung played much stronger than the Rocks Tigers. Now the question is, can they actually put that out and put in a good performance today?
We'll find out. So Maokai, LeBlanc, Rise, the bans for the Rocks Tigers. Meanwhile, Nidalee, Kindred, Echo taken out by MVP. So yesterday you and I were casting and we saw the jungle get squeezed a lot. Not so much the case today with only that Nidalee ban. It's going to be a Trundle first pick for the Rocks Tigers. Interesting.
Trundle reached over a champion like Lucian. That's a notable that made it through. This is a flex pick for MVP, given they've already shown that they play it in the mid lane. I don't think we're going to see Alawi, but I think increasingly with all the buffs that have come her way, we will see an Alawi in the near future. Trundle, it's worth noting, with the QSS changes, now there's no answer to the Subjugate. Unless you're going to go for a damage top laner that doesn't build resist, you're going to be shredded if you are one of those meta tanks, or even the Rek'Sai from the jungle. So I expected Trundle to be a priority pick, but it hasn't been so far. And given what's available on the board, it's surprising to see it as a first pick, at least in this series.
Yeah, the first pick is the shocking part to me. I mean, no doubt it's a good champion, but it's been picked in the past as response to some bigger tanks that have been picked up by the other team. So to first pick it, I wonder where it's going to go. If it's going to go top or support. Looks like the Azir is going to go along with the Rek'Sai for the pickups for MVP.
We'll see where Rocks go with their draft. They've been picking very quickly. They continue to do so. Prey will be the latest to try his hand at the Caitlyn, a champion that was big at MSI, was a complete non-factor in Champions Spring, and now in the LCK Summer has risen up in popularity. It is one of those good laning matchups against a champion like Lucian, so it might effectively be a bit of a blocker pick against the champion. Now, Lucian can get through the lane, is still relatively safe, but Caitlyn makes his life hell to some extent.
True enough. That range really does make it tough, not to mention all the traps sitting around too. So maybe the Taric pick for Max. They're thinking about it.
Taric has a lot of trouble against the meta supports, which actually recently have been the range supports. Can really harass him down. With Braum already locked in, there is an argument that you could get away with Taric in lane. His laning phase is weak, so I think a lot of teams in general will avoid playing him. But people said the same thing about Zilean, and you saw KT make us a believer, and KT made us a believer with Hachani as well. So I can definitely see some teams playing around with the Taric, but it's going to be more of a situational pick than a staple.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a pick in this game as the Lucian and the Bard get locked in for MVP, so we'll get to see Max's Bard, see how he performs on that. And Maha getting the extremely powerful Lucian. And so there we go, Elise and Varus. Okay, well, when they picked that Braum so early, too, with the Caitlyn, you had to wonder if it was going to be a lot of poking coming out of this Rocks Tigers team, and it looks like it certainly is.
And you return to first pick. Now you see the reason why they went for the Trundle, another disengaged champion to help with what is an oppressive siege. Caitlyn, Varus under the turret, both in terms of harass and turret-taking ability, are very, very powerful. And Trundle Pillar, Braum and his ability to disengage, at least just with the jungle pressure, and of course Peanut's very high win rate on the champion will apply pressure in the early game. So Rocks are going to go very focused on structures, which made a lot of sense in the Champions Spring meta, but you have to say, this meta so far has developed to be more dragon focused, and this dragon fighting team, look, it's possible to be done by the Rocks Tigers, but it's not a prototypical dragon fighting comp, so they're going to go for objectives, and let's see how the dragons interact with that.
Well, dude, if Rocks Tigers can get their hands on a couple Mountain Drake
buffs,
boy. That's we saw what triple Mountain Drake buff did yesterday. It annihilated a Nexus in about 2 seconds, no joke. And with this comp, they're going to be killing structures, killing Barons so fast if that buff pops up.
Have to feel like MVP, if they can get through the early game, will fight around Dragon very well, because he has always been one of those masters of kiting back around objectives. Not necessarily the greatest initiator, although has the outside chance of doing that, but again, been more about fighting around objectives. So a lot more standardness to the comp from the Rocks Tigers, but not necessarily the Champions Summer comp that has been popularized by other teams, but we're still learning the patch, so there's no denying that there's a lot of power here. It's just, can they pull it off? Samsung put together a very good performance on a poke comp, and now it's Rox Tiger's turn to do quite the same.
So what do you think about the Fizz pick here? Well, we'll get back into that, I suppose, in the game later, but Fizz going to ADD up in the top lane against that Trundle should be an interesting matchup unless we see the lane swap.
Still very much be the tank Fizz, you'd have to imagine. You could go for DPS
probably.
or Cannon or something, but Fizz will get in there. He'll trade pretty well. Will he out-trade a Trundle? Probably not, but it's going to be all about getting on top of one of Varus and Caitlyn and trivializing this poke duo during a team fight.
That's right. So the Rox Tigers, second place last season, still looking for a win in summer. Let's see if they can get it against MVP in game one. Time to get in the game. And welcome to Summoner's Rift for our first game of the night here on LCK Summer on OGN. Rox Tigers taking on MVP. Kind of surreal to see MVP back in the league again. Casting them way back in 2013.
When I cast their first match last week, I noted that it was in almost exactly a 2-year absence from League of Legends for the MVP organization, a very famous multi-esport organization in Korea.
Yeah, very successful in StarCraft 2. Had a lot of team league victories, some individual league victories, and pretty good branching into LoL too. They beat CJ Blaze way back in 2013. Eventually, Samsung bought them out, and we all know what those Samsung teams did.
And it was just before Season 3 Worlds that Ozone, of course, went to and were to some degree embarrassed at, but then, of course, went on in Season 4 to have all that success.
Yeah.
And now they're back. You know, just after Season 5 Worlds, we saw the team, the MVP org, announced they wanted to get back into League of Legends. No one knew if that was to, say, buy Kongdu Monster's spot or something along those lines. Instead, they went for establishing a challenger lineup. They made it through challenges in first spot, finished second after playoffs, but still were very impressive. It's Rox going for an invade.
Gorilla walking right into that brush takes a lot of damage from the Bard, from the Caitlyn immediately. He's got to run. And so, they wanted to harass, but instead, getting caught there. Not a great start for Prey and Gorilla in the bot lane.
Had very shallow visions. They were just expecting a lane swap, given how oppressive Caitlyn usually is in a Lucian lane. And it was smart count from MVP. So they get that early trading advantage, but basically only get one biscuit out of Gorilla as a result.
Yeah. This top lane, too. We'll have to see how Smeb and ADD do in this matchup. And like you mentioned, Smeb looked pretty rough against Samsung. And this guy's crazy, right? Because he used to be seriously one of the worst top laners in Korea when he played for Incredible Miracle. Kind of disappeared off the face of the earth for a while, but when he joined the Tigers, he became like a whole different player. ADD very, very low. There's a flash, and Smeb picks up that first blood. There you have it. Gets the duel win immediately 2 minutes into the game.
He wins a duel against a top laner with Ignite. Now, the reason he did that is with the Doran shield. He had extra health.
Yeah.
I was actually going to wonder, because of course you lose trades overall with less sustain. Beyond's looking for a gank.
ADD comes back. They don't know Peanut's there, though. They're going to try to jump onto Smeb. Peanut comes in. Nice knockup from the Rek'Sai, though. Looks like Smeb will go down. Answering kill comes in for MVP, but more revenge for the Rox Tigers. And Beyond, can he finish off Peanut? Looks like he might just barely not be able to do it. Ooh, nice cocoon from Peanut. Beyond takes a turret hit. In the end, though, 2-1 are the kills in favor of the Rox Tigers.
It's really nice pathing from Peanut. He knew exactly what to expect. He also predicted Beyond's roam. They've gotten 2 kills onto the Fizz, who now has to walk back to lane, miss a lot of experience. Remember, Trundle was I'm going to watch the replay. This is, again, the Doran shield is the big difference. If ADD had respected the item, he would have realized that he would have won the trades eventually just because he had so much more sustain.
Sure.
But instead went for the all-in with Ignite and just miscalculated, because you don't respect people starting Doran shield. It's been the corrupting potion start almost exclusively throughout 2016, and something different from Smeb, and a big result as a big result comes through.
Well, I mean, and now Smeb has that double longsword too, so he's going to be hitting like a truck early on against this Fizz in lane, and with ADD having 2 deaths already, it's a pretty rough start. It's the matchup for MVP.
So usually Trundle has to itemize Tiamat just to match an enemy tank that has really strong AoE wave clear. Most of them do, Maokai for example. with the saplings and the arcane smash. Fizz is very similar in that top lane Fizz doesn't get to match Playful Trickster, so you don't have AoE wave clear. When the
Right.
Tiamat's completed, Trundle's actually going to have the shoving advantage. This is one of the few matchups in League where he will have that shoving advantage. And with the double longsword, the trades are looking pretty good too.
They are. Took a lot of minion damage in that trade, though. So Smeb does have to be a little bit more careful.
With the passive though, you know, every time his minions come down, the
Yeah.
King's Tribute will keep him topped up. So
Yep.
sustain-wise, he'll be doing just fine.
Absolutely right. Here comes Beyond, maybe trying to go for a play on the bot lane. Gray and Gorilla don't seem to know he's there. Doesn't really have any vision. I don't think they caught him with the Rift Sculler because he pummeled him, if I remember right.
No, but
no,
they-
he didn't. He didn't. Never mind.
He was caught by the blue ward that just
Oh, yeah.
timed out, so they are aware of him being there. Prey is using the most obnoxious the most obnoxious Caitlyn chroma. The fabulous pink Caitlyn.
Oh, yes. Tarek is jealous.
One day we'll see the duo, Tarek and Pink Caitlyn,
That's right.
the dream.
So, a little bit of along the action. Meanwhile, Peanut infiltrating the enemy jungle just a bit.
Very risky though. If you notice, Varus was teleporting back at the time, so had no lane pressure in mid. So even
Whoa.
though they had an item advantage in top, that was risky from Peanut.
Yeah. Turns around onto ADD, and all of this is just serving to get Smeb just a little bit farther ahead, too, which is pretty nice for him.
Cry this game has gone for the summoner spell heal, so going for a laning summoner compared to Tempt, who was running the teleport Varus yesterday. Worth noting that, of course, that's basically an Ever special. No other team really goes for teleport Varus because his teleport ganks kind of counterintuitive. You want him in the back line, not flanking in the front line.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be a Cloud Drake for the first dragon of the game.
Well, that's not interesting.
Well, it's a little bit of movement speed, so it's not too huge for either team right off the bat, but late game might be important if you're making those big moves.
The numbers are just too low, because movement speed is a great statistic. It's just 15 move speed is too low as ADD.
All right, they're going to dive this guy. ADD, Playful Trickster, one. Smeb tanking those turret hits. That Fizz very low. Smeb trying to get away. Whoa, super low. Peanut not able to, well, he does finish him off. Smeb does die to the Ignite in the end. That was a bit awkward. That was sloppy, and now Ian's going to get the Emperor's Divide for an easy pickup on that Azir. That was not the greatest series of plays from the Tigers ever, but
No.
as you can see, as usual, Peanut not too phased by dying.
That was a return to Series 1 Rocks Tigers play, and specifically Smeb just not respecting the Ignite damage. Ignite
Yeah.
came down, he should have been able to factor it in. Instead, he takes an extra turret shot to ensure that the dive would come off.
I mean,
But-
we haven't seen a lot of Ignite top laners lately, so it's, you know, it's easy to see how he neglected a bit, but come on, man. You know it's there.
And look, at the end of the day, we talked about how ADD wouldn't have seen a lot of Doran Shield top laners in competitive, so he miscalculated. This is Smeb, though. We have higher expectations for Smeb than any top laner in the world. I think consensus you would put him as the top laner after Marin went on his own vacation in China.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Long vacation over there.
so you have to say that Smeb, once again, he's just not had the same sort of consistency that we know him for.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how 5 out of the 6 deaths so far in the game have been the top laners. Smeb just bullying ADD out of the lane now. Forces out that Playful Trickster with the pillar.
Has gone for the Spectre's Cowl first to ensure that he wins trades, and we'll just itemize into the Tiamat a bit later. With the changes to Tiamat, it's no longer a big 45 AD item, so you're much more paying for the AoE, and right now he doesn't need it because Fizz doesn't have AoE either, so
Yeah.
the magic resist is going to be that much more pertinent early.
And we can see Prey using the ace in the hole, using the Caitlyn ultimate just to kind of push the MVP line back a little bit more. It's got such a short cooldown that you can use it to just trade, you know?
It's worth noting that he's not against a tank support like Alistair and Braum that can
Yeah.
just shake it off. He's happy if Bard eats the damage because Bard is very, very fragile. So either result is fine. So as you mentioned, just literally a trading tool for Prey at this early juncture.
Yeah. Yeah, the big story, though, definitely is Smeb's lead over ADD. Despite the 2 deaths, he's still got a 50 CS lead, or 40 rather. Peanut gonna get found by Beyond in the jungle as he face checks that push. Flash, Chains of Corruption misses as Beyond flashes it too, and Ian able to zone out for his jungler as he gets away.
Probably would have been a kill if the Chains of Corruption registered.
Yeah.
Azir was much slower in reacting, didn't have Flash to come for an emergency Emperor's Divide play, so bit of a mechanical misplay there from Cry, who once again is looking to impress in this series.
I gave it a shot. I mean, I like the assertive nature of the plays Cry is making, you know?
So, I mean, I just wish I could ask why we're seeing Cry, because, okay, you could say the meta has kind of gone away from Kuro, specifically the Azir focus in recent months, but this guy, Kuro, was the top KDA player in the league last season,
Yeah.
so it is a big story that he's now been absent for 2 games in a row.
I suppose. At the same time, you know, I think you can just assume too, or like, you can make an educated guess that it may just be a matter of giving this guy experience too. It is early in the season. We've seen lots of teams, especially if you look at SK Telecom, you know, doing a lot of experimenting in the first round and then getting a little bit more serious in the second round when the playoffs start to get a little bit closer. So I wouldn't worry about Kuro just yet.
Gotta say that spring of 2016 SKT were definitely a case study in slow starts,
Oh yeah.
but the crescendo at the end was obvious.
I feel like you could say the same thing about the 2015 spring SK Telecom team as well.
What is it about spring, Doa?
I don't know. It's makes him feel a bit lazy, I guess.
Guess so.
Why not?
Now starting up the Rift Herald. I have to imagine this will be passed over to Trundle, a melee top. Gets
Yeah.
so many benefits out of the glimpse of the Void buff.
You'd think so, but he's not coming down.
ADD actually the first top laner to respond to the area, but can't face check.
I suppose they may just give this to Peanut. Yeah, alright. So they're probably going to give that over to Peanut. Smeb just doing it with ADD in the meantime. Gonna slow him down with the pillar. Peanut's coming up. Ram is there too. Gorilla might help him make a play. There's the repel. Can they catch him? Fizz drops the ultimate. Lands it, but dies. Meanwhile, Max trying to make the play on the Cry, but Cry dodges everything. Lands that Chains of Corruption. Ian very, very low, but Cry can't quite finish him off.
Those moves from Cry were really good, though.
Yeah, they were.
That was actually a really smooth passage of play, a deft sidestep. Deserved more, was one auto away from a kill. And just as a bit of bookkeeping, the reason why we're seeing so much attention to top, we have to remember again that Ignite Summoner spell, no flash. The moment that you see Playful Trickster down, it's about a 12-second cooldown, given the fact that you're not maxing at first, so an easy lane to gank, and that's why we see the wraparounds from Elise whenever possible.
Right. Yeah, they can really take advantage of that Fizz.
4
And they
deaths in
have.
12 minutes definitely qualifies as taking advantage.
I would say so. Definitely seems that way. It's now up to nearly a 50 CS lead for Smeb in the top lane. And just farming wars in bot.
Which suits the Lucian. It is a tough matchup. The Bard gives some laning presence, but sustain is something that is only available in short supply from the Bard, so you'll take a 10 CS disadvantage against someone as oppressive in lane as Caitlyn.
Oh yeah.
Natural itemization is going to be there for the Lucian. Worth noting that, of course, he can go the Yomu's Ghostblade, Black Cleaver, and have a 2-item build that Caitlyn just doesn't have the same ability to naturally itemize into.
Now, we've been seeing a couple different Caitlyn builds. We saw Infinity Edge first. I forget who that was on, but it seems a bit risky. You know, I mean, normally you'd go for the Hurricane, right, for the wave clear and stuff, but the way Prey's building, what do you think?
I think it's going to be the Hurricane.
Normally it is.
But it's worth noting that Maha has a BF sword, so
Yeah.
it is probably going to be the Essence Revolution, so looking for more of the late game multiplication of stats from the Essence Reaver rather than necessarily the 2-item power spike. So
Yep.
an option for MVP was to try to double down on the mid game, and instead they're giving themselves some insurance for if it goes late.
True. Peanut able to clear out that pink ward, which always feels good.
Infinity Edge first, you know, Monty touched on it during the broadcast. The big issue there is that when they remove the extra crit percentage from the build, you get so little from building it. It only really becomes efficient when you're building other crit items. So outside of a lucky crit from a headshot, you get so much little value as Caitlyn that unless you're, say, Jhin, I don't think Infinity Edge first is realistic for any other AD character.
Here comes Beyond, down to the bot lane. pings from MVP. And the Rox Tigers backing off. They knew he was coming. Still, no moves for that dragon, and I know it is just a Cloud Drake. It's not super valuable, but you want to get what comes next, maybe.
Well, all of Rox's power has been on the top side of the map. All 4 kills or all 4 deaths are on the top lane, so it's been the top side of the map, the enemy jungle that Rox have controlled. The bot lane has been so even. We haven't really seen the Caitlyn get a massive pressure advantage that Dragon isn't an objective that Rox have played to. They got the glimpse of the Void buff. That's the one thing they were able to claim, but they're going to have to shift their focus if they want to actually take the Dragons that their aggressive early game really should have opened up.
Yep. You know what I love about Maha? Is that his name backwards is Ham.
That's true. I would never have considered that.
Yep. That's what he does sometimes. He goes ham.
You would say probably too ham, given his positioning problems in the promotion series, especially.
Oh man, he had a rough promotion series. His team certainly helped him out a bit there. Did look a little bit better though against KT.
Setups for Rox aren't going to be simple. Oh, we see the playful tricks to use.
Yeah, that's right. And ADD trying to get away now. Drops that Fizzle ultimate. Stops up Smeb enough. Smeb still winning those trades. I mean, the Fizzle does like nothing.
No, not with the Spectre's Cowl, and no other offensive stats put in for the Fizz. Can't go for an aggressive trade because he's already used his escape. So yeah, just a disengaging fish.
Yeah. Disengaging Fish was the name of my performance art piece in college.
What'd you score on that one?
An A, obviously.
There you go.
Of course. And then I was like, this isn't art actually, guys. I fooled you all.
I know how you feel about modern art.
Oh yes, don't get me started.
I'll try not to.
It's not good stuff.
Now, if we have a long pause, maybe I'll just draw it out of you.
Maybe.
But for now,
Well, for now, it's a Cloud Drake time for MVP. Gorilla knows what's up. Magical Journey for Max brings him a little bit closer. Max's Magical Journey. That sounds like a kid's show.
the viewers to understand, though, that when we're talking about the dual damage threat, specifically the Varus, who's immobile, team fights will be difficult to navigate for Rox Tigers if they don't get the objectives they've kind of built towards. The early Dragons, for example.
Yeah.
Someone like Fizz, even if he's behind in lane, can run at a Varus, and Varus doesn't have a lot of answers for the kid of Fizz. Rek'Sai, Flash on Burrow, even the Bard can trivialize these truly backline carries on the side of Rox and steal teamfight victories away for MVP. So I want to see Rox really continue the snowball, keep the accelerator on for the entirety of the mid game, because there's no late game assurances in terms of team comp for Rox Tigers.
Yep. Oh, Prey going way up
Whoa,
there.
crit.
Culling used. Tempered Fate catches Gorilla. He's going to be in big trouble there as he tries to dash away. Pops that Braum ultimate down, slows a bit of the MVP team. Meanwhile, Caitlyn catches Beyond with the trap. Beyond's going to have to take his tunnel out. And that was a good turnaround for the Rox Tigers. Not losing anybody. Dealing a lot of damage to Maha in the end.
Rapid Fire Cannon was the first completion. We saw a Rapid Fire Cannon crit come on to Lucius, what meant that he couldn't actually go aggressive, had to back away after the first salvo of damage because he got too low, and then of course no damage left on Rek'Sai Bard to actually harass. So Rock's going to be able to push in, get a lot of turret damage, at least finally gets over to the Cloud Drake. So a lot of advantages stacked, and that was a fight that was initiated by MVP.
Yeah, so with that rapid fire cannon, it really seems like Rox Tigers are just really, really into the idea of sieging this game.
If you could keep the laning phase going forever, you'd be so happy with Rapid Fire Cannon, because now you just have the world's most obnoxious range advantage over Lucian. You walk in when you have the Rapid Fire Cannon procs, and if you get a crit on a headshot, Lucian is just out of return damage range. So
Yeah.
that works out well. We'll see MVP rotating around mid. They get a lot of turret damage.
Yeah, they nearly take down that mid turret. Don't quite get it. That
Prey-
was their trade for the dragon anyway.
But Prey also didn't get the bot turret down, which is going to be super, super low.
Yeah.
Again, extending the laning phase is fine for the Caitlyn, but obviously if they lost in terms of objectives, that would have been a pretty big problem.
So Ocean Drake next as well. We saw that on the wall of the dragon pit.
Out of combat stats only is what we're learning in this game.
Yep. Apparently so.
So if you're leaving this turret up, it's basically to bait the enemy to overextend in lane. So no surprise that Elise is now bottom lane. This is what teams will do. They'll leave a turret at 1 HP and then go for a turret dive. They're kind of sussed out this time by Max, but nice, at least forethought to Rox Tigers, sort of thing they weren't showing in their first series last week.
Pretty much. Still waiting for those first big team fights, but I suppose Rox Tigers doesn't really want those, do they?
I mean,
Just wanna-
Smeb's the one exception. He's ready to trundle people. He's
Can.
still 50 CS ahead of his opponent.
I mean, Peanut's 3-1-0 too. He's had a pretty monster game on this Elise so far.
he's going to go the damage route. We've seen basically only full tank Elise this season. Randuin's first true item after Jungle Enchant, but Runeglaive into Rylai's, so
Right.
more of the battle bruiser AP damage build from Peanut.
Hello. Found ADD.
It's 2-level advantage and a lot of gold. So
Oh yeah. And there goes the first turn of the game in favor of the Rox Tigers. Prey finally pushes down the tier 1 in bot lane.
worth noting that both team comps are going to have the struggle of working out where to plant their duo lane in the mid game. Now that the turret's down, Caitlyn wants to go mid, but putting Varus in a side lane 1v2 without a teleport is basically suicide from a team comp perspective. So
Yeah.
probably going to have to see some stacking in mid and maybe try to get down this Azir turret in mid lane.
Could be. For now, though, just some backs. We'll see what Prey buys. Looks like just a few more pieces for what could be an Infinity Edge.
Heavily expecting that to be the next purchase. Flat AD with the attack speed he already has, and just being Caitlyn means that entering lane and taking turrets is very much the story for Caitlyn.
Wow, Sneb is just being relentless up in this top lane as far as pushing ADD away. Peanut coming up for a possible gank here, looping around from behind. Can he land the Cocoon? ADD trying to escape. Spiderling's thrown in. Fizzult thrown out. Cocoon misses. Doesn't matter, though. And that was a bit cleaner as far as ganks go. Prey is right there, too, to help them take down the turret. MVP wanting to respond to the mid lane, though.
Yeah, will be at the cost of mid lane turret. Cry actually used his piercing arrow to harass instead of wave clear. To be fair to him, he wouldn't have instant cleared the minion wave,
Yeah,
but
it was spread out anyway.
that basically meant that MVP could walk up and take mid lane turret, which not the greatest trade 1 for 2, but if you're going to take one turret, the outer mid lane is the one to get.
I suppose. It's still a solid lead for the Rox Tigers at the moment. About 4K gold ahead.
Now Caitlyn is very much online. It's
Oh, yeah.
not quite the same 2-item build that Lucian gets access to, the Black Cleaver Yomu's Ghostblade, that we aren't going to see this game, but basically ruins mid-game team fights. But it still has a lot of power, and Caitlyn is going to be so powerful at entering lanes, both in a trading sense against the Lucian that she outranges, but also taking turrets like she's done in bot and top lane, and looks like coming to pinch the mid lane and get all these mid lane turrets out pre-25 minutes, which would be great timing for the Rox Tigers.
Right. Time to take a mid lane turret. If you're the Rox Tigers, and they should be able to get it. Well,
Oh.
Tempered Fate used. Smeb's still pounding away, and they'll get it. All 3 outer turrets out now. No magical journey for you, Max. Smeb's going to take it instead. It's like, this is my magical journey. Braum knocks up beyond. The Q from Braum doesn't hit Ian, though. Rox Tigers still bulldozing their way through this mid lane. There goes the tier 2. ADD coming from the side. Dodges a Cocoon with the Playful Trickster. No flanking options available. And a parting headshot from Prey.
That was actually a really big mistake from ADD. He too late channeled his teleport
Yeah.
on the turret that was clearly going to die too fast. We're going to see the replay. So the first turret comes out, just another zoning a couple of spells onto Ian means he's completely chunked out, but the teleport is so late that he's not able to respond, and suddenly he can't go for an aggressive move because Bard's already dead. So flanking's not an option. Now he can only come defensively, and it's going to be defensive Fizz that against Caitlyn and Varus is basically just going to eat damage because he certainly doesn't have any wave clear to contribute. So
feel
if
like-
you're not going to hit the teleport timing and you're going to lose lane, you're going to go a long way to really helping the Rox Tigers get that steadying victory that they're clearly craving.
I feel like Smeb just took that magical journey to spite Max. You gotta wonder what Trundle would sound like going through it. He's probably like, yeah.
So, you know, we always talk about the mana Magi's picks when a team's
Yeah.
way ahead. Is there a mana magical journey take?
Oh yeah, totally. Mannerful journey, manner journey. I don't know.
You're going too hard on this one, though.
I don't know what you'd say, but there's definitely something. Oh, Prey taking some turrets. Ooh, nice flash Cocoon from Peanut. Easy gank there. Good pick for the Rox Tigers as they do a bit of damage to that tier 2 as well.
crucially blows his flash as well. Now we're going to see two members come onto Smeb.
Yeah, Smeb may be in a little bit of trouble here. He's very tanky. Nice pillar. Traps Maha. He's going to have to get out of there. ADD still trying to fight the Brambleback. He's taking the long way home, I guess. He's like, I'm out of here. You guys are crazy. Whoa. Oh, Ian somehow escapes again. Q on the max. No magical journey for you. You are not allowed. Magical journey. Magically denied.
Welcome back, Rox Tigers. Hope you enjoyed your vacation. It lasted 2 games and also 20 minutes of a third game, but finally we're seeing the ruthless aggression that Rox Tigers can put together, and Peanut in particular has been the big benefactor. Went the damage build, got the early kills from repeating the ganks onto the Ignite Teleport Fizz, and the end result, when the Battle Ward gets going, so do Rox Tigers.
I was going to say, yeah. Max's alternate ID must be Lucky Charms since he's looking magically delicious to the Rox Tigers this game.
Oh dear. Gotta say, when we do see bars this season, they've gone very polarizing. He has pulled off some really impressive ults, but the squishiness of that champion, you know, a couple of auto attacks from this Caitlyn, specifically a headshot crit, and Bard's dead.
Yeah. Very true. Rox Tigers also claim the Ocean Drake, so they've got that regen, which is actually really good for a Siege comp, and honestly, the movement speed helps them move between lanes now as they have the MVP team push back to base, so these Drake buffs for this comp, pretty good.
Interesting to see what the third one is. If it is Mountain, which you have to say this comp prefers, crazy to think that anyone would opt out of Infernal, especially later in the game with items put together, but Mountain in a Siege comp helps them take Baron as well, as Peanut might be caught.
What are you doing, buddy? All right, well, Peanut just gets completely caught. Gonna repel. Will he escape? Comes right down to that Fizz ultimate. He doesn't make it out. There's a kill for ADD. Gorilla trapped up too. Emperor's Divide pushes Smeb back into the enemy team. Gorilla trying to live. Tempered Fate not hitting anybody. Prey gets some damage on the Beyond. ADD comes in. A double kill already though for Cry. He's gonna flash ahead. Goes for the triple. Gets it. Nice Q onto ADD. As Cry wants that Quadra, he's chasing. ADD the only one left. And Prey, oh, he gets the Quadra. Talk about the timing for those skills. Not bad.
Raining 80 damage from range from both the Varus and Caitlyn, the damage duo that the Rox Tigers locked in this game. Cry opened that fight by missing Chains of Corruption, but really made up for it with the Quadra. And again, that just shows how far ahead Rox are, that they can basically have Peanut be a complete non-factor in a fight, even at his previously 4-1 status, and win comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, there's just a lot of long-range damage coming out of this team. Let's look at this fight again. Peanut just getting caught to start things off.
I mean, a lot of the gold lead is on Peanut, and he is trivialized completely in this fight, being far too aggressive. Chains of Corruption misses, and you're like, oh, is this the Rox Tigers really surrendering what has been a good 10-minute passage or so from them? But you have to remember that in the backline, Prey is free hitting, and in the front line, Cry is free hitting, pops the summoner heal, got the passive proc from getting the first kill, and the attack speed and all the ADs put together is clearly massive. And then watching for this is what happens with Fizz. Low mana, doesn't have that cooldown for the Playful Trickster.
And
2 cells, goodbye.
Now, also crucially during that fight, too, Ian's Emperor's Divide from that Azir actually knocked Smeb right on top of Maha, too. So Maha couldn't really ever get an angle to do damage in that fight. So it was a tough one for MVP overall, and I think that's just kind of sealed the deal as Rox Tigers pick up the Baron now, and they're ready to knock down some inhibitors.
Definitely a bad look. Smeb also has gone for the Frozen Heart. Usually we expect Iceborne Gauntlet, but you're against the Azir, and I guess to some degree the Fizz, let alone an 80 carry, so attack speed debuff relevant. Chains of Corruption hits.
Yeah, it's on Maha. Nice flash from Peanut. They're going in. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Bromald slowing down the counter engage from MVP. Tempered Fate does hit Cry for the moment, but the crying is all on the MVP side right now, as it looks like this game is pretty much over. Max slowed down by Smeb. There goes the inhibitor. And will the Rox Tigers finish off? Oh, okay, they're going to just leave it for now. I suppose some people have lost some health, so they'll play it slower. They'll play it safer.
Another Baron buff, so at least they can recall fast and get some cool item pickups.
You know, and Baron buff lasts longer now, too, so you've got more time to, you know, maybe get one recall in and go back to the Siege.
Definitely the potential for that 11,000 plus gold lead for Rox Tigers. You know, this is what you would have said preseason when someone told you Rox Tigers versus the second place qualifier from the challenger scene.
You see what I see, Papa Smithy?
What am I looking for, Doa?
It was indeed a mountain drake icon in the dragon pit, and although we're at the point in the game where that may not matter a whole lot, it at least would help Rocks Tigers close things pretty quick.
I don't think they need any help this game, Doa.
I don't think
in
so
another
either.
game where they were 10 kills down from here, if they were 3 to 4, absolutely, but
Yeah.
they don't need no mountain drakes. They've got
They're an independent team. They don't need no mountain drakes.
exactly. Well,
MVP needs a lot of stuff.
they
right
need
now.
a couple of mountain
Yeah,
drakes.
they need like several drakes of various shapes and sizes and abilities. Smeb just pushing up the mid lane, getting those Baron minions onto the Nexus turrets even. Gray setting up the great wall of traps. Smeb trying to get away. I don't know what that fizz ult was supposed to do, but it didn't hit anybody.
Push up. Kuhn misses, but I don't think Rocks are done.
Yep. And there goes the second inhibitor. Rocks Tigers taking that without issue. And will they stick around? Cry hit by that Tempered Fate, but no follow-up. ADD goes in, immediately blown up. Beyond tries his luck. That Rek'Sai goes down fast. Another double kill as Gorilla gets low, but doesn't quite die yet. Cry did get taken out in the end. Baha eaten by a troll. Oh boy. And Nax, the last one standing. The last one to watch his base fall. And the Rocks Tigers looking very, very good here in game number 1. I mean, they played a siege comp, they played it well, and that's going to be it.
Very much played themselves into confidence, though, Doa. They still made some mistakes this game. It was certainly not a flawless victory by the Rocks Tigers, but a steadying one. This is what they needed to show. It was still very much a quintessential Rocks Tigers performance, but still, those issues that will become clear on Rodrigo, specifically Smeb, not respecting Ignite damage, dying to an extra turret shot that he had no reason to, but you can cast that out of your mind. Cry also missed a lot of Chains of Corruption, but bought himself a reprieve with a classy quadra kill. Probably going to get another chance to play in game 2 as well and keep staking his claim as Kuro watches on from the bench.
I mean, he looked good. Ended up 7-1-3 on that Varus.
And if we know anything about Varus, he probably has the most damage to champions, too.
Probably. He tends to do that.
Caitlyn.
He tends to do a lot of damage.
Oh, yes. Caitlyn got a lot of auto attacks off and went the Infinity Edge build, so outside chance. We'll get confirmation, I'm sure, on the screen soon. But
Yeah.
Varus has been by far the highest average damage dealer in Champions this season.
That's right. So a win for the Rocks Tigers on their way to what certainly could be a 2-0 against MVP. Then again, you never know. You never know.
A lot of players returning to form. Peanut had a very aggressive, smart pathing jungling game.
The other thing, too, to factor is that ADD got shut down so hard early on that really set the whole team back. That Fizz pick not working out.
Look at this. Caitlyn did actually pip out the Varus, so the early Infinity Edge pickup and the AoE crits that we were getting in the late game allowed Prey to jump ahead of a Varus. No mean feat, given just how much poke damage Varus can do, but there wasn't much poking. They were just basically killing champions whenever they saw them on the Rift. Very aggressive, trademark aggressive, you could say, performance by Rocks, and
Yep.
back to the drawing board again for MVP.
Yeah. We'll see what they've got for game number 2. I wouldn't count these guys out quite yet. Strong start for the Rocks Tigers, though, but when we come back, Team MVP trying to get the tie, trying to force it to a game 3. It's going to be tough, though. Looks like Rocks Tigers, despite a couple missteps here and there, have really come to play. When we come back, we will see if they get that 2-0 or not.
Definitely thinking Rock's going to take it, though. I think it's going
I
to be
think so, too.
the comfortable 2-0, but MVP surprised in Game 2 last week. Let's see if they can do it this time.
That's right. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with Game 2 here on OGN LCK Summer right after this.
Played a lot of you my winning. It's like 25 the life so you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, something big, I feel it happening.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And welcome back to LCK Summer. Peanut gets the MVP for some sick Elise play. Along came a Spider and crushed MVP, basically, is how that nursery rhyme went.
Yeah, I remember the nursery rhyme, though, and it was nice to remember some of the aggressive trademark style of the Rocks Tigers, and a lot of players, Smeb and Peanut included, played themselves into form this game, I think. So it was nice to see that return to form. This was a really smart pathing from Peanut to realize that at best they were going to get 2 kills for 0. If there was the counter gank, it was going to be a 2 for 1. This was definitely not something that Smeb will want to remember, taking the extra turret shot and dying to ignite.
Yeah.
That was a bit awkward, but they just basically made ADD completely trivial, and this is what you do, and one of the reasons you don't see Ignite TP top lane Fizz, that if the enemy jungler is someone like Peanut and wants to keep paying attention to your lane, there's just no counterplay options against the CC that came through, and it was great to see the aggression from both Peanut and the Rocks Tigers, and now Rocks Tigers finally with at least a game win on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, they look good. But again, you know, you have the asterisk, rather. It was against MVP. But, yeah, we'll see what MVP can do in game number 2. I think it's probably going to be a 2-0 for the Rocks Tigers as we watch this last fight. But you never know.
Right. Cry also got that big quadra kill that I think kind of basically gave him a reprieve for missing ultimate after ultimate. It definitely wasn't a wonderful performance from Cry, but the sidestep was actually really nice in mid lane when he survived a potential turret dive from the enemies. So all in all, pass marks for Cry, but not the big carry performance to really vindicate keeping him in the team in the future over Kuro.
I mean, when it came to all of his other abilities, besides his ultimate, he did really well. He hit a lot of those, and so I feel like it's judging him a bit harshly on those.
Look, if we're gonna call out the party casks from Bubbling, then we have to call out the party chains from good old Cry.
Party chains, I don't know. That gets us to a weird, dark territory, Papa Smithy. As we move into game number 2 between MVP and the Rocks Tigers. Elise, the first ban. Wow, that's quite the respect ban against Peanut.
He's always had a super high Elise win rate. I believe it's now 13-2. Might be 11-2, but regardless, a very high win rate on the Elise, at least in his time with the Rocks Tigers. Rai is going to be banned on the red side as well. Will MVP really try to put a pinch on Jungle Pool? They banned both Nidalee and Kindred in game 1 against Peanut.
Yeah.
Do they feel strong enough? I guess they are on the blue side to have a bit more flexibility, not having to ban the OP champions. So 3 jungle bans would be quite a statement, because it could be 3 jungle bans and a jungle first pick from MVP if they want.
That's true. They could just ban out the Nidalee and the Kindred, take the Rex side, but no, they're going to ban the Trundle instead for now.
Rocks really vindicated first picking Trundle. Trundle with the QSS changes was always going to be a super relevant pick in summer, both in the support and the top lane role, and it was the top lane Trundle wailing away on ADD's Fizz that set the tone for what was a comfortable Rocks Tigers victory.
Nidalee, okay. So Rocks Tigers not wanting to deal with that out of Beyond.
Beyond was, you'd have to think, honestly, the closest analog to Peanut in the Challenger League. Beyond was the jungler everyone really respected. He was the highest performing jungler on average. Bless had his games, but Beyond had his number when the two of them met. So there is definitely still some mystique and respect for Beyond on the side of MVP. He's the one member that I think, next to Max actually, had a really strong season in Challenger for MVP. And we do see plenty of jungle bans. Echo's going to be the first pick. So the big meta jungle available is the Rek'Sai, so you have to think it's going to be taken first rotation by Rox.
Yeah, now is that a little bit surprising to you? Because they went heavier on the jungle bans. They kind of opened themselves up for a first pick Rek'Sai, and then they gave it away for the Echo.
So if you remember, we saw top lane Fizz come through. How could you forget, of course?
Yeah.
And top lane Fizz is kind of considered a poor man's Echo. The poor man's Echo didn't work out for them, so why not go for the rich man's Echo and the man himself and try and set up ADD for lane pressure? Because if you give a winning lane matchup, a champion like Echo over to Smeb, you know, last week
suppose.
accepted, you're going to expect a lot of pain in the top lane.
I suppose. So Caitlyn and Rek'Sai taken by the Rox Tigers. And the Lucian pickup would not be too surprising, although, you gotta say, Prey did very well with that Caitlyn and Lucian lane last game. The Alistar may change things a little bit. Obviously, the Caitlyn needs to be very careful about her positioning when that headbutt pulverize is something to worry about.
Does make me look forward to future patches like patch 611 when Lucian's going to be toned down. If teams are already reaching for Caitlyn who's not seeing any changes in this scenario, then who's to say how oppressive Caitlyn might be considered come future patches?
You never know. Good way to counter that, I suppose, though, is to play some more heavier engaged comps, get onto Caitlyn. And they've got the Echo, they've got the Alistar. Looks like they're going to take the Varus away from Cry.
Question here will be, what jungle pick will be on GoTo? Because when that question was raised to Bless and ESC Ever, they went jungle Kha'Zix, which of course we bemoaned from the majority of yesterday's broadcast. So will it just be the Lee Sin, the more obvious meta jungler for MVP? It's a question we do not know the answer to. Speaking of standard picks, this is where Kuro is just sitting in the back going, really? You're going to play Victor? But Victor's very powerful, and Cry takes definitely the champion most synonymous with the other Rox Tigers mid laner in that Victor.
I mean, if you wanted anybody to teach you the tricks of the trade as far as Victor goes, I think you'd want Kuro to be the guy to do it.
And they innovated Victor in many ways in terms of competitive play.
Yeah, very true. So the final two picks over to MVP now. Looking for, presumably, a jungler and an AD carry.
I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing top lane Tahm Kench as we're waiting to see those lock-ins, as you mentioned, because there's still that flex pick nature to the Tahm Kench. I'm not sure if I like the Tahm Kench versus Echo matchup, but it is an earlier Tahm Kench pick than you might have expected. As
Ashe Amumu.
Amumu. So Beyond did play Amumu jungle in Challenger. I didn't think he'd reach for it, and they're going for the Ashe even though they've seen a Tahm Kench pick.
So it's the I should say Dynamic Q special, Amumu. Wow.
And we might also see our first Rumble of the season. Okay, we went crazy very quickly.
I like it.
But there's so much to talk about. Rumble saw changes. Amumu saw no changes, but that's going to be a really fascinating one to track. The Kha'Zix didn't make us a believer. We were like, any tank jungler would have done it. Amumu does count as a tank jungler. He's just famously weak to invades in the early game, and when you're going to have the lane pressure specifically from the Caitlyn, but to a lesser extent with the flame splitter changes, Rumble has that ability to push lane much earlier as well. If you get lane pressure and invade that Amumu, he has a bad time.
The thing is, though, is that, do you really want to play a jungler that's vulnerable to invades against Peanut? That seems like a very dangerous prospect, even if he is on a hero like, or a champion rather, like Rek'Sai. I don't know, man. That seems like a pretty big risk to take for the MVP side of things.
I mean, they last rotated Ashe Amumu when Tahm Kench was already on the board for us. This is something ESC ever did when they took Ashe into Braum, but definitely an uphill task. Already 1-0 down against Rox Tigers with a comp that has some natural counters available for Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and we know that Gorilla is a very good Tahm Kench player, too. We saw him bring that out at Worlds and play well with it after that as well. So we'll see. We'll see what he's got.
The Mage top lane matchup. I'm excited to see Echo versus, again, the newly buffed Rumble. I thought we'd see some Rumble play. I'll get into it more when we get into game, though, because I have a feeling we're going to get started soon, and we'll see if Rox Tigers can just close it out 2-0. But MVP, they're going for something different.
That's right, MVP trying to tie it up. Let's see if they can do it. Time to get in the game.
into the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
All right, well, bask in the glory of the new intro, I guess, as we go into MVP versus Tigers game number 2. Everyone's set up across the map, but is MVP ready to make this Amumu work?
I was thinking about the last time we saw Amumu in Champions, and I think of a certain Cloud Templar tribute game.
Yeah.
I have to say, with Amumu selected, it's still a Cloud Templar tribute, but no Tarek to make it both Korean analysts getting represented on the Rift.
That is true.
Really interesting to track what sort of Amumu build we see. When he saw some play in solo queue about a year ago, it was the Battle Mage Amumu, you know, with items like Rylai's and loading into the AP. So there's an outside chance that it's something like a Runeglaive Amumu, but I have to imagine it's going to be more so the tank build. Cinderhawk did see some buffs recently.
Here we go.
And we talked about picking Amumu into a jungle like Peanut. I'm going to start right now.
Goes for the Prey Seeker. Beyond trying to take this one.
Got
Peanut not getting there quite in time to steal away the blue, but that was very, very close.
And Amumu's very much going to want to play the defensive farming game. I guess similar to a champion like Graves in that way, where he's not really interested in doing any invading or any ganking pre-6. Has the potential, but not really the CC duration to take someone down.
You know, and if Peanut decides to put a lot of pressures on the lane, you know, that'll make it tough, I think, a little bit for Beyond, because he'll sort of be drawn out to try to protect his laners, and that'll take away from some of that farm, won't it?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. At least picking up the Echo meant that they were likely to have lane pressure in top, because you can't pick 3 losing lanes and a farming jungler, then you're basically waving the white flag at pick ban.
Yeah, but then Rumble came in.
And Rumble's a different champion. I wanted to talk about him in champs that didn't have the time then. The reason why I expected Rumble to come through outside of the buffs he received was that you think of champions that work into Trundle, because Trundle was expected to be a staple pick, Trundle and to a lesser extent Fiora with the changes to QSS. Not really any battle stats to steal away from a Rumble, and now he has lane control. So the big buff was that he does full damage to minions with his Flame Spitter. You know, he always used to do half damage, used to do half damage to monsters and minions. The monsters changed, and then we saw some jungle Rumble. The minions changed now, and suddenly Rumble can actually push a lane in rather than just have to trim it and have him inevitably be pushed in. So he has more options in the laning phase, naturally builds into that AP build, and is a carry top that makes some sense. So it's exciting to see Rumble come in, and Smeb is one of the best Rumbles in Champions, especially with Marin no longer around.
Very true. Beyond looking for an opportunity to bandage toss over to Cry here, but doesn't quite find him. So the sad robot wander on.
Another matchup or rock, paper, scissors that's come through is, you know, we saw the Caitlyn early. We thought it was going to be the Lucian. It was never locked in, and we ended up with Ashe. Ashe has always been seen as a champion that can situationally be competitive with Caitlyn because she has that deceptively long range. She's one of the few 600 range AD carries in the game. So 50 shorter than Caitlyn, but not the 550 or the 500 that Lucian battles at. So just Ashe is another one of those champions where if you can get through laning phase even, you're happy. And with that range, might be able to do it against Caitlyn. So we might be seeing more of the Ashe as a response to Caitlyn after the Lucian now.
Well, Smeb is doing a pretty solid job of bullying this lane early on, but here comes Beyond. Hard to get over that wall, though. ADD goes in, does a bit of damage to Smeb. Smeb with the Flame Spitter. Here comes Beyond. Got to be careful. Smeb could be in a bit of trouble here. Flashes out. ADD chases. Where's the Rek'Sai? Peanut close by, but not close enough as First Blood goes over to ADD. And Team MVP, Smeb getting a little bit overly bold there.
The big thing that happened for Smeb was a minion died that was going to block away as Peanut's going to look for this.
Flash on
Yes,
Burrow.
flash.
ADD in a little bit of trouble. Slows him down. Can he get the kill? Getting closer. ADD makes it back to the minion wave with just 30 health remaining. That was a nice try from Peanut, but couldn't make it happen.
Peanut can't even shove in the minion wave because Smeb doesn't have teleport. Neither does ADD, and the minion wave was even in the middle, so doesn't get anything from that. Blows his flash for no reward, so
Yeah.
Not panic stations, but nice pathing from Beyond. He's managed to hit level 5 and be in position for the counter gank in both mid and top, so nice pathing from him. Minion died, which opened up the bandage toss to be able to be hit onto Smeb, which was just enough damage to take him down.
Yep, it's tough. Breaking some damage in onto Maha. The AD carry is trading, really. Gorilla thrown back by Max. Pops at E, gets the health. So he'll be okay for the moment anyway.
And it's a bloodthirsty Amumu, Doa. It's
Yeah.
going to be Runeglaive.
I guess so. Well, he's not support, so it doesn't matter as much.
I'm still impressed.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Prey and Gorilla are really far up, and here comes Beyond. No
Level
flash.
6.
He's got to walk up and land that bandage toss. Going to Prey. There's a nice flash pulverized from Max. Waiting for it. There's a Curse of the Sad Mummy. Gorilla and Prey locked up. Exhaust onto the Tom Kench, and a kill comes in for Maha. And Rox Tigers off to a rough start now.
Beautiful CC lane from Beyond. The pocket pick for Beyond certainly working out a lot better than the pocket pick that we saw from Bless yesterday.
This is a solo queue special, man. Just running around and ganking.
You win with a solo queue special enough times, it becomes a competitive pick. That's what we've learned. As you mentioned, the fact there was no flash for Beyond, so Max did all the hard work. Flash headbutt pulverized, led with the ultimate, meant that he could get in melee range to guarantee the bandage toss would hit. Very nice stuff, and Beyond continues to make us a believer of the Amumu.
Yeah, I guess so. 2 assists already, 2 successful ganks. And for the most part, ADD is caught up in CS to Smeb, which is a pretty huge deal. Looks like it's another Cloud Drake starting things off this game.
See MVP pathing around top. Mumu ult is down, but there's plenty of people here.
Smeb, headbutt pulverized onto this
CC.
rumble. CC for days. CC, see ya. Another
Look at-
kill for MVP.
Take a step back, Doa, and look at what could happen in a team fight. If you initiate with the Ash Arrow, there's literally permanent CC layering for upwards of 8 to 10 seconds. That's instant death for anyone. So,
Everybody on this team has hard CC.
and some have multiple falls. So, really, this is basically everyone Merc Treads. Even Caitlyn should be considering Merc Treads next to a QSS because
Maybe.
it's just insane duration. And if they ever overlap, you're just basically dead.
Yep. Well, Prey with a tiny little CS lead in the bot lane, but not enough to really speak of. Peanut's been able to outfarm Beyond, but Beyond has made up for it in spades with all the ganks that he's had go well.
I just want a subtitle video of Cloud Templar casting this game. This man loves his Amumu
I know.
like no other. Would always try to shoehorn Amumu into jungle medalists and the jungle meta in general with the pros in Korea.
Well, when I played a special event game for a Thanksgiving special a couple years ago, of course, he immediately locks in Amumu. It's a good game, too. We had great synergy.
We're going to have some cheeky words to Beyond off this series, win, lose, or draw.
Probably no draw.
That's fair. Probably not. A remake
happen.
is possible, though.
This
Doa.
isn't EU LCS, man.
Look at this Amumu.
Wow. He's a very sad
Full
robot.
zoom Amumu.
Full zoom Amumu. If that isn't a great band name, I don't know what it is.
Oh, dear. Now Rox, really don't have a lot of lane pressure around the map. Even the Caitlyn lane is forced to hang back now that Gorilla was held down. Held his flash throughout, of course, had no semblance of getting out. But yeah, Rox, definitely night and day compared to game one, where they certainly had a massive tempo advantage, almost purely from keeping the enemy top laner down. This time it's Smeb, who's in the 0-2 hold.
Yeah, Peanut has not really been able to put any pressure on this game, and that's kind of hurt Rox Tigers.
That feel when you're out-pressured by an Amumu.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when he's the one ganking, why not? Here he comes again.
Ult's back up. Rox still have both summoners in bot, though.
Yep. Beyond coming down. Looks like they're going to try to land the Ash Arrow onto Prey as Max comes in, goes after Gorilla. There's a knockup. Maha just throws the Ash Arrow in on the Gorilla instead. Health used. Curse of the Sad Mummy does not catch Prey. Gorilla low. There's the equalizer as Smeb teleports down. ADD joins the party as well. Prey stunned by that parallel convergence, saved by Gorilla. And here comes Peanut with Cry right behind. MVP on the run now. They may have miscalculated. Cocoon lands on ADD. He's going to get out. Flash. True shot, or rather not true shot. Barrage Ace in the hole does not hit Maha. They do get the kill, however, onto Max. And so that gank turned around, turns into a team fight, and turns into the first positive thing to have happen for Rox Tigers all game. Oh, but here comes Ian catches Peanut with the Chains of Corruption. Ouch. Well, that could have gone better for both sides.
Yeah, a lot of twists and turns. It looked like the permanent CC duration would be enough, but
Guess so.
all in all, they didn't have enough damage to actually take down Tahm Kench. The flash was actually really on point from Gorilla. Got the first kill, and Cry was by far the first to rotate. It's just that by the time that Ian got there, Peanut had pushed up too far. They had no idea where the enemy Varus was, and Peanut gives up his life to make it a very even trade.
Yeah. A big moment in that fight, too, was when Prey was not hit by the Curse of the Sad Mummy. He was able to get a few more autos in, walk into a better position.
Kench coming in.
Yep, that's right. And it's just Gorilla. Oh, this is the tongue. Peanut was right there, too. If he had gotten the slow, Peanut would have been able to get the Unburrow, and that might have been a kill since this Varus doesn't have a flash, but...
Almost certainly would have, though, because would have meant almost permanent CC duration. Tahm Kench probably would have got into melee range and be able to eat up the Varus, but the first CC missing meant that it all went awry. Smeb's going for a very aggressive.
Oh, Smeb. Oh, throws the ward, immediately runs for it, turns around, gets knocked up by that, but pulverized. Peanut right there, though. Trying to turn this gank around. Looks like they may not pursue it. Here comes Cry. Ash Arrow lands on him, though. Wow. That was a long-range Ash Arrow.
Very difficult terrain to fight around if you're MVP. Remember, Rumble Equalizer's always super powerful in these chokes, so they have to be careful. No magic penetration completed just yet, so not quite explosive damage. Another face check potential.
Yep. Throws a ward in, able to move away. Chains of Corruption doesn't hit. There's a kill. On to Beyond, maybe. Rocks Cry a little bit low, too. Kills on both sides. Trading the jungler for the mid laner, and a little bit of damage on the mid lane turret.
Varus has been able to push up. Now the support will come over as well. No wave clear to speak about between Gorilla and Peanut, so you take a trade if you can basically DPS down this turret as low as possible.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of damage.
Felt like Cry basically gave up his life to answer Gorilla's sins from getting a bit overeager. The Chaos Storm probably would have taken down the Amumu over time, but instead Gorilla went for the 3-hit into the Devourer and ended up just giving a kill trade all in all.
Yeah. 0, 1, and 5 from Beyond on that Amumu already, so part of every single kill. Playing well.
The build is still very much up in the air. Runeglaive, as we mentioned. Tahm Kench coming in.
Yep, here we go. Gorilla showing up, trying to get behind enemy lines, gets a slow onto Max. There's a smite from Peanut. They get the ultimate out of the Alistar, but no kills.
You do notice that the playstyle is very different from Alistar. When he had 70% damage reduction, Gorilla would often pop it when he had 250 health left if there was no Ignite on the enemy team. Now, because there was such a big nerf early game to the damage reduction, you have to pop it to negate all of the damage rather than timing it to bait. The bait potential of that ult has certainly gone down tremendously.
ADD just completely unafraid of this Rumble right now. We saw him dirty farming up in the top lane. I thought maybe the Rocks Tigers were going to go for Dragon, but they didn't do it.
The fact that he's been able to itemize so much magic, just soon to be the Spirit Visage, means that Rumble with no magic penetration is not a consideration for him at all. He's 10 CS behind, though, so even though he has pressure in the top lane, it hasn't been translated into any meaningful statistics.
Yep, Ace in the hole takes a little bit of a chunk out of Ian. And they're just going to move back down to bot lane, it looks like, on the minimap.
Mumu, Rod of Ages is a possibility. Rylai's, as I mentioned, is a possibility. Full Tank also distinct possibilities. Invested a lot in early game between the Runeglaive that makes his ganks that much more potent, and also the Hunter's Potion just to sustain through the jungle.
Yeah, seems like it's paid off. Able to make some waves. Waves of tears from Amumu.
All the waves back in League of Legends now. Amumu and Nami both in the meta.
Yeah.
At least on the edges of it. Smeb hasn't shopped in a really long time, so he's in a very significant hole itemization-wise against Rumble. Literally only the component parts of a Haunting Guise and I guess an Abyssal Scepter compared to completed Spirit Visage.
Well, he's going back now.
Peanut gonna come pick up the farm. And wow, Leandri's Rush, okay.
Huh, alright, yeah, so just trying to get a little bit more damage on over time. And it looks like MVP is going to go after this first dragon, and they're going to get it. So a little bit of movement speed bonus for MVP.
Not going to be too much of a consideration. The movement speed Drake is considered by far the weakest in terms of the stat values it provides. So although you'll appreciate the 15 movement speed, it's certainly not a backbreaker in any way.
Yep.
It's going to be an Ocean Drake next, so sustain a movement speed once again for the first 2 dragons.
Ooh, ADD. Just being so aggressive on the Smeb now. So what do you think? I mean, if Rocks Tigers is able to make this game go long, it still seems like MVP's got a pretty strong team fight, you know?
But there's answers for CC stacking. Things like Mikhail's Crucible, QSS, Summoner Spell Cleanse that Cry is wearing are all answers. So this is very much press R and layer your CC or lose comp. Ian's going to take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow, that Chaos Storm does a ton. Flash Q, isn't enough. Can't get the Chaos Storm to him. Oh, man. That was so close.
These are the plays you can do now that you can max the Chaos Storm first. The tick rate is so relevant. Tahm Kench is going to come visit mid lane. This is just going to be to take down a turret. So still going to be a very successful trade in mid, because with Peanut there and 3 members entrenched in mid lane, this could be the mid lane turret.
Yeah, it'll be the first turret of the game, it looks like. Well, maybe not. Ash Arrow goes through, doesn't hit anybody.
When I saw the Victor changes specifically to how the ult damage was calculated, I expected there to be heavy emphasis on just instant finishing your perfect hex score. Before we would see 2 upgrades into another item, then finishing the perfect hex score. But the movement speed buff onto perfect hex score with the damage tick rate makes it almost a must-have rush. And it opens up situations like that where Cry was just doing immense damage with specifically the Chaos Storm.
Right. Maha and Max able to get up onto the tier 1 turret bot lane and do some serious damage there.
Everything's always at a cost in competitive League of Legends. You send 3 members mid with something like the Tahm Kench rotation, you will get answering damage inflicted in almost every situation.
Yep.
MVP don't know that they're an award.
Now this game is still very even overall. Despite the kills that have been going MVP's way, they're only about 1,000 gold up. They don't have any turrets. They've only got that 1 Cloud Drake, so it's still pretty good for the Rocks Tigers.
I feel like in the late game, Rox' team comp will be slightly more reliable, but definitely not in the landslide. So let's see which team can really capitalize on these objectives, because I think that's the team that will certainly take out the win.
Beyond gets a Rift Sculler, so they'll have the good vision over that part of the map for the moment. Find some wards.
For the benefit of Cloud Templar, they showed that he's maxing Bandage Toss second. You max Tantrum to clear the jungle camps. Bandage Toss actually scales with cooldown reduction really heavily per level, so it's actually commonly been, and it's also your burst ability, so it's very commonly been the second max is.
Whoa, right onto Peanut. He's going to get back into mid lane. None the worse for wear, just a bit of damage. He really wants that Raptor. And I think he got it too, actually, with the smite. Oh, Equalizer comes down. They caught ADD. He doesn't look like he's going to make it out. Meanwhile, Curse of the Sad Mummy comes down from beyond. Only onto Peanut. They force the flash. Ian slows him down. Flash Flame Spitter from Smeb. Can he finish off the Mummy? He can. Meanwhile, Maha gets very low as Gorilla and Prey go all in. Gorilla having to eat up his AD carry to keep him safe.
Really nice rumble mechanics that Smeb has always had. Hit both of the rockets onto the retreating Amumu to
let's
confirm
watch that
the
fight
kill.
again.
So basically this is, once again, fighting in a choke point against a Rumble. This time thusly punished by Smeb. Already has Leandrin's level 2 ultimate. Beyond's re-engage at that point. Remember, he had already hooked onto the inner turret for the first salvo, but the second one was really, really questionable, and the kills went out as a result. We're seeing a replay of the fight in bot. Very hard for Ashe to actually get kills because it's one of those waiting games for the Tahm Kench, just waiting to go for the Devourer the moment that you see the Ashe arrow sent out.
Yeah. Oh, and the Rift Herald just can't take it anymore. He's like, I'm done with this game. And it looks like MVP is done with the mid lane turret. So the first turret in the game falls via the minions.
Build hasn't changed at all for a Victor. Rylai's was very much the first core item pickup in the past. It's for different reasons. The old Rylai's was about the chase, specifically with Q, and to some degree when you open up with your Death Ray. But now it's about the chase with specifically your ultimate, because now your ultimate's super fast and has that slow but relevant, that small but relevant slow. So definitely even more scaling with Rylai's now for Victor on the new patch.
And meanwhile, the items for Prey are looking a little bit different than they did in Game 1. He went for the Hurricane first rather than the Rapid Fire Cannon. So playing a little bit more for some lane pushing this time, which makes sense.
Now, looking around mid, he's already used his tunnel, so definitely doesn't want to enter lane just yet. So you can see 10-second cooldown that ability.
Yep. And Ian wise to back away for the moment.
They know exactly where Varus is going, so this is a fight where Rox will have full information on their enemies.
Yep. And with Beyond just showing himself in lane too, Prey and Gorilla have to back up. The range on that ultimate from Amumu is just absolutely massive. Parallel Convergence trying to zone out Cry. Peanut is right there though as ADD goes in. They're going to turn it right around on him. Chaos Storm dropped. Whoa, Ash Arrow goes right through the middle of 4 people. Smeb teleports down 2. Will there be a team fight though? Maybe they've caught Max. No, Max goes in for the headbutt pulverize, takes a lot of damage, pops that ultimate. Prey getting some good autos in. ADD trying to get back to him. Looks like he will for the moment.
Here we go.
Prey eating up. Nice curse of the Sad Mummy. There goes the AD carry. Rox Tigers fight without it. They're going to trade 1 for 1. ADD goes way deep with that Echo. That's a double kill now for Peanut. And the Rox Tigers ahead for just the moment anyway in this team fight. They are the ones taking the pressure in this lane.
Big thing for Rox was they were much smarter about using their consistent damage. You got consistent damage top laner, consistent damage mid. Prey got a lot of auto attacks in as well, and Maha was fairly trivialized in the fight. We're going to see the replay. Smeb's ult actually isn't great. It ends up just trying to split the enemy team. I guess you could argue that it stopped Ash, but Ash actually wasn't even around, so it's not a relevant thing. This is a 5v4. Beyond hits one of those Amumu bandit tosses where you have to initiate on it. And okay, they get the kill onto the Caitlyn, but remember, it's still a situation where Ash has done basically nothing throughout the fight, so almost baited by just how picture perfect he was at hitting the bandage toss, and he just didn't have the consistent damage to back up what was a nice clean engage from MVP.
Yeah, I mean Beyond had a great curse of the Sad Mummy there. But was kind of left a little bit high and dry. Now, Ian is 3-0-0. He's having a good game on that Varus, but the Rox Tigers for the first time now taking a gold lead. And the second Drake is another Cloud Drake, I guess. So not a huge priority for either team.
Rox have definitely not paid much attention to the Dragon in Game 2. They've been happy to just fight around the lanes. Game 1 was played almost exclusively around their top lane advantage. This game been a little bit more even focus from Rek'Sai.
Yeah, very true.
And Beyond was 100% kill participation, still is, but it started to die in these team fights, whereas Peanut had a slow start and definitely has a much better score. He's going for this new school approach, which actually is a bit of an old school solo queue build of the Cinderhulk into Titanic Hydra on the Rek'Sai.
Oh, Smeb dueling with ADD, drops down the equalizer. ADD able to just walk around that. Barely.
Very difficult to kill a Echo in lane if you're Rumble. Has so many dashes, they're just not going to sit on things like your equalizer or even stay in the range for Flame Spitter. No Rylai is going to be built just yet, so ADD just able to happily skip away and go very competitive in the trades.
Yep. Deciding to walk back to lane, too.
Full DPS Amumu. Well, it's burst time for Beyond. He will explode the enemy and then explode himself thusly.
I was going to say, yeah. This is the solo queue special for sure.
Had a Ruby Crystal early, so I'm like, oh, he might build tank. Nope, that was just a Ruby Crystal.
Oh, we might build a Sightstone. Nope.
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 He's going to sweep, and then he's going to engage. That's what he's going to do.
Guess so.
That's kind of... See, the issue there is that now he's not a frontliner. He will be in the front line, but then he'll be deleted from the front line. Echo and Alistar, I guess, to some degree. If this was old Alistar, where from level 6 onwards he could just casually troll in the front line, then things would be okay. But they only really have Echo for front line now, so it's going to be difficult for Ian and Maha.
Whoop, Ash Arrow onto Gorilla.
Oh, that's the Mikhail.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and actually Prey gets caught. Nice. Save, though, by Gorilla, and that's the trouble they're going to run into. This Tahm Kench really good at delivering characters out of that Amumu ultimate. In the end, MVP still does take a turret, so that's 2-0 for them in the turret count now.
And I tell a lie, it's actually QSS, not Mikhail's Crucible. I was surprised he would have a Mikhail so early in the game from support, but he just realized that Gorilla's role is always to peel for Prey, and now they don't actually have an Ash Arrow target. If you Ash Arrow the Tahm Kench, he's going to QSS. If you Ash Arrow the Caitlyn, he's going to get eaten by the Tahm Kench. So no fun there.
That's the funny thing is that buying a QSS on Gorilla is essentially buying a QSS on Prey too, because it lets him get out of that CC and then take Prey out of it too.
Magic Resist also going to be a relevant stat. It's not quite as flexible. I feel like Mikhail's is still desperately needed because it's not the one CC, right? It's so much pick CC, of course, on the side of MVP.
And MVP has all outer turrets down now. In response to the 0 from the Rocks Tigers, maybe they can get this mid lane one.
It takes a lot of DPS, doesn't have much sustain, so
Not a lot of map pressure for Rocks Tigers right now.
seems like Echo will still have a significant advantage in map pressure. Here we
Teleport
go.
coming in, Prey in a bit of an awkward spot. Gorilla's going to save one of his members here, and now Peanut delivered to the back line. Equalizer forces MVP back just a little bit. As Smeb teleports down, will MVP re-engage? It looks like they will as the Ash Arrow connects with Smeb. Headbutt Pulverize coming in for Max. Another save from Gorilla, but that means Prey caught by the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and a huge teamfight win for MVP. ADD goes in for some more damage, but it's a double kill now for Ian on that Varus. Make it a triple, make it a quadra kill for this Varus. It is the day of Varus, Papa Smithy.
That was so well coordinated by MVP. How many different disengages, QSSs, Tahm Kench abilities they have to factor in to find a way to lay a CC. I thought there'd be enough items to counter what is very much a CC-focused team. But just watch it. This is interesting. So much better ultimate from Smeb does split the team. Everyone has to back away. Gorilla's super low, so suddenly an Ash Arrow on anyone's actually pretty good because Gorilla's going to have to walk up and take a lot of damage. He flashes out and you think, okay, it's over now. But the engage from beyond, specifically onto Caitlyn, takes her down early. They keep going. There's going to be a nice little bandage toss to end the fight with a true ace. On our screens, we can see that they take Baron off the back of this as well. MVP are practiced at playing around this Amumu. They did it in Challenger. Clearly, they've been doing it in scrims as well, because that was great to watch.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's kind of looking like the Rocks Tigers are not prepared to handle this Amumu.
I mean, Rek'Sai tried that early invade, couldn't get the buff steal, and from there has been a passenger as Amumu has entered lanes, ultimate or not, and made so much of an impact. He still has 100% kill participation as an Amumu.
Yeah, Maha takes some damage. Well, takes a lot of damage. He's dead. Ace and Null from Prey helps out, and they will claim that second Cloud Drake. So it's going to help the movement speed a little bit for the Rocks Tigers. So they do answer right back, but they're starting to just lose so many turrets now. That's kind of the big concern.
There's some items they desperately need because we've seen Selfish stats and actually Ravenous Hydra. Okay, I really don't like the Ravenous Hydra from Peanut. Titanic makes some degree of sense. He's going Ravenous Hydra from the jungle. Not really sure what to make of that, but the item I'm talking about is that because you saw QSS from Gorilla, there's no Aegis. The Aegis is super late by competitive standards, still a very relevant item. You see there's already a locket completed for the Alistar. Gonna see the Tahm Kench teleport in, but they don't really have the items to win team fights just yet. Because it's an AP Amumu, this damage can be outscaled, but things like Magic Resist and specifically the Aegis are required for that to start happening for the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, for sure. If they can drag this game out long enough, then I still certainly come back.
And that's the thing, is that Amumu will be, with enough Magic Resist, Amumu won't be tanky enough to sit around to do sustained damage in the front line, and the burst will be, you know, the AP ratios aren't there. Once upon a time, he had massive AP ratios on both his ultimate and his Q. That was changed a couple of years ago now. And so still does surprising damage, especially because how practiced are you at playing against Amumu at the highest level? But it is still going to be outscaled when you go this AP build.
Yep. Meanwhile, Smeb is going to start to do just ridiculous amounts of damage, if he hasn't already.
Void Staff next will let him hit the next level.
Whoa! Ash Arrow does not hit Cry, but the Q from Varus does. And that 7-0-1 Varus is doing a ton of damage. There goes the mid lane tier 2. So it's 4 turrets to 0, or to 1 rather now.
You pointed out, though, you talked about the lack of map pressure. It's continued. Every lane that the camera takes us to is being heavily pushed in. Caitlyn tried to just freeze and farm in bot lane in a game where they don't have the map pressure, Rocks Tigers, to actually do that.
Yeah. MVP got plenty of damage done to that tier 2 turret. They don't need to really push any farther than that. And I like this. I like that we're not seeing them kind of overcommit to these fights, despite the fact that they've been playing well this game. They're not letting it make them make bad decisions.
Well, it's not a poke comp. MVP with the Caitlyn looked much better against KT, and with the same sort of turret pressure this game, it looked a lot more polished. So maybe this is just a team that right now has only perfected or refined a single strategy, but playing around turrets seems to be the name of a winning or at least advantageous game for MVP.
Yep. Now it's at the point, as we see, it's going to be an Infernal Drake next. Now it's at the point where ROX Tigers, I think, are going to have a tough time coming back. They really are going to need to, you think, take it to the super late game and just kind of outlast MVP. If they can hold off, you know, the MVP is the more rookie team. You know, they have a better chance of making a big mistake in the late game that the ROX Tigers can capitalize on. And it feels like that's what they kind of need to count on now.
Just desperate for that Aegis. The Observer was showing us the Ryle has been completed. We're seeing 470-ish damage already just from the Amumu ultimate, let alone the Q that has very high base value as well. So instant burst damage from beyond is going to be relevant until they can outscale the burst, which again will happen eventually. You know, eventually is always a relative term. If you get a massive lead, eventually it can come very early when it comes to certain break-evens in items and levels, but that eventually is magic resistant. Gorilla desperately needs a Locket.
Yeah, he does. Ouch.
Locket doesn't do much against Varus, though, so
Nope.
damage is certainly hurting. Infernal Drake will be happy times for MVP.
Yeah. Ian's Varus is looking really good, too. Ooh, Peanut, that's a bold move to be so far up. A little bit dangerous. Just wants to try to clear as much as he possibly can and save that turret. And he will hold him off long enough for Smeb to show up.
Surprised, actually, that he was able to play so aggressively. Now, he has a build for wave clear with the Ravenous Hydra. He doesn't have the tank stats behind it to, you would have to have assumed on paper, push up so aggressively. But
Yeah.
no bait is taken by MVP and able to clear out that wave in the bot lane.
Pretty much. So, a minute 30 until that Infernal Drake is up. Baron, the next one, coming up in about a minute 40.
Talked a lot about the Aegis. That part is complete. Not quite the Locket yet.
Uh-oh.
Peanut.
Bandage toss onto Peanut, forcing him to run away.
You are able to buffer the tunneling from the Varus, so even if the Bandage Toss hits, you do still complete the tunnel, so wasn't in imminent danger there.
I suppose.
This is still so finely poised. It's still a game. Wow, okay. Well,
Time to
Rock's
take a
going
ride.
in.
Here comes Tom Kench. And there goes Tom Kench. Teleport, though. Going to bring ADD there. He's going to jump onto Gorilla right away. Chains of Corruption lands. He's going to get out of it with that QSS. Oh, but the Q from Ian. He didn't even have time to use his E. Oh, nice Asher on the
Here we
break.
go.
Great Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Wombo combo comes in for MVP. Smeb trying to turn it around with the damage from this Rumble, but it's not quite enough. MVP still winning the team fight. Too low health, though, to maybe pressure this turret a whole lot. They really want to, though.
and still we haven't seen the effect of a Locket, because guess what? Tom Kench died too fast. The magic resists were gone. The Locket wasn't relevant. And really nice re-engage once again from Beyond. He's not going to draw an Amumu ban, but now when you play against MVP, at the back of your head, you're always going to have to worry about the Amumu pick coming out. And it's just, there's answers to Amumu. They're very clear.
I think you just ban him next game.
I don't think you ban him, Doa, but
You sure?
you just need data points. Gorilla's problem here is that Gorilla has the Locker, he just dies,
Aww.
doesn't pop the gray health and dies, and then
Didn't see
Beyond's
it.
like, oh, there's 3 people grouped.
Yeah.
Oh my, I didn't even notice the Ash Arrow came on to Prey first, so
Yeah,
it
that's
was
what set it up.
the most obvious of initiations from the Amumu, but I just feel like, do you remember when Evelynn popped in the meta for a couple of weeks and then people
course.
remembered how to play against Evelynn?
Yeah.
Amumu is very straightforward to play against. There's early ways to deal with the Amumu. You invade that jungle, which Peanut kind of made one cursory effort to do so, but never really returned to.
Suppose.
And you don't group in team fights. There's ways to deal with it. It's just, you don't have data points. You don't see Amumu in solo queue. You don't see Amumu in scrims. And Amumu right now, it's not a cheese pick, but the effect it's had on this game is really disproportionate to the power level of Amumu.
Now, one thing that did happen during that replay was that the Tigers were able to take the Infernal Drake, so that's a nice damage buff, and that may be enough to, make them relevant, because as far as gold goes, at this point in the game, they're really not that far behind, so that Drake pickup was actually big for the ROX Tigers.
The lack of frontline, though, that's my issue, is that, okay, Rumble's never really a frontliner, but there's no Abyssal Scepter, it's just Zhonya's, so his ability to be in the front line is to overheat than Zhonya's. Ravenous Hydra means even less health and not much magic resist for Peanut, so he's not much of a frontliner. Baron's going down quickly.
Yeah, being taken by MVP. Here comes the Rocks Tigers. They want to try to stop this one. Ash Arrow does not hit. Looks like Baron does go over to MVP in the end anyway. ADD engaging into the back line. Cry walking away very slowly. And it looks like MVP intelligently just happy to walk away with that Baron buff.
Don't get any bonus kills, though, but they get the Baron buff, which is already massive.
Good enough, yeah. They can put some pressure on now with this.
But again, because it's a frontline DPS Rek'Sai, she's not really going to be at the front. Victor doesn't have any magic resist. Prey doesn't have any magic resist. There's magic resist on Tahm Kench, but Tahm Kench is basically one of the obvious persons to take poke damage, so no one can frontline and deal with this Amumu, who's still shredding the team later than you would think. 36 minutes in, you would think the Amumu would start to be outscaled, but just given the approach and the draft from Rocks, Amumu's doing still so much work.
Yeah. Very true. Now the question is, can MVP actually push in and take another inhibitor with this? Had the top one down for a little while.
Ghost Flash 901 Varus says probably, though. This guy is a raid boss. Ghost saw so many buffs and is so powerful on this Varus. Now at all points in the game, Ghost is stronger, up to 45% extra move speed now at level 18. So basically moves at the speed of light.
It's a very
Elemental
fast
Drakes
Varus.
or no. And
don't
no
have a
one's going to be
light
able to
break.
hit him with damage.
Yeah, probably. Ash Arrow comes through, lands onto Peanut. And that's going to be an engage. Wow, they're going way in onto this. Backing off now. That may have been an overcommittal here from MVP. His Cry lays down a lot of damage. Equalizer doing work as well. This push is stopped cold. Rocks Tigers pursuing for the moment. Ian is there, though, and this Varus can add on so much damage that it's a bit dangerous to chase. Gorilla nearly taken out there.
Worth knowing that all the engaged CC was used in a disengaged capacity, so Rocks will find CS as a result. It's the smallest of rewards, but they'll take anything they can get, given the fact that the last couple of fights in a row have been purely for MVP.
Death cap for this jungle Amumu. He is going as pure damage as you can possibly go with this.
Again, please, someone on Twitter, someone out there, translate what Cloud Templar feels about the death cap, because he was not an aggressive jungle itemization kind of person. He built tank on his Rammus, built tank on his Amumu,
Tank on the Skarner.
beyond going full AP stacking. The ultimate's hitting for a casual 800 damage,
Oh, yes.
and the bandage toss is hitting for plenty too.
Probably. Yeah, it's a bit awkward.
It's awesome, that's what it is.
Awkward, awesome. Two sides of the same coin sometimes. As MVP goes for this mid lane turret. Keenan already taking quite a bit of damage. Big engage from ADD just to zone Rocks Tigers, and they're going to get this inhibitor. This is going to be the mid inhibitor, and nothing Rocks can do about it.
Tahm Kench Devour does keep Rumble from dying, but no more than that. They get the objective, they get out, they're going to now push around the bottom side.
They've got all the minion waves going too, so I think we might be seeing Game 3 here.
It's great to see this from MVP. They're doing something different, they're doing something that's actually something they've done before in terms of the Amumu pick, and they're making it work in a way that other teams with edge meta picks haven't done.
I mean, it's impressive the way they've made this really be effective.
Where's that
Even
Amumu
knocked
ult?
up. There it is, catching two, Gorilla one of them. Couple kills coming in for MVP. Looks like they're ready to end this game as a double kill comes in for Ian now. Prey trying to get back to base, but there's a snipe from the Varus. Another triple kill. Ian has just been destroying people all game long, and MVP ready to destroy the Nexus. This Amumu pick was beautiful, and the combination of that and the Ash Arrow and the Varus means that MVP will force a Game 3. GG.
You know what the happiest thing is, Doa? This isn't what a Rocks Tigers doing. This isn't a Smeb mechanical misplay.
No.
This is MVP outplaying their opponents, which are the Rocks Tigers. Again, World Championship runners-up, LCK Spring runners-up, MVP. They brought something homebrew. They tried something different. In their first series, it was Lucian Twitch. It didn't work. This time we see them try something new, or I guess something very old, anew, and man, it was damn effective.
Yeah, I would say so. No smiles in the Rocks Tigers booth now, as MVP has shut them down pretty hard here in game number 2. And this is worrisome if you're the Rocks Tigers, if you really think you're going to kind of crush this match. now Game 3 really called into question. Do they have an answer for the Amumu? That's the question. They either have to ban it or they have to have a really good answer for this.
Remember that phrase. You just said it out loud. Will
I
they
know.
have to ban the Amumu?
I know, man. Let's take a look at the damage champions. Obviously, Varus is going to crush this one. Jeez.
How did Varus ever lose a damage to champion stat? That's one of the questions we will always have.
Well, Ian this game ended up 12-0-2, which is an impressive enough stat to get the MVP. If it weren't for Beyond Amumu, I feel like they're probably going to give it to him.
It's
but
going to be a hard market for MVPs this game. The kill participation beyond was really impressive.
When they ask us during the break, what are you going to tell them? Who's your MVP?
I'm keeping that quiet, Doa.
You, really? I'm going to tell you. I think the Amumu was great. I don't think it's that hard to land, though, so I'm going to go with Varus.
I think Varus always gets a lot of damage, so I think you can say the same thing about him and take the balls to play the Amumu and then go full damage
I guess.
and carry the game. I think he has to win the MVP.
I've got a feeling everybody's going to side with you, but we'll find out after the break, guys. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be MVP versus Drox Tigers Game 3.
Played a lot of you might win it. It's like 25 the lives that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Welcome back to LCK Summer. Beyond, of course, gets the MVP for that Amumu play, and there was nothing sad about it.
I'm just giddy, Doa. That's what I said on Twitter. That's what I'm going to say now. It's great to watch a team do something so different and pull it off. And it was so clean as well. And, you know, Peanut made that obvious early invade. Didn't get much from it, but the pathing from Beyond, the knowledge of his team to play around an edge meta jungle pick. We saw none of this yesterday when we saw the Kha'Zix be broken out. And the Kha'Zix seemed to be completely disconnected from the rest of ESC ever. The Amumu, though, they were practiced, they were clinical, and they made me a believer.
I mean, something to consider, too, is that the rest of their crowd control was really landing well, too. I mean, Maha was landing some good Ash arrows. Ian was landing his Chains of Corruption. Well, there's a great Ash arrow right there. And so even though the Amumu was impressive, it was a good surprise pick that they made work. It really was a team effort, and I thought MVP looked very well coordinated.
And look, I'm always one to go the team effort route, but let's just focus on the individual this time, because there's so many things to talk about. There's a lot of games where someone will pick an edge meta jungler and they'll win, but it wasn't the jungler, right? It wasn't like if they had won that Kha'Zix game, the pick was nothing to do with Kha'Zix. This was full damage AP Amumu that they won with. They went the highest risk build with a high risk jungler, and the jungler had 100% kill participation till very late in the game. This is basically executing in every single way on a crazily risky pick, and that's a great sign from MVP. Again, I now have to really dispense with calling them Kongdu Monster-esque, because they're already showing more in 2 sets than Kongdu Monster showed in a split.
Yeah, I mean, sad for Kongdu Monster, but that is absolutely true. As we move into picks and bans for the last game between the Tigers and MVP, Varus, the first ban coming out on the Tigers side.
So you can confidently ban the Varus. You saw how well Ian played it. You don't feel bad. It's when you have to ban the Amumu. That's when you have to panic a bit for Rox. I feel like Amumu's going to be left up. I don't know if Lightning can strike twice with that pick, and I think it was also a big reasoning for that was the fact that so many junglers were banned away. So if the jungle pool isn't pinched as hard, I don't think you have to worry about the Amumu ban. Certainly, I don't think should be a second ban, but if you see more jungle bans from MVP, maybe it has to be your third blue side ban if you're Rox.
Well, I mean, if I was MVP, I might want to try to force that as much as I possibly could.
I think you ban Kindred here and then see what Rox does.
Notice, too, how many bans Ian is actually demanding here from the Rox Tigers side.
MVP, follow my logic. They do ban the Kindred, so that means that the top 2 junglers are out. Of course, Elise and Rek'Sai, still very powerful, and Graves, who's kind of fallen out of the meta, is still a consideration. We've seen Graves available in multiple games, and people might be wondering why we're not talking about Graves as relevant in this jungle fighting meta, specifically fighting around Dragon. Graves' ramp-up time makes him fairly irrelevant. Now, you can probably say the same thing about Amumu, but they made that work. You can make Graves work, it's just he's not as oppressive as he was before a couple of nerfs have come out, so we just haven't seen much Graves in the jungle, and when we have, it hasn't done a lot of winning.
Yeah. So first pick over to the Rox Tigers this time around. It was 3 jungle bans from MVP.
They're basically saying, hey, you want to do Rek'Sai versus Amumu again?
Well, I mean, what do you take? The Ashe actually might be kind of tempting for Rox Tigers, but they don't have a Varus to pair with it. Maybe the Lucian here?
Maokai or Echo.
Yeah,
also
that's true.
very powerful and both available.
Yeah.
Trundle.
The Trundle, though. Okay, going back to the Trundle. First pick from game 1.
Now, it is a flex pick. MVP going to hover that Amumu at minimum. I don't know if you lock it in. It's clearly not going to be taken away. You can just take the Rek'Sai if you want, but I think you leave the jungle pickup. I think you're happy if they take the Rek'Sai, if you feel like you have enough tools left to make an Amumu-esque comp work. But hard to say what gears are turning in the booth and the coaching, from the coach especially, from MVP. Echo is that top laner with pressure compared to Maokai, who's still very strong but doesn't quite have that lane pressure with the strong wave clear. So I expect the Echo lock-in to come in. It's the next pick that's a little bit more up in the air.
Well, they're spending a lot of time on it, so we'll see. Swapping it over to the Caitlyn. And it wouldn't be a bad pickup, because then you suddenly put Rox Tigers in the spot where, yeah, they could take the Lucian, but it doesn't match well into Caitlyn. They could attack the Ashe, but again, they don't have the siege that they would have had before.
And also it starts to force Rox to reveal things, because now you're saying, hey, what's your jungle going to be? Because we got some cool stuff over here. And so you suddenly, do you want to show your jungler? Do you want to show the fact that Trundle is going to be a support or a top laner? They're fishing for as much information as possible before they commit to their image, which is good pick ban trends from MVP.
Lucian is Azir. So 2 strong pickups for Rox Tigers. Cry, of course, can play that Azir fairly well, we do know.
Caitlyn was a champion that was banned by KT Rolster against MVP. Maha showed good skill in that pick, and that was the game, of course, that they came so desperately close to winning in that second game against MVP. So Caitlyn has already been locked in. Opting into Lucian versus Caitlyn is a risk, but, Frey has a lot of experience in the champion. He can make it work. Ian played almost exclusively Ahri in that promotion series, and the matchup against Azir is competitive. It's a bit of a skill matchup in the mid lane, and will they leave their jungle pick for last? They will.
Okay, Victor, Alistar are the 2 choices for MVP now.
Now they're saying, all right, what jungle are you playing?
Well, they're going to find out. Might be Graves. Might be Graves.
And we've seen series, many series recently where support has become that last pick champion. Last pick Nami was the story in the MSI final. Fun how this has evolved into last pick jungle. The new way of playing. Peanut's a good Graves player, but again, I've kind of said my piece on Graves. I'm not super convinced with it in the current meta. Peanut will lock in Graves. Not a jungler that applies the most pressure on invades, but didn't manage to make it work with the Rek'Sai last game. Question is, what do MVP do? Do they try to make lightning strike twice with the Amumu?
Hard to say. Rek'Sai seems like the logical choice here, unless they do decide to go for the Amumu. But I feel like it's harder to do this time, because you've either got fairly tanky heroes that you'd be locking down, or heroes that are probably going to be able to dodge out of the way. So I don't think the Amumu is going to work here.
I actually really like the Rek'Sai with this comp, because you consider what they have. Very, very strong wave clear with Caitlyn, Victor, and the Echo. If you repeat the previous game, Caitlyn gets an early turret down, for example. Rek'Sai allows you to cheat through the enemy jungle like no other jungler can, because Rek'Sai Caitlyn can just walk through an enemy jungle. Tremor Sense will give you the information, and if you get to a turret first as Caitlyn, a couple of auto attacks later, you've got more structures down. So you can play super aggressively with what the Tremor Sense provides, and it's a nice, balanced team comp. It's not the shenanigans of Game 2, but there's a lot to like about MVP's draft.
Yeah, so MVP going for that Rek'Sai in the end for the jungle for Beyond. And we'll see what the Rox Tigers have here. I feel like the Rox Tigers, more than anything this game, have just like a very basic, solid team composition, don't they?
It's just not very Rox Tigers-esque, is it? The Azir in the mid lane isn't really one of their picks. Obviously, the Smeb on the Maokai is, but again, you really want Peanut to be playing the Nidalee Kindred that, of course, have been targeted. Nidalee Kindred Elise is 3 jungle bans at Peanut, and it has removed most of his tools to be that battle ward, to be super aggressive, and now he's kind of resigned to farming up. Now, you can level 2 gank as the Graves, so maybe that's where Peanut will go as battle ward-esque as possible, but otherwise, not as Rox Tigers-esque a comp as you might expect in a Game 3.
Yeah, now we did see the Rox Tigers kind of reinvent themselves a little bit around Peanut when he joined the team last year. And who's to say they won't do something similar with Cry?
I mean, losing matchup top lane in terms of pressure, losing matchup definitely in the 2v2 in terms of pressure. I think Rox really needs to get into a 2v1, avoid what could be a really painful laning phase, because we see MVP get a massive pressure advantage early, rotate that Caitlyn around. Could be a big gold lead for MVP if they play all their cards correctly.
True enough. We'll see how they do in the lane swap. Time to get into the game. Rox Tigers versus MVP Game 3. Who takes this best of 3? Let's find out. Bang! I love how they have the exclamation point at the end. It's like he's ready to run for American political office or something. Ocean Drake will be the first Drake of the game in Game 3 between the Rocks Tigers.
One of the few
MVP.
topics that we don't talk about in the Phil, Doa. American politics.
We could.
Let's not.
I don't know.
Please, please.
There's a lot to talk about.
There is certainly.
Some of those guys, dude.
I don't know if the early game is light enough to touch on some of those topics.
You wouldn't be able to hold the conversation anyway.
I'm willing to be
You're
a sounding
not from
board,
the
Doa.
right country.
Really, I'm not. What's wrong with my country?
Well, they don't have American politics. It's not something wrong. It's just something they lack.
I would actually take that as a on balance, a positive, Doa.
You sure? Okay.
Especially recently.
Okay. Drop bear for president. 2000. Whenever your election is.
I think we have. I'm not that familiar with our parliamentary system, but it's more regular than most countries, so it's
whatever
probably soon.
Whatever the queen decides, right?
Bow before her.
Well, Fry gets a little bit of time in the mid lane here. Gets a couple minions before Ian shows up. Not that it's going to make a huge amount of difference, but it looks like we are going to have that lane swap. Smeb Pyong, so it's like Smeb older brother, and then I didn't get to read the rest. I can't read Korean fast
So
enough,
why don't we
guys.
just assume it said Smeb Senpai? Or equivalent
Maybe
of
just
that.
Smeb, please do better this game.
Well, I mean, especially if that was after the second game last week, I think it would be pretty much vindicated. So
Yeah.
you mentioned it, lane swap on, which is happy days for Rocks Tigers. Standard lanes, given the pressure, advantage in every lane other than mid would have meant hard time for Peanut to get through the farming phase he is going to be under in this Graves.
Yeah, we did see ADD rush up to try to get a little bit of CS anyway before Prey and Gorilla forced him out of lane.
Speaking to analysts, a lot of them theorize that lane swaps become more of a thing of the past with the introduction of the elemental drakes, just because First Dragon before, it was more about late game insurance, right? It was 8% stats or 6% stats as it evolved, but that wasn't really relevant in the early game. Now the first elemental dragon can be a mountain dragon, which is always going to be an important one. So it feels like lane swaps, i.e. swapping your bot lane to top side and giving up potentially a 4 or 5 minute dragon is more trouble than it's worth. But given the draft and the fact that we said Rocks Tigers needed it, it's just a disadvantage they had to opt into and hope there wasn't going to be a mountain or infernal drake to punish them.
It really does change in early game now, doesn't it? If there's an ocean or cloud drake spawning, or conversely, if there's an infernal drake or mountain drake spawning, two of those dragons obviously have a much higher priority.
But it's really RNG though. It's really randomness because
Of course.
Rocks look at the draft and like, we have to lane swap. We're going to be screwed if we don't. And then it's like, please, please not infernal or mountain. You know, like
Yeah.
they can't not lane swap if that happens. They still need to force the lane swap. It's just what will the punishment be? And in this case, they're going to be happy that it's again one of the two lesser, I guess I say in inverted commas, drakes.
Well, Peanut may try for a steal here. Standing right next to a ward, and actually MVP forced back. Rocks Tigers coming in. Are they going to be able to grab that? Peanut comes up for a
Smite
bit of
wall.
damage. It's a smite off. Who gets it? It's going to go over to the Rocks Tigers, actually. But now the headbutt pulverize comes in. Peanut getting exhausted, gets back to the brush, but first blood does go in for MVP, and ADD manages to make it out. So they got the Ocean Drake, but they gave first blood over to the top laner on the other side. I don't know if that was worth it.
But it's a big heist, though. Remember, they lane swapped and still managed to get the dragon. You should never be able to get both advantages. So, dragon for a kill, you're going to be certainly happy for that.
Even with that first blood gold going over to ADD,
It's just such a heist. You can tell they did everything to commit to picking this up. So,
I suppose.
I'm going to be on the side of yes. It's worth knowing that Smeb didn't have to be there, got free time, picked up some CS, got a favorable back timing as well. So I think
That's a good
all
point.
in all, heist was enacted and successful for Rocks Tigers.
All right. Well, good job for Peanut, able to smite better.
He's young. He's got the smite reflexes of youth.
That's right. Cry able to get a decent amount of CS here as Ian goes back.
Playing FPSs recently, I find that I'm aware of the fact that I'm aging. I just don't hit those Twitch headshots anymore, Doa.
I'm not. I still do. Easy peasy.
We can't all be ex-Halo pro gamers like you.
Well, I'm not, but I
MLG
did
420.
play a lot of Halo. Definitely not a pro gamer.
Close enough, though. Close enough.
But I could have been.
The great regret.
Rox Tiger's able to actually bully Maha and max out for the moment anyway.
The Trundle flex down to the support role. Support Trundle. I think it's going to become a thing. In fact, now on with the ability to look back on a week of Champions play, it's really surprising we've seen so little Trundle. We've talked about the fact there was those 100% pick ban champions, as Cry considers fishing for an Emperor's Divide but doesn't find one. But Trundle wasn't one of them. You know, champions like Nidalee, Ryze, Kindred, they've all been 100% contested. But with QSS changed, Trundle, I feel, should be up there because support Trundle's still a thing, and top lane Trundle, especially if you can play like Smeb did earlier this series, is also a big consideration.
Yeah. True enough. Yeah, it's too bad for Cry that he wasn't able to get a little bit closer. He could have maybe forced that duel before Ian hit level 6, just hit it right now. But he couldn't quite get enough distance.
I like the idea, though, because
Yeah,
Ian's
for
gone
sure.
once again 2 mobility summoner spells on Victor, a much shorter range champion than the Varus. There should be times that you can fish for the Emperor's Divide, and if you Emperor's Divide, the Ghost isn't going to be doing too much in that particular engage.
Especially if you've got the exhaust too, like Cry does.
Risky to take Ghost on Victor this game. Such a different champion to Varus that there is going to be windows of punishment available for Cry.
Yeah.
But conversely, you just pop that Ghost early and get out of range, theoretically, if you have good vision. So early game will really impact how often you'll be able to just pop that Ghost and get out of danger.
Sure enough. ADD getting a nice little bit of CS up at top, but Smeb keeping up for the moment.
Peanut's been able to just farm to his heart's content, and only a single kill's been passed over. When he traded his life for that dragon, so basically been things going to plan for Rox Tigers. Will actually be the Lucian build du jour, specifically the Yomu's Ghostblade into Black Cleaver that we didn't see from Maha when he played Lucian earlier in the series. I think passing it up is just insane given how many different ways Lucian especially scales with armor penetration and the movement speed that you get from the Black Cleaver. So
Yeah.
not surprised at all to see it in this game, and has the Graves in the jungle to also get more value out of the armor penetration stat.
There's not a ton of champions where you're just like, this is the way to build this champion now, and if you don't, it's probably not as good, but Lucian seems to definitely have that right now.
And it echoes what I was talking about, the lane swaps not being as prioritized because of the dragon being strong. A 2-item AD carry, especially the power of the 2 items of Yomu's Ghostblade, which builds well, allows you to trade better in lane, into the Black Cleaver. 2-item power spikes are all about the mid game, and given that you always want to be fighting for dragons, you show up with those 2 items. The enemy AD carry can have whatever items they like, unless they're massively ahead in gold, and there's no way for them to have a similar impact. It's why Lucian is seen as this super powerful meta pick at the moment. So I just don't think you can pass it up. It's like passing up Haunting Guy's Sorcerer's Shoes for Rumble a couple of years ago. You just don't do it, given how clean the item build is.
Right. ADD pushed out of lane in the bot by Prey and Gorilla. They're going to go in on this one, actually. ADD taking a lot of damage. That's some pressure. Here comes Beyond, though. Ian there as well. Gorilla and Prey may have pushed a little bit too far up.
Ghosted.
Nice pillar from Gorilla, slowing down this Victor. Parallel convergence does not land. So they do make it out. That was a close call, though.
The slow and the terrain was enough to counteract the Ghost. So Ghost doesn't actually enact anything. Now it's down to a 3-minute cooldown, so hardly the biggest investment. They don't draw a summoner outside of Gorilla's exhaust on the side of Rox.
Ghost did get a lot better, of course.
Well, it's like literally at every point in the game, more movement speed, because it's 28% at level 1, scaling up to 45% at level 18,
Yeah.
and it's a 30-second shorter cooldown. It's a no-brainer. It's very, very powerful. It's just, when can you get away with Ghost is kind of the question you have to ask yourself. In a world where you're not worried about dying in lane, you kind of always take it, because having, you know, that massive burst of movement speed in the late game allows you to get kills or get away from deaths that you, in no other situation, will be able to. But if you die in lane and don't have the exhaust or heal or cleanse to get you through it, you only have yourself to blame.
Yep. True enough. And Ocean Drake is up down in the Drake pit. So that's the second one in a row.
Are we going to see the triple Ocean in a row?
And maybe.
All the sustain you could ever ask for out of combat.
And it looks like the Rocks Tigers may be able to claim this one. MVP, they might want to fight it. They're getting in position, but it's such a good pillar from Gorilla. I don't know if they
Smite
can do
War?
it. He's going to try
Wow.
for it. Oh, he takes it away. Wow. All right, well, I guess fair is fair, right? You know, Peanut got the first one, and the Smite off Beyond manages to steal away the second one.
That's just poor from Peanut. He smited and it was down to 42 HP. He didn't even have to consider things like the buckshot or auto attack from Graves execute damage. That was just literally, he stood there, miss-smited, and Beyond happily rolled in. Didn't even have to give up his life, only his flash this time, and
Yeah.
answers. So Oceans for everyone.
It's worked out well. Smith migrating his way back up the top lane. And, you know, wow, a third Ocean Drake in a row. Okay, well, we're going full Ocean Drake, these guys. This game, I guess.
Sounds like a worrying place to go. Never go full Ocean.
Full Ocean Drake.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you don't get to make that decision. The game does it for you.
In fact, all the time now.
Yep.
Literally up to the whims of Rito.
Right.
Now we have a different type of script problem.
I guess so. Well, for now, looks like a bit of a break in the action. Turrets are even for both sides. Beyond thinking about trying something here as Smeb actually goes in onto ADD. Beyond is right there.
Well, Jungler's
Peanut
coming.
close behind. Yeah, it's going to be a 2v2. Smeb taking a lot of damage, though, before Peanut gets there. ADD low. Smeb has the ultimate, though.
Good to back away from MVP. They
Here
probably
comes
would've-
Ian. There's the flash.
Oh.
Chaos Storm does not connect.
Another fishing mission with the Ghost. Gets some summoners. So again, the summoner trade is good. 3-minute cooldown for 5-minute cooldown between those two summoners.
Yeah, that's right.
Not punished for leaving lane. Victor, of course, can death ray and leave at his heart's content, such as the kit the champion
Wow,
has.
Smeb's going to TP right back up. Peanut is still there, and it's a 2v1 as ADD uses his ultimate right away to back off. Here comes Rek'Sai, though, with that ultimate. Going to tunnel away immediately. So, and in the end, all they really get out of that is the ultimate from ADD. Smeb did use Flash, too.
Yeah, used both summoners. ADD will have his teleport up. Didn't have to flash away, so... Summoner trade that time good for MVP. Is a bit of that slower early game, so we have to talk about the value of summoner trades and the value of pressure over actual kills.
Sure.
Only one on the board. Been all about taking down Ocean Drakes in the sum of our first 13 minutes.
It's a dangerous Drake, but the Ocean Drake, I'm sure, feels pretty isolated because he's not really around an ocean at all. It's not really even around a river.
It's pretty popular, though.
Yeah, I guess so.
Everyone's calling for him. At least someone behind the scenes is calling for him.
The summoners. Yeah, what's the lore explanation for the random elemental drakes now?
I'd like to think there's an Elemental Drake Overlord. I guess maybe the Elder Drake is the one that makes that decision.
I think there's the last summoner left. The last one that didn't get taken out in the great Rito lore purge of 2015 is just sitting underneath the dragon pit, rolling the dice. A 4-sided dice, because he loves his Dungeons and Dragons, especially his dragons, especially his random dragons. And whatever it comes up as, makes it spawn.
See, I
There
prefer
you
to
go.
think that the Elder Drake, that they're all children of the Elder Drake, and the Elder Drake decides which child he likes the least that day and just sends him out to die. It's like, Ocean, it's your time. Sorry.
This time it's the triplets.
Yep. Triplets.
Goodbye,
Sent out to be
triplets.
lambs to the slaughter. I guess dragons to the slaughter.
Yes, whoa!
Whoa!
Wow, Shrima Shuffle works out, and
That was sick.
that's a gank, yeah. Man, Victor went for a ride.
That's the sort of clip that Kuro on the bench will be watching going like, why can't I ever do that?
Yeah.
That was sick. We're going to see an instant replay of it. This is the power of a good Azir player. And
Yeah.
again, doesn't have any combat summoners. Ghost is going to be of no value. The flash is too late, and Cry managed to get deep enough that he was able to scoop the Victor out anyway. So very nicely played from Cry.
Flies the not-so-friendly skies, rather. And then he fries.
Good to see a solo play like that from Cry. That's the first time we've seen it. You know, we've seen some fast moves and ability to dodge skill shots, but that's the first aggressive move where you're like, all right, Cry. That was cool to see.
He's good. He is good. And he brings a level of aggression to the mid lane that that we've seen so far anyway that Crow never really had. He was never an aggressive mid lane. He was very good at not dying and very good at finishing people off. So he had that high KDA. but he wasn't really a big playmaker most of the time.
And that's why, see, where I kind of stand on that is that when Rox Tigers are playing a team that they feel they severely outclass, Kuro could have games where he playmakes, but when they
Sure.
face elimination opponents, and specifically SK Telecom, you do see uber passivity and, in general, disappointing performance level from Kuro.
Yeah. Especially against Faker, man. He can never handle Faker.
It was a bit of a punching bag for Faker his whole career, you'd have to say,
Yeah, I'd say so.
even pre-Rox Tigers.
Yep. There goes the Earth Ward. And Rox Tigers coming back around to gain a little bit more vision. That second Ocean Drake actually is pretty handy. A lot of sustain. Wow, Maha has to flash to avoid the culling, so there's a summoner out of the way right before the dragon comes up, so that could be a pretty big deal.
It was actually a good flash. You look at the itemization, Yomu's Ghostblade, instant early power, another Caulfield's Hammer. The difference in efficiency between the AD items just means that you have to respect the burst from Lucian.
True.
So will this be a second Ocean Drake to Rox Tigers? They're going to start it up again.
Maybe. Could have been a third. But it will be the second if they're able to take it.
This time, maybe don't let Beyond just walk up and steal it.
Yeah, they're definitely poking him away there. Ian comes down for Death Ray. Looks like it will be the second Ocean Drake. Turret comes down, or Pillar rather, comes down, slows down Beyond, sends him to the Great Beyond. So a Dragon and a nice pick for the Rox Tigers.
But the Rox Tigers played that smartly, though. That's the thing, is that they didn't let the same scenario rear its ugly head. They had a flank ward available to punish Beyond for even fishing. This time he didn't even get in tunnel range to try and steal, and yet they still had Maokai come in on the backside, cancel teleport from ADD, so a bonus on top of the objective for Rox Tigers.
Yeah, Mountain Drake coming up next, as we saw from the icon in the Dragon Pit. Looks like Rox Tigers are going to be able to claim their second turret of the game. And so that really was a really great sequence of events for the Tigers there. Dragon into a kill, into the bottom lane tier 1. And they've got a decent little lead here at about 17 and a half minutes.
Have the Trundle late game as well to shred ADD, who has already the Iceborne Gauntlet finished, so plenty of stats to steal from him. And you can see what item build Beyond goes, knowing there's a Trundle on the enemy side. We might see more of a focus on health through items as you've seen. You can tell Beyond's not the same as his opposite number, Peanut, because there's no Ravenous Hydra, there's a Sight Stone on the Rex side.
Yep. Oh, Smet pops his ultimate right away. Max is there.
They do not have the damage for this.
It's either 2v1. They get the flash
Wow.
anyway, though.
Respect Flash. Maybe didn't know what else was coming. Here we go.
Oh, speaking of flashes, another play onto Ian. Drops that Chaos Storm, but it's not enough. Or is it? Cry, nice block on the ace in the hole by Gorilla. Saves Cry's life. Another great play from the Rox Tigers. They're looking a little bit tighter this game, aren't they?
Although he had a quadra kill in a win, it wasn't about Cry in that game. This game's actually been about Cry. He's making aggressive moves that aren't Rox Tigers' X. This isn't a play style they traditionally have, seeing the solo moves in mid. Usually it's about Peanut creating both terror in the enemy jungle and pressure in the lanes. But Cry's doing it on his own. That's cool to see.
Yeah, doing a great job for sure. They're going to go after that mid lane turret. Don't worry about what's going on in the top lane. Nobody's going to die.
A bit of rough housing, but no
That's
more.
right. Kind of just fun, you know.
Top laners fighting are like, brothers, kind of just fighting for supremacy.
That's right.
They love each other on some level, but a couple of bruises. Rough housing at home.
Where's the get along shirt?
There.
And so, Rox Tigers slowly but surely, seemingly, pulling farther ahead in this game.
VP seem to thrive on the unknown. Playing these crazy comps seems to fit them better than more of the standard, but still early in the game. Still nothing's been decided. Although 3 dragons have gone down, they haven't, again, been dragons that, while relevant, aren't necessarily game-tipping like Mountain and Infernal.
Oh. Oh. Pillar.
Doesn't interrupt the tunnel.
Not really. He went underneath it. Nobody wants a Rift Herald, though. And the Rift Heralds, he's like, fine. Fine then. Goodbye.
2 games in a row. We've seen plenty of glimpses of the Void as Beyond going aggressive here.
Yeah, trying to anyway.
Blue
Blue buff. Oh, Peanut. Peanut, you took the blue buff. You're fired.
He had red, so that was probably a red burn issue.
Maybe.
Cry's doing some role-playing now.
or living up to his name.
Yep.
One of the two.
Either or.
If he's role-playing, it means more like he's acting like a giant space bird.
That's fair. You got me there, Doa. You win this one.
Space bird.
What does a space bird act like?
Well, like his
Establishes
leader, man.
walls, I guess.
Yeah. Has some soldiers that are fighting for him. Fox Tigers pushing up, taking this mid lane tier 1. Here comes Max on the side, though. The engage onto Gorilla. Not too effective. They're going to turn it around. A lot of damage onto Max as Maokai joins the fray. Smeb all over that back line of MVP. They're going to get the kill onto Beyond. Max still very low. Prey on the side of the fight. That's a dangerous place to be as he's going to take an ace in the hole. Flashes away. ADD trying to come in. Has to ult away, though. Can't quite get the kill in the end. That was a risky move for Prey, but I guess you could say it worked out.
It's just not a fight you want to take if you're MVP. The two items we spoke about are complete. Youmuu's Ghostblade, Black Cleaver. You have to heavily respect what this Lucian can do, and Lucian was under no threat in the backline. Okay, it's only a single kill. It's not a team fight route, but why are you going in as Max looking for a flank play when the AD itemization, the trough Caitlyn is in, is literally only matched by how much of a peak in power the Lucian is in?
Well, he also engaged onto Gorilla and Peanut, too. So, I mean, not high-value targets, not somebody your team's going to be able to really burst down right away, probably. And that just left Cry and Prey back there to do as much damage as they wanted.
Yep, so misfire by the Alistair, both in terms of conceptualization and what he actually put together. What's a bit more advantages in the pocket of Rox Tigers. Are a couple of thousand goals ahead before. Now we're very close to the 5,000 goal mark.
Now, Mountain Drake coming up in about 35 seconds now. That's a big one for both of these teams. It's just a good Dragon in general as you move into the time where sneaking a Baron becomes an option.
I mean, Azir and the tank has always been famous for sneaking a Baron, and it only becomes faster when something like a Mountain Drake is accounted for.
Yep, definitely.
Very early in the game for there to be 4 dragons taken, but that's what happens in lane swaps. You see these early dragons started. Credit to Peanut, stole the first one, stopped there being multiple on the side of MVP.
You can see Rox Tigers seem to really want this one. Everybody focused on that bottom part of the map. They've got some wards in. They may have to give up their top lane tier 1 to do this, but I'd say that's a pretty good trade for Mountain Drake.
Mountain Drake's definitely the pretty girl at the party. Everyone wants to get involved and meet her.
That's what I think of when I look at the Mountain Drake. The pretty girl at the party. Yeah.
Come on, she's elegant in her own way.
Well, Mountain Drake does go over to Rox Tigers. That's a big one.
But we will not be getting another mountain next time. It will be the Cloud, I believe, is the next one.
Sure, I didn't catch a glimpse of it, but I believe you.
It wasn't a fire, that's for sure.
Okay. So we know there never will be one in this game.
That's right, the fire burns. Actually, not at all.
No. It's out. The cloud, the wind has blown it out, I suppose.
Yep. The fire in my heart also gone. There's no one moving with this game.
See, like, I feel like Wind Drake would have been a better name than Cloud Drake. It's more about the speed of the wind, right? Than the speed of the clouds.
I cannot disagree. I do not have a strong opinion, but I follow your logic.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, in the Korean version, they actually do call it Wind Drake.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Korea has it right, then. They've been right a few times in the history of League of Legends, so...
Yeah, once or twice. A little bit of damage onto that tier 2 down in bot lane as Rox Tigers try to siege. Getting down to about half health. You know, taking some turret shots, they're going to have to back up. And it is tough to kind of maneuver around all of those Caitlyn traps, too.
With their shortish range, even though they have the Mountain Drake and would love to wail away on turrets, the brute force approach is difficult and taxing to their health bars.
Yep. Cry is here and to try to help claim that red buff. Does go over to Smeb in the end.
With the extra cavalry, we see Peanut pushing up as well. If they can get 3 lanes pushing and actually get free auto attacks from either the Graves or the Lucian, depending on which lane it is, they will burn down these turrets.
Oh,
boy, going in.
Nice culling on the Maha. Didn't have to use his flash, though. Really close call. Now Rox Tigers putting pressure on multiple lanes right now, and this isn't even with the Baron buff. This is the power of that Mountain Drake already put to use, as they don't need a whole lot of time with the turrets to do some major damage.
This is against a team with such considerable wave clear. It's just that Victor, once again, no combat summoners, has to hang back. They're splitting, they're pushing up multiple lanes and ensuring there are multiple people getting turret shots in.
There it goes.
That's
Bottom
the-
lane tier 2 down. Chaos Storm dropped onto Cry. They're going to get that turret anyway. So 2 turrets taken in quick succession, and now a pretty large gold lead forming for the Rocks Tigers.
You're right, and that gold has been spent on items that have that big effect early in the game, as we said time and time again, specifically about Prey's build, but everyone here really hitting their power spikes early, and Caitlyn is still waiting for a second item, so the trough is just continuing to be amplified, and we're still 15 minutes away from Caitlyn really taking an ascendancy in team fights over the Lucian.
Yeah, what do you think about the decision for Maha this game to not go with the Hurricane first? He's got it now, but he only just picked it up a moment ago.
If it was a double TP team, I think it would be pretty egregious because you want to park the Caitlyn in mid lane to wave clear. It's just when you got Ghost Flash Victor, you can't really put him in a side lane. So I can kind of understand the Infinity Edge first. I just don't think it's ever valid because you get so little value out of the expensive recipe and the crit cloak.
I suppose.
You just don't get the gold value you once did. Infinity Edge was for so long the oppressive first item that really took away losses.
Oh, Ma barely sneaks his way out of that engage from Cry. Got the flash, though. Meanwhile, Smeb mixing it up, 1v3. Here comes Gorilla, Prey, Peanut, the whole team. They really want these wolves. I guess they want AD as well, probably. ADD, rather. Gets exhausted. The culling comes through, blocked by Beyond. Engage from Max to try to save his AD carry, or rather his top laner. He doesn't do it. 2 kills come in for Prey on that Lucian, and now they're going to move in on this inhibitor. And they may be able to just end here, actually, with 3 people down. Only the jungler and Ian remaining. I think they can probably just finish this one off.
They only have 4 minions.
Yeah,
Smeb's going to
you're
go back
right.
and teleport in onto a minion if one lives. No minion lives, though, so the successful defense might actually come through from MVP.
Okay. Yep, it was close. If they would have had a bigger wave, maybe they could have done it. But Ian is doing some serious damage on that Victor, so they will have to back off. They might be able to go and grab the Baron. In fact, they most likely can.
It was actually really smart from Smeb. He saw that the minion wave was small, so he wanted to teleport to keep one alive.
Yeah.
Of course, Victor, famous for clearing out minion waves, so not able to do that, but that means Rocks might just turn onto the Baron.
Yeah, and here's another occasion where that Mountain Drake comes in handy. Back over the wall they go, on to Beyond. Pillar slows him down a bit. They're able to do enough damage to force him away, make sure that Smite does not go in their favor. Tries with the Prey Seeker, but the Baron still goes over to the Rocks Tigers. Nice Pillar, trapping Max, forcing the flash from Ian. That's going to be a kill for Prey. Going in onto Beyond, who hits him with the Unburrow, though. Prey very,
still
very
alive.
low. Not for long, though. There's a kill. They lose the Baron buff onto him. ADD trying to make something happen, but in the end, it's a double kill for Peanut. And the minions taking down the Nexus turret. Teleport coming in, actually. Smeb wants to take this, and they may try to close it. Ian, the only one left. I think this now is going to be the end.
And the death time is far too long. Peanut does a great impersonation of a true AD carry on the Jungle Graves, and Rocks Tigers, with a big hiccup in the second game, still take out the expected win over MVP.
Yep, that's right. And you got to give a lot of credit to MVP. They've played 2 matches now. They've played against tough opponents, looked good against MVP, looked better, I would say, against Rocks Tigers, even winning a game. But in the end, the Rocks Tigers getting their first win of the season, showing that they're still a force to be reckoned with here. Even though they do, have a couple bugs to work out in the system as far as their new mid laner is concerned.
And MVP, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board again with no points, but with a lot of heart. But if I'm going to compare them to a team, it's Samsung a couple of seasons ago in summer, where they would win
Sure.
game 1 with a great plan, and then something would get banned, and they wouldn't have a second string of play. Now, the new Samsung definitely does have the new strings to the bow. The question is, can MVP win standard? Because it's been when they've really pushed to the edge of the meta that they've looked strongest. So is there going to be a guarantee they're going to pick up a 2-0 or a match win soon? No. But they are a team to expect things from. They're a team that shows excitement,
I
which
think
is
so too.
honestly a lot to say from 2 games.
You know, it won't take that much improvement, honestly, for this MVP team to be a very decent middle-of-the-pack team here in LCK Summer.
So when you have one champion that can build Black Cleaver, Yomu's Ghostblade, and another AD carry that builds Infinity Edge first, things like this happen, though, when you
Yeah.
compare the damage dealt by Lucian versus the Caitlyn.
More than doubling the AD carry over on the MVP side. Prey just crushing Maha in damage. And how about Cry, man? I mean, Cry had a pretty great day overall.
I mean, it's going to be hard to argue against this guy starting their next series. So
Yeah.
they took a risk. They played him in game 2 last time. Didn't really think much of him there. Had a good series overall here. Maybe not a carry performance, but a good series.
Well, he had some serious plays on that
On
that
the
Azir
Azir.
game
Oh,
3.
boy.
Yeah, very Coco-esque there, and he does get the MVP, a well-deserved MVP for that Azir play. Got a solo kill, got a couple of really nice picks.
The Azir Sex or Shurima Shuffles, whatever you wish to call them, were on point. He threatened them a couple in the previous game. In this game, they came to be, maybe some of that was the over-aggressiveness of taking the Ghost pick, but we're going to see one from some creative camera angles.
Wham.
Flash was too shallow, still got pushed from behind, and that was the first kill, but did it again. That's the cool thing. This time he even used the Flash, knew that Ian didn't have Flash up. Goodbye, Ian.
Yep.
And Cry comfortably outplayed his other number, especially in Game 3.
That was a nice block at the ace in the hole from Gorilla, too. Yeah, Rocks Tigers just looking way tighter in general in Game 3.
Alistair exploding. That, of course, is 6.10 Alistair in full view. They healed around the Baron well, so you know the first dragon was stolen away but by Rock Tigers. Then they had a dragon stole away themselves, but they were much more on point in terms of the dragon game, getting a pick onto the Rex side at the next dragon, and then really avoiding on the Baron as well. So Rocks in general really executing on their team comp, looking polished, looking clean. Still plenty of bugs in the system, like you said. This team is not the Rocks Tigers of last season just yet, but still good to see, nonetheless, a win on the board.
Yeah, very true. And it looks like we're getting ready for our MVP interview with Cry and Peanut. And Steve will be doing some translating for us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a great cast for today's match. And we're moving into interview booth with Peanut and Cry for our 2 MVP for today's match. First of all, let's give them a big applause. First of all, congratulations for today's match. Peanut. It's our first victory for today's match. And we have lost 5 games in a row. And we're very afraid of today's game, but we did pretty much well for this match. Cry, last match it was a very close game and you lost, but today you have came into the first team and you've shown a tremendous play and you did a quadra kill for today's match. How do you feel? I was worried about a little bit because of last game, but I practice hard for this match and I think I got it for today's match. Can you tell me something about your why you came out today as a first team? I think I came as a game for experience. My coach picked me as experience for LCK for this season, and I think many people are thinking that you're using Azir very well. What do you think about it? I think when I came into the Rocks Tiger, Crew is not that good in Azir, but pretty much I'm doing better in doing Azir pick, so I think that's why coach picked me for today's game. For this season, many pick for ban. Kindred is like most ban champions, but so did you practice any other champions as for this season? I'm still working on different champions, but mostly I play on Graves, Alice, or Rek'Sai. So today's match, it was very surprising that there's Amumu for MVP. Jungle came out. So what do you think about Amumu? First of all, I really didn't expect any Amumu play for today, but I was very worried because this Amumu play was never expected when I'm practicing. But pretty much I did very well for second match, and I did it. I got for a great MVP for this match. What do you think about the MVP, their team style? What do you think about? Well, I think their mid lane and bottom lane is pretty doing great on their play. Do you think, as you pin it, we can see a next jungler new pick, Amumu? This can't be possible? Peanut said, when I get back to our house, I'm gonna ask my coach that we might try Amumu for the next match. Today, the SMAP has shown little very not great play on the last match in Samsung. So what call do you guys have in the Maokai new pick for a SMAP? SMAP usually go for offensive play. What do you think about that? We had a call in between game. We keep calling us each other. Nice, and actually right there, Trondo made a kill. He had a great flash and attack on Fizz. So it was pretty good. We keep giving a positive reaction. Like something like nice. And it was pretty good. SMAP did well in today's match. Maokai wasn't most picked it by SMAP for even Rox Tiger. What do you think about the combination between the Maokai and the Rek'Sai, the Graves? I think I did pretty much on mid lane. I had a very easy going on Azir because Maokai was doing a great stunt from the middle of the game, so it was easy for me to keep dealing on during the game from our team fight. Cry, can you show like a better Azir playing style over and over? Because today you have shown a very tremendous that skill you use for Emperor's Divide. Next match for you guys are ESC Ever. What do you think about ESC Ever compared to today's match? I think we can do. We have won today's game for MVP, so I think we will do better for the next match for ESC Ever, and we will keep continue our victory. Can you tell any resolution for this season summer match? We're not thinking as we're going to World Championship. Definitely, we keep working on it, practicing very hard, and we're gonna do much better job. And I think this is end of our interview for today's match. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Steve. And sorry about that. Cry, his first MVP interview. They grow up so fast.
Again, I'm surprised that we saw him at all, but it's been good to see him put in a good performance, and he should keep his spot in the team.
Yeah, that's right. And Peanut, of course, doing well as usual. Another solid jungle performance from him. And that Game 3 especially to me was just really encouraging for the Rox Tigers. They finally looked in that game to kind of be back in form, and that gets them the win. They get the 2-1 victory over MVP. And, you know, your heart breaks a little bit for this MVP team every match, it seems like now. But they always come so close. And again, you know, with a little improvement, they are a solid middle-of-the-pack team here in this tournament. Maybe even by the end. We've got a lot of matches left. Maybe even by the end, a chance at the playoffs.
And honestly, for Rox Tigers, obviously you always want a 2-0, just given how the point score works. But I think having 3 games played on this competitive stage, in front of a crowd, on the highest level, is very important for them to play themselves into form.
That's right. And so in a little bit, coming back in about 15 minutes now, a little bit longer break, we've got Longzhu versus KT Rolster. It's going to be at 8 p.m. Korean time. Short little break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it. And if you don't tune in right away, the games might be over before you know it too, because KT is looking pretty good. Longzhu, though, kind of struggling a bit this season.
But can that happen forever with all the talent? You know, we continue to be surprised.
It's happened for a whole season already.
I know, I said at the start of last season, this lineup has to hit high gear eventually. It never did. And that's a shocking thing to me, because there's so many MVPs, so many most valuable players on their teams that came together, and just it almost feels like a miscast team.
Shockingly for all of us, we'll see if they can finally pull it together here in their 3rd match of LCK Summer here on OGN. Again, don't go anywhere, guys. A little bit longer break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Same bat Twitch channel, same bat place. See you then.
Number from my phone instead of calling asking if you're all alone, but I don't want to stay away from your side of town, but it's too late. I'm in your drive right now. I don't know
Coming up next, Longju Gaming, KT Rolster, 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1. today's matchup. Longju Gaming. KT Rolster. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that's Pop Smithy, of course, and we're about to move into our second best of 3 of the night, Longju versus KT. We've decided to dress up for the occasion, haven't we?
We have.
That's right.
With a piggyback broadcast comes a costume change.
That's right. Why not, you know? Sometimes, if the casting situation changes a little bit, I just want to put on a vest. I can't help it.
You're rocking it, Doa. Don't worry about it.
Am I really?
You
Thank
really
you.
are.
Thank you very much. I am ready to rock it and park rich people's cars at the same time. That'll be great. But, the thing is, Longju might find themselves parking rich people's cars, too, if they can't step it up a little bit, because they have not looked good this season.
I mean, honestly, this team famously was a lot of players that were looking to leave Korea and then were retained in Korea with overseas money. Of course, Longju are a Chinese organization, and so far they really haven't been able to justify what we can only assume are higher salary levels than expected. Expectation was very high as well. A lot of factors are in Longju's court. And look, it's a lot of players who are famous for being brash, for being outspoken, for being stars of their teams. Gelling was always going to take time, but the realistic time frame is gone. We're now talking about a season and change of Longju underperforming. 0-4, the only team to be 0-4 on the season is Longju Gaming. So the ascent is looking far away, and the fall has been palpable.
The changes that this team needs to undergo to really kind of make any sort of headway are pretty monumental. And that's the thing, is nobody really knows, because, again, on paper, these guys should be good, right? I mean, they've got so many players who were previously good, but together they just can't seem to make a team that works. So in this best of 3, you kind of have to expect KT to take the 2-0 here.
I mean, honestly, Samsung to me exists as a counterpoint to Longju Gaming, and that this season they've really stepped up in terms of coming across as a 5-man team, having a similar mindset, working together. That's just something that Longju's never managed to do. They've never looked like a team, and honestly, the roster went through so many different iterations last season. We saw some players dropped. I don't think we're going to see massive roster changes today either, but they haven't settled on a 5. They haven't settled on a coherent play style. Nothing about Longju is predictable, and that doesn't work in their court from what we've seen on the Rift.
Yeah, now they are starting with Emperor again today. So Fury apparently is taking kind of an extended leave, at least. They swapped over to Emperor in their second series of the tournament, and they're going to stick with him for this one against KT as well. And I don't know if that really helps a whole lot. Do you notice a big difference between Emperor and Fury overall?
I do. Emperor is to the nth degree what Captain Jack was last season. I'd say that Emperor... Actually, that's probably not actually true. I mean, Emperor is very aggressive. That's what he brings to the team. Is he's a super aggressive laner. He's happy to pack up lane and go invade with his jungle. In general, he plays aggressively. He did it on G2. He tries to do it on Longju. At least gives them a slightly different identity. Fury can play that way, but didn't show it. Often was playing immobile AD carries that couldn't really boss around the lane. But Fury was once known as an aggressive AD carry. But Emperor, to the nth degree, is that. So he does bring lane pressure, which is something they haven't frequently had in the bottom lane. So that's something that's different. Can they work around it? Can they snowball it? Can they play their macro game around an AD carry that enjoys doing that? That's where the jury's still out.
And, I mean, the weird thing about Longju is that in the early and the mid-game, they don't look bad. They look pretty good, actually. Sure. But then when you get to the later stages of the game, the team just seems completely out of sync. You see a lot of miscommunication. You see kind of awkward decision-making. So it's been weird. Like, they were last season, and it feels like early on this season they are again one of the weirder teams to watch, because you don't really know what's kind of going on in their shot-calling head, so to speak.
Even though they were right down the bottom, 8th, 7th for the majority of last season, their goal difference of 15 was actually always pretty low. It was actually positive for a long time, and then I believe was slightly negative by the end.
Right.
That's because these are good mechanical players. Again, we come back to what the team has. Coco, Chaser, good mechanical players. They can still farm the CS just fine. It's the 5v5 phase. It's the grouping. It's the playing with an identity and consistency. That's where it's fallen away. So they can farm up. It's just to what end has kind of been a chilling question that we haven't gotten an answer to.
Yeah. And so let's take a look at these teams. Well, we spent the entire time talking about Longzhu Gaming, but they are so perplexing. They are so frustrating to a certain extent as well. And Lustboy hasn't been able to quite get it all to work yet.
I mean, honestly, the subtitle for their year is not like this. Like, they had so many things in their court, but
Pretty much.
what's come together has been another question. But KT Rolston, the other org with only 5 players, they looked good without being outstanding against MVP. They were 30, 35 minutes of their game 2. They were behind before stealing it away in the most dramatic of fashion.
That really was, man. I mean, MVP had the Nexus down to like 53 hit points, and then KT was able to come back. It's been pretty crazy.
Well, those are some KDA overlaps.
Wow, no kidding. And again, I mean, there's only
The
one
80
match.
carry one is so misleading.
Yeah, only one match, of course, for KT here. So take these numbers with a grain of salt.
You will never see more than 0.3 to 12.
Yeah, it's about as one-sided as it gets.
Oh, dear.
And again, not a lot of data from these guys. What the interesting thing here is looking at Hachani. I mean, he's got that Tarek pick that needs to be respected now. I mean, he's good on the Bard as well, and kind of has reinvented himself a bit, is going from, to be fair, a season-winning support player, but
Sure.
one that was known to check a lot of brushes and stuff like that. He doesn't do it as much now, but just to see him transition from the coach of what was originally Anarchy and became the Afrika Freaks to now back to a pro support player has been a pretty incredible journey to watch.
And we thought with Hachani back in, he would achieve the meme status that OQ did, because, of course, OQ moments became a recurring joke, in this tournament. And Hachani, a couple of face checks when he came back in the lineup, you're like, all right, it's old Hachani. But credit to the man. He steadied the team. His shot calling seems to be something that was very necessary. Remember, they lost Peekaboo, their shot caller, in previous days.
That's right.
Replaced him with Hachani, who is a veteran player, who clearly, if he was appointed a coach, does have good ideas about macro play. And so far, so good. In general, you'd have to say he's been on balance, a big positive for the team. And a lot of those misplays on his own part. Okay, his mechanics might not be insane, but the actual outright misplays, being in the wrong spot, getting caught, we didn't talk about that very much, especially in the second half of last season.
Yeah, that's right. It's gone down quite a bit. And again, KT overall just has such a strong team. And the funny thing is, even now, when I look at the sheet on my desk, when I look at these two teams on paper, I look at both sides and I'm like, wow, both of these teams look pretty good. I mean, Longzhu has a lot of big names on it too, but the difference is that KT seems to be a team, and I mean, they've got Score on that team too. They've got a lot of veteran leadership on that team to kind of hold it all together, whereas Longzhu, may have some veteran players, but nobody seems to be able to really step up and sort of like take the reins on this team yet.
And they have veteran status, but not actually putting it to the sort of expected use. If you have these players who've been around the scene for years and years, Coco, for example, was on Xenix before his famous stint on CJ, but actually, putting that into veteran shot calling or guiding a 5-man lineup to success, that certainly hasn't happened. And KT are kind of a mystery. They're a team to me that can go on those big wins. We've seen them go on 3-match win streaks very consistently last season, and then suddenly they protect the Draven and it all falls apart.
Yeah.
Just like when they face SK Telecom in elimination matches, it feels like it all falls apart. And to me, I try and look at it. I'm like, okay, what are the consistencies in their wins? What falls away in the losses? It's Score. Score is literally oscillates from being the best jungler in the league to a non-factor. Not necessarily making mistakes, but just not applying pressure, farming up passively, not getting things done. But when he's really on form and he's impacting the lanes and the enemy jungle, he gets them through the early game, and the late game team fighting phase always been a staple of KT Rolster. Regardless of the lineup, they've always been very strong at that. It's still the case now. It's just if Score doesn't kind of guide them there, someday doesn't get solo kills in the top lane. And honestly, he was guilty of trying too hard for solo kills last season. You could see someday dying in lane a lot, going for 1v1 plays, trying to be the pressure point in the early game. If it's not someday, if it's not Score, the other 3 members, they might be consistent, they might team fight well. They don't open up advantages. So, honestly, they're very heavily reliant on those veteran players to set the tone for games, because if they can set that tone, get comfortable to the late game, KT will often look good.
True enough. You know what I'd like to see, though? I'd like to think, rather, is I'd like to think that Coco watched that last series and he got, really inspired by Cry's Azir play. He was like, I used to be able to do that, too. And then maybe he'll play better today. Maybe he'll be able to carry. I don't
remember
know.
the Champions?
I don't know what to expect.
So you remember the Champions Summer opening from last year, where it was Kakao, where it was the KT players watching Kakao lift the trophy a year previously, and it was all about the lineage and a year passing and so much changing. I feel like Coco at this point has to look at his old Azir highlight clips and kind of feel the same way, because his Azir this year
awful's a strong word, but it's been very poor.
Yeah, I mean,
Very poor.
What we're starting to see too, and we didn't see as much of this last season, I felt, but now maybe towards the end we kind of did. But we're starting to see, I think, the individual talent on this team kind of unfortunately fade away as well. The what has made these players individually look good on other teams over the years is kind of starting to disappear, and that's what's truly worrisome. Is that not only are they not able to really gel together, not able to work as a unit, but some of that individual fire is kind of starting to go away. We've talked about this before. When we watch Longzhu play right now, they just look kind of apathetic. If something starts to go wrong, the whole team kind of just gives up. It seems like, at least that's the impression you get from watching these guys.
Honestly, it's like 5 superstars in dynamic queue. They
Yeah,
queue
kinda.
up. They've got good mechanics. Early game's looking just fine. Someone makes a play, it kind of falls away. Maybe that tilts someone. Maybe someone loses confidence. And the end result is they really peter out. This team,
Yeah.
in the late game, the comeback's not a word you use with Longzhu. That's the thing, is they don't
Yeah,
come back. They
that's
just
true.
kind of just lose when they're at a disadvantage in the early game, which can happen when other teams have very strong macro play.
And apparently KT is randomly like the greatest comeback team of all time now. So that's a big kind of dichotomy between these two. Let's take a look at some highlights from some earlier matches of these guys. Of course, KT Rolster in MVP. It was a close affair, closer than people expected.
This was all about Tarek. This is where Tarek presses ultimate, and it's what Tarek and Rek'Sai can do, right? You pop that Rek'Sai, they pop the Tarek ult, they dive, they're 2.5 seconds not taking damage, you kill the enemy, you get out. That's why you pick the Tarek.
Yeah.
When his stats are a bit stronger, his laning phase was oppressive, and he could Tarek dive. Now the laning phase, not wonderful, but the Tarek dives, still super, super strong.
Man,
KT's game 1, very convincing. It was the game 2 where things really fell apart.
Right. Check out these stuns from Echani
So
too,
this
man.
was sick, and it was so interesting hearing the interview where they asked how much coordination is there to pair with Someday as he's going in and then apply the stun, and they were like, no, we just knew it, that we didn't have to communicate it. So
Yeah.
Echani and Someday definitely on the same wavelength. But this game 2 was about KT getting owned by MVP for such a long time.
I mean, it really was as close as it could possibly get at the very end. I'm sure we're going to see it in just a moment, but yeah,
Here we
right
go.
here. I mean, MVP, look at this Nexus. Looks like a one game for MVP, but no. Nexus stays up, and KT able to walk right back down the lane and win game 2.
It was a really good decisive shot call. Even in commentary, listen to the highlight. I didn't think KT could do it. I thought the timing was too small, but I didn't respect the fact they had a teleport up. They could send 2 members to clear those super minions, because you have to. When you have 3 inhibitors down, teleport in, finish the game. An iconic game in the history of the LCK.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that really is one of the biggest comebacks I think we've ever seen. The other one that really jumps to mind
CJ
here
Entus
is
so long ago.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it was specifically Blaze when Captain Jack was able to come back and get a pentakill on that Caitlyn with all 3 inhibitors down, all the turrets down, and you just kind of walk back across the map and do something similar. So we don't often see that a whole lot, and it's interesting to kind of see KT start off the season that way. They're going to be looking for, I'm sure, a little bit tighter of a series overall, and Longzhu, honestly, is probably a good team to try to make that happen against.
That's the world we live in, and
Yep.
it just feels like Longzhu have to change at some point. You can't have this lineup. I mean, remember, they trimmed. This is not the 10-man roster they ran last year. They dropped Flame. Expression hasn't had a good start to the season, but I think over the course of the spring season, Expression was slightly, maybe 5 to 10% better performance level than Flame. So
It's a
don't
bit
know what
more
the
solid.
considerations were there, but they dropped Flame. They've also dropped Frozen, and Coco has been struggling, so having Frozen in the lineup I think would have been very helpful to, kind of light a fire and say, we've got this guy on the bench. Rox
Wow.
Tigers just did that right now.
Frozen doesn't sound like the type of name that would light a lot of fires, but I get your meaning.
Sure, thank you.
Don't worry about it. But I mean, that's the thing with Longzhu is that it is just so weird, man. And you wonder if maybe there really is nothing that can fix this team. It's been over a year now, And this is a team, too, that came into their first game of the season saying we're a lot more confident. We feel like our cooperation, our sort of team unity is a lot better because of the locked roster. We've kind of trimmed the fat, and this is a group we want to go with. And it looks the exact same as it did in the spring season. So
But
really
they betrayed
tough
themselves.
start.
They betrayed themselves instantly. They're like, okay, we've got it down to a science. We're so confident in each other.
Yeah.
let's bench our AD carry after one series for a guy who clearly only joined the team maximum a month ago. He was at MSI with G2.
Well, that's the crazy thing,
So,
isn't it? Is that
clearly-
yeah, they immediately made a roster change. So
That's definitely announcing a policy, then pivoting instantly. That's
Yeah.
what happened there. So we can't know the specifics beyond that. I mean, Fury has such an upside, but clearly his actual performances have been poor. By and by, for Longzhu, he's had maybe one strong game. At Samsung, he was a crown jewel, just like at Jin Air, Chaser was a crown jewel. Just like at CJ Entus, Coco was the crown jewel. He was seen as the second strongest mid laner in LCK, depending on how you felt about EasyHoon. So
Yeah.
top 3 nonetheless.
And Expression has this massive veteran history in the league. He's been around forever. He's just a very, very good, reliable player. And, Pure, of course, having a pretty decent history at this point, too. So, I mean, there's really not much more to say about it.
If you look back on
Longzhu should be better.
And you look back on the history of Longzhu this year, I think Pure's been their best player in that he's never had massive games, but he's
Yeah,
consistent, super consistent.
I'd probably agree with you, actually.
You get what you expect out of Pure. It's just everyone else, you kind of expected a lot more, and sadly got a lot less.
Yep, that's right. So what are we going to do?
We're going to
What are we going to do to solve this? I mean, it's clear we have to step in, maybe. Maybe we have to be the
right.
ones to save Longzhu.
Well, I mean, Lustboy speaks English, so we
I
can
know,
definitely get our voice
we
heard.
both know Lustboy. We've known him for a long time now. So
All right, so
maybe we can help him out.
if I get you a court with Lustboy, if you're in there, you're at his court, you're willing to give your
Lustboy's
counsel.
court, what is he, like a medieval king?
Yes,
or
he's
something
like
that.
Have you met? Have you seen him? You probably haven't seen him.
I've known him for years, man. I
can't
know
see him?
Lustboy. Well, I can see him. I'm
You
one
can see him?
of the few
Really?
that's able to. He
What's
does,
your secret?
He does this to me, and I'm like, you're just waving your hand in front of your face, man. I can still see you.
Can you see John Cena too?
Yeah, easily.
Wow.
I know, and it's even easier because he's a big guy.
That's true.
He's much bigger than Lustboy.
Lustboy's a micro. John
It's
Cena.
easier to see John Cena than Lustboy.
It's
you know?
true. It's
Lustboy
true.
can hide behind something kind of
Lustboy
narrow.
is much less conspicuous.
That's true. A little bit harder to spot that Lustboy, but we can track him down.
We can
Yeah.
try to see him.
So anyway, like you said, we're in the illustrious court of King Lustboy. I was going to say Emperor Lustboy, but that doesn't work because Emperor's 80 carry. King Lustboy. And
I'm
we
giving you a
say,
call. You're there, and you're like,
We beseech thee, King Lustboy, to make changes upon thine roster.
so is that the
Papa Smithy has all the plans. Tell him, King Lustboy, what are your plans for the roster changes?
See, that's the thing is, I'm
He has
not
such grand
convinced
plans.
on roster changes.
Oh.
Honestly, like, if I had to ask you who to replace, who'd be your first name? If I said replace someone on Longzhu, who do you replace? Like, is it Expression? Do you get a superstar top laner? Is that the thing? Probably not. I honestly think their best course of action is to play Crash.
Yeah? Kind of mix it up a little bit. And the thing is I kind of agree with you, because even though Crash is very, very rough, he's got the ability to make these amazing plays. We saw these incredible Nidalee games out of him, and then we'd see him get like a triple kill on Nidalee and then immediately run into the enemy jungle and die. As I described it last season, I felt like he was the greatest good-bad player we had in the league, where he was so simultaneously good and bad. I got really loud right now, didn't I?
You did.
I did. I'm going to turn myself down in my ears. There we go. That's better.
We're the same on the stream, I imagine.
Well, I don't know. Are we? Who knows? I mean, I sound.
Whoa,
bad about
now you're
myself.
really loud. Calm down.
Am
now.
I?
Yeah.
Who knows? I'm just intimidated because we're in the court of King Lustboy right now. That's why. Who would be the jester in the court of King Lustboy, by the way?
Flame.
Oko Doko.
Oh, that's a safe Flame.
That'd be my pick.
Okay, well, that's official now. That's
Okay.
stream official.
That's my pick anyway.
There's
Though
already a YouTube
Flame
clip
could be
being
there too.
sent to Loco Doco as we speak.
I'm sure it's okay. I can take him.
It's true. He's also Micro John Cena.
There you go. That's right. But no, Flame would be a good pick too. I don't know.
He's got to do something. He's chilling.
Yeah, that's true. Might
But-
as well.
The thing is, Jin Air, they had a good season, right?
Yeah.
Just to put things in perspective, Jin Air had a good season. Kuzan played good. Like, he was a top 5 Korean mid. And Blanc's playing. And that's because Blanc was #1 in solo queue. And obviously they rolled the dice with him. He's looked pretty good. Jin Air, of course, is
Yeah.
2-0 when it comes to match score. Crash is #1 solo queue. And just like you said, whether you call him good, bad, or whether you call him diamond in the rough, he's got a lot to him. His mechanics can be super impressive. His Nidalee, he's getting those triple kills, then making mistakes. Surely a coaching staff that's stuck by him. He's one of the few players that retains their spot, who was largely a substitute player last year. It's Frozen, Flame, they're gone.
Right.
They retained Crash. They clearly didn't want to give Crash away. And I think that's a masterstroke. This is a guy who would be an upgrade for so many teams around the world.
Yeah, and so you ask yourself, why are they sticking with Chaser? Chaser obviously has a history, but since coming to Longzhou, I think he's been one of the players that's individually dropped the most, in my opinion. Out of these guys, I mean, you can make an argument for Flame, I suppose, too, and he's not even on really the starting roster anymore. So, but I don't know. I feel like you can draw a lot of parallels between Crash as a diamond in the rough and the Disney character Aladdin.
Okay.
Because, Aladdin, he was really great at being like a kind of like a rogue, a street rogue who like steals to survive. And he's got a lot of great moves. I mean, he parkoured all over Agrabah, right? But when he was brought into the Sultan's court, he didn't know how to handle himself, He kind of got in a little bit of trouble. Misrepresented himself, you would say. And so Crash, I feel, in solo queue is kind of like the mean streets of Agrabah, right? You got to like flip around the guards, take some apples, give some to your pet
We should
monkey.
use correct terminology.
Oh, really?
Solo queue is dead officially.
Oh,
as
you're
of
right.
today.
I'm sorry, dynamic queue.
Yes.
Like the mean streets of Agrabah. That's right. And those were especially mean on that Super Nintendo game, man. That was really hard, dude. Remember Aladdin back in the day?
It was super good.
It was good, but it was
That
really
was
hard.
the game where the Genesis and Super Nintendo versions were legitimately different games from memory.
Yeah, that happened sometimes. Remember when they had Mortal Kombat for Super Nintendo, but they refused to put blood in it? So they had like this like yellow dust or sweat or something coming off the character. It just looked really weird.
Yeah,
that was the one
strange.
moment where Genesis was better than Nintendo when it came to Mortal Kombat ports from arcade to home console.
I mean, Sonic also had its moments early.
Never better than Mario, though.
That's fair.
I was a Mario guy. Were you a Sonic guy?
No, I was a Mario guy too.
Wait. Oh, it's Picks and Bans
We're
time.
LCK.
Oh, yeah.
LCK guys, boys.
That's right. The piggyback broadcast brought to you by Stuff.
And
Longzhou
OGN.
versus KT. That's right. Well, we're here on OGN. Sivir Trundle, the first bands, Rise, and Bard over on the side of KT as we jump right into it.
I like to see the Trundle ban. We already saw a window into just how strong Trundle is in the previous series, both in the top lane and support. We knew that last season, but the QSS changes just really cement this champion as an immovable rock of the meta. I think we'll see going forward. See what gets through this draft, because Sivir is the first ban, so already something
odd.
different will have to happen. Now, Arrow has been playing exclusively Sivir, so they're trying to push him off his comfort zone.
Kindred, the final ban on the KT side of things.
And the Gem Man, Dongjun, reincarnated in League of Legends. Taric is available, and if we do see a last pick support, outside chance of the Taric.
Yeah, maybe. Rek'Sai, the first pick for Longzhou. We have seen a pretty high priority on that league-wide right now, and Chaser is a longtime Rek'Sai player.
I don't know if I really think that's the takeaway that I'd go for, just because Elise is available. So Elise and Rek'Sai are pretty answering, or pretty equivalent level in terms of power.
Why don't our vests have flowers on them like Jun Young Jun's do? Look at that. Korean Hype Man's got the best vest of all.
We've got pretty sick vests too, Doa.
Well, they're okay, but they're kind of just like, I don't know, they got squares on them.
They do.
Maokai and Caitlyn.
It's
the
hip
first
to
two
be
picks for
square,
KT.
Doa.
I guess so. It is. Our special piggyback broadcast vests.
Solution available, but we see Caitlyn earlier rotated. Remember, we saw Caitlyn in a first rotation red side. We saw Ashe as the answer in the previous series. So outside chance, we will see Emperor play the Ashe, although he's more known for the lane dominant choices.
So Karma locked in right away for Longzhou.
Flex
And,
pick?
yeah, they could flex it to support. They could keep it in the mid lane right now.
Yeah, Flex City with both the Echo and the Karma in terms of roles. Echo could be top or mid.
Wow.
The Karma could be, I guess, top, but obviously more nominally the mid and support.
They're really teasing us with that Teemo. I don't know. Maybe there's an inside joke that we're not aware of here.
But we already saw Namumu locked in, so the caster references are at an all-time high.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Braum and Elise for KT.
So they don't elect to take a last pick support. So that tells me that maybe Flyer's going to get frisky with his champion pool.
Well, I mean, Varus seems like a pretty solid option now for KT.
If it is to be the Karma mid, maybe you have to kind of take other notes, just because Karma does have a lot more lane presence early, but then again, you can kind of just get through it as a ranged AD and farm through, and then from level 9 onwards, you're perfectly happy. So yeah, definitely real chance of the Varus, which has been a staple of Fly, and a lot of players in Champions have been rising in popularity in recent weeks with no changes to it.
Well, he does such massive damage. They could go for the Azir over on the Longzhou side.
But also,
Send that Karma down to support.
also has a very safe laning phase against the Azir, so
True.
we'll see. Obviously, you have to play back because you want to respect the streamer shuffle, but Lucian locked in. Lucian into Caitlyn, so Caitlyn can definitely do a lot of things. We see the Varus hovered. This is...
I feel like it's a pretty good pick. I don't think we're going to see the... I think maybe they're trolling Coco a little bit with that Jace hover.
No, the Pantheon for sure is a Coco troll.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, if this was Faker, Fizz would certainly be a realistic choice. But Fly isn't really wired in the same way as Faker when it comes to laning options.
What do you think about the Zed? I feel like it's still going to be the Varus, but entertain the thought of a Zed for the moment.
I mean, the lane matchup against Azir has famously always been a good one. It forces Azir to take exhaust. There is kill pressure. Aurelion Soul and Fly go hand in hand. We will see that happen. He's the sort of player that will embrace Aurelion Soul at some point, but Varus just makes too much sense in so many different ways.
Yeah.
Very strong siege comp coming through from KT, and just a very reliable one. You know, strong laning phases. The Maokai as the tank du jour, and of course Braum as the support. It's not quite the Tarek we hoped for, but a power draft from KT, and a very typical one for them.
And Varus is locked in. For Fly, as expected, they've got a nice poke comp / siege comp, I suppose.
Solo lanes early will be in the advantage of Longzhu, and see Echo outpressure the Maokai, and Azir early will do good things against the Varus. Any champion with line waveguarders can't really deal with how much waveguard Azir has before you get levels and items on the sort of champions, so Azir will push in. So interesting stuff, and Emperor opting into the Caitlyn matchup. Will we see Longzhu desperately look for a lane swap? That's the question I have.
I would imagine. I mean, do they really want to run that that Karma Lucian into Caitlyn Braum? It might be a little bit tough. I suppose you do have the shields with Karma, but still, that only goes so far.
It is a losing lane matchup, so at least on paper they'll want to heavily distance themselves from the 2v2, but otherwise, pretty comfortable draft, and a lot to like about both teams. Longzhu and KT, they both have different identities, but the picks make sense, and it'll be interesting to see if Longzhu can actually play to their draft and play to their win conditions, which unfortunately not been a staple of them in recent history.
That's right. And again, you know, another chance for Longzhu to sort of pick things up a little bit. I mean, it's their third match now. They have to at least win a game, you know?
Have to.
I mean, in their mind, maybe.
Yeah, they're going to be desperate to. I mean, the season starts to look very long when you're in a 0-6 hole. I mean,
Yeah.
still with 15 series left before the end of the season.
It's pretty tough. Well, Longzhu looking for their first win of the season. They'll take a game. They'll take the match preferably. And KT looking to extend their win streak, basically.
KT can be equal first if they win 2-0.
That's right.
That's a real possibility.
Time to get in the game and see who takes it. All right, here we go. Looks like we're starting things out with the Ocean Drake in our first game between Longzhu and KT Rolster here on LCK Summer on OGN. Thanks for joining us, guys. We definitely appreciate it. We know the matches will be good. We just know it. We have so much confidence.
The thing that's unknown, though, Doa, is the status of this lane swap. Both teams kind of scouting for it. 2v2 preferred for KT. Longzhu would definitely like to opt out of the 2v2. For now, it looks like the blind swap is going to happen to the top lane as we look over the Masteries. Nothing too surprising there, and it looks like the blind swap's going to be successful from the side of KT, and that they're going to be able to match the attempt at the lane swap by Longzhu.
Yep. See if they're able to do that successfully.
Both on the top side of the map, so at this point at 1:30, you're going to be very late to lane. This ward was placed late enough and it doesn't seem to have been spotted by Longzhu that they're going to face check a Braum Caitlyn. That could be a real bad time.
Yeah, it might be kind of rough. They're going to throw a ward in with the Krugs rather. They might just go back the way they came, but
This is smart. So they
Yeah.
put down the ward. They intuit that, okay, if this camp isn't being taken, the duo lane must be on the top side. It's the most likely place for them to be. No guarantee, of course, but they don't take the aggressive route to lane, which would have been their death.
that's right. And Achani and Arrow end up waiting a long time, and they're going to come a little bit late to lane. Miss
Now-
out on a couple CS.
No, I don't know if they missed out on the experience. It looked like Caitlyn just got an experience range. If she lost out on the experience of any of those very low minions, the cost will be an early level 2, where Karma Lucian will obviously have extensive lane pressure.
Yep. An Arrow able to poke pretty effectively with this Caitlyn.
It is fun seeing teams on the fly try to work out the scenario when they only had the ability to place one ward to really get any information, and just in the end, sussed out that they were in a position that they just couldn't face check, which behooved them greatly. Face checking Caitlyn Braum is painful times.
Yeah. So it will be an early level 2 for Emperor and Pura. Gives them a nice little edge. Meanwhile, some dueling in the top-bottom lane.
Ah, yes.
Top-bottom. Just like the bottom-top lane.
Australian meta is observed.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad I've got the right analyst for this game.
That's right. I know a thing or two about Australia. But not 3 or 4. Just slow down.
Just 2 things.
Yeah.
So it's drop bears and what else? What's the other thing?
What's the other thing? That's a good question. The Twilight goes the other way.
Barbies?
Are they dolls or are they barbecues?
Well, you tell me, man. You're the expert.
Oh, this is a tough one. Tough for me.
I see.
Yeah, as I said, the toilet water goes the other way when you flush. I know that one.
But that's only because of the construction of the toilet zone, not because of any sort of crazy gravity.
Look, I
thing.
watched The Simpsons to learn everything I know about Australia.
Oh.
Being a resident there for 20 years plus didn't actually factor in, apparently.
Wow. Well, it's that power of observation that makes you such a good analyst.
Thanks, Doa. You always know the right thing to say.
I know, I'm here for you, man. Chaser trying to mess with Score's Gromp, but he can't. Oh, wow, Fly's a bit low, but damage traded pretty equally between these two mid laners.
Yeah, Fly had the Summoner Spell heal, so he had the trump card when it came to those close trades. And
right.
obviously not going to do anything in that particular case.
Yep. Very true.
We should talk about the value of the Ocean Drake this game, because I know a lot of people dissent. Wait, maybe a little bit later.
Here comes Chaser. Fly, flash on Burrow into him. There's a flash from Fly. So they trade Summoner for Summoner. Fly with a parting Q.
Remember, Chaser showed up. They were going to blow one Summoner, and in the end, they trade flashes, which is probably to the advantage of Longzhu, because Coco's going to hit 6 soon, and if he can really get on form with one of those Azir-Sec players, it's very likely to be successful. As a result, the moment you see 6 observe, Fly is going to have to hang way back.
Oh, Expression taking quite a bit of damage here, too. That's an angry tree. Even though he looks very cheerful because he's got that sort of Christmas vibe going with the tree and the presents and all that.
Would you rate his throwing of presents to be aggressive throws? I'm not actually very familiar. Gifting.
No, he's just trying to give them to you.
Okay, but they explode.
Yeah, but they explode with love.
I'm not sure if that interaction's clear. Although the minions do explode with gold, so...
That is true. I mean, man, if something explodes and gives you a bunch of gold, I would say that's a explosion of good fortune.
Longzhu could really use one of those.
Could use a good fortune explosion.
Yes, they really could.
It's true. Good Fortune Explosion was my folk band I took on the road in the 1960s. I've been around for a while.
You have definitely been involved in many genres of band naming.
That's true, yeah.
Equal opportunity. Do you name country and western bands as well?
Not modern country music, because that's all pretty bad.
Okay.
Old Western music is great.
So you won't accept their money to name it if you don't appreciate their type of music?
No, man. I gotta be careful about what I represent.
A man of strong conviction.
I mean, besides, can you really do more than Achy Breaky Heart?
No, that's the market corner.
So I thought, yeah.
So again, I was alluding to the strength of Ocean Drake. You know, in the previous series, I was rating it considerably lower than Mountain and Infernal. As some days, maybe bitten off
He's
too
pretty
much.
low. Oh, someday. Twisted Advance. Here comes Arrow to try to save his top laner. That's some damage, actually, from Arrow there. Expression takes a Peacemaker. Are they going to dive this? I don't think that would be wise.
Going
He's
in.
going back in for the ult. Nice play by Expression. Gets 1. Can they get 2 now that Chaser's there? It doesn't look like it. Whoa! Why'd he stop?
Why? He
Why?
stepped on a trap.
Oh, okay. Headshot.
Oh, man.
Well-
Expression just pulled off a sick outplay and then stepped on a trap.
He outplayed himself, man.
That was some Sideshow Bob tier trap stepping on. That was
a true Wile E. Coyote moment for him.
Oh, dear.
Looks like Cloud Drake is coming up next after the Ocean Drake was taken by KT.
was alluding to the fact that I don't rate the Ocean Drake that highly. Mountain obviously early does have a lot of impact. Infernal is another scaling buff, just like First Dragon buff was before. I mean, the thing that Mountain gives you is that if you have a jungler that struggles to get through the laning phase, or a support that's roaming heavily, you're out of combat against champions and turrets long enough to get the little sustained top-up every, I believe it's 8 or 10 seconds at level 1, I forget the actual number. But it feels like a lot of the jungle picks in the meta right now are so sustained that it's not that relevant. But in a game like this, where you're against a heavy poke comp, if you can get the Ocean Drake and just basically wave clear, then drop out of combat, you can get a lot of sustain and power through.
Big. Cocoon onto Expression, that piercing arrow coming through too. Hail of arrows slows him down, forces the flash. They don't pick up the kill, but they do force him away, and it looks like that red buff will go over to KT Rolster.
It's another one of those games where score is on the aggressive side. We saw Chaser try to steal away a Gromp. This is much more successful, calculated as well.
Yeah.
Expression didn't have his ultimate cooldowns, was so lucky to escape with his life.
Somebody's got a gift for Emperor. It's the gift of death.
You know, I never asked for that one from Santa.
Me neither. I never requested that one too.
Weird.
Well, oh, Johnny just blocking. Nice Q after that Cocoon. Expression ults back in. Might be enough to escape. Nope, there's the execute coming in from Arrow. Score went for it. Got the assist at least. But Johnny taking a lot of turret hits there.
Expression's doing his best to also be regarded as a good bad player.
I guess so, yeah.
With his
He's
sick
looking-
outplay into dying to
He's looking pretty
a
good
trap,
bad.
and then walking up randomly to 3 people and dying.
I don't know. I feel like at some point you just have to go, that's Longzhu.
I like how everything Longzhu related seems to like interact with Looney Tunes or some sort of cartoon franchise.
It's true.
Sword in the Stone, I guess, when we come into courts, as we were discussing earlier.
Yeah. The court of King Lustboy.
Yes. Are we sure that he's a king? Because remember, he's not even the coach of the team.
Oh, well, maybe the Duchy of Lustboy? Maybe he's Baron Lustboy? I don't know. Oh, Coco. Fly still might die here. They're going to knock him up. They're going to get the kill, but that's embarrassing for Coco. Now he's just going to die to the support. Nope, he's going to die to the jungler. Score picks up the kill there. Nice, actually, Cocoon onto Chaser. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Boing.
It's Longzhu!
Oh, geez. This is going to be... We're going to have a whole season of this, aren't we?
To be fair, Fly outplayed that in Zircek play insanely well. He knew exactly what was going to happen.
He walked
accounted
to
for
the side.
flash.
He walked to the side really well, I gotta
Well,
say.
Look, I know you're being facetious about that, but he knew what was coming. He knew his
Of
flash
course.
was down. He knew the enemy knew it, so he just sidestepped, which was actually a masterstroke.
Yeah.
And bought enough time that the pathing came through from KT. They got 2 kills for it, so I'm going to give a lot of respect to Fly, even though other people, like as you say, he moved to the left, he made it look easy. That was a really heads-up dodge from Fly, just like we saw a cool dodge from Cry in the previous series, and it was super effective.
Yeah. That's right. He's still down by about 20 CS. But he's got time. He's got time to catch up. And, of course, that Varus outputs so much damage anyway. It's not the biggest deal. Meanwhile, Someday has a pretty massive CS lead against Expression up in the top lane.
And Fly being down that CS is because his flash was blown so early.
Yeah.
He just couldn't get the auto attacks in. You don't have enough cooldown reduction or base damage on your piercing arrow early to wave clear from off the screen.
So neither of them decide to go for that pink ward.
I guess they didn't see it.
I mean, he walked right past it, then he stopped and he walked back next to it again. I think maybe he just wanted to make sure the minion wave didn't push up the turret so much.
That's probably, at the end of the day, it's not really spotting anything right now. So in terms of just the tempo of the game, it's very unlikely to be meaningful in the next 40 to 50 seconds. So
I suppose.
perhaps controlling the minion wave was of higher priority.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Minute 30 till the next dragon, and as we saw earlier, will be a Cloud Drake, so a little bit of a movement speed buff. So, again, you know, the 2 Drakes that are not, you know, the greatest objectively, but probably pretty good Drakes for a poke comp like KT has, Poke and Siege.
I feel like in the late game, Mountain and Infernal are not situational. They're always good. I
Yeah,
feel like
for sure.
Ocean is strong in the early game in general, but not always necessary, and situationally very powerful in the late game, especially when you're against a poke comp, or if you're going to need that out of, if you're able to kite back and wave clear and kite back and get sustained. So I think this is a game where the Ocean was very relevant, You could even argue, and this is a very optimistic argument, that Cloud is somewhat relevant just because we have a Poke comp and an Azir that's really the only initiation for Longzhu. So 15 movement speed makes you that much more likely to be out of range of the Azir Sec. So
Yeah, makes it that much easier for Fly to walk away from.
Oh dear.
Yeah. You kind of sounded like C-3PO for a second there.
Did I?
Oh dear.
I wasn't going for a C-3PO.
Oh yeah?
Sorry to disappoint / enchant you with my accidental C-3PO.
Oh, use a gift. No. Recall.
C-3PO's actor Anthony Daniels.
It is. You're
All
right.
There you go. I don't know why I knew that,
He
but I
is.
knew that.
Oh, well, I mean, who wouldn't know that?
I'm not a Star Wars guy, though. We've discussed this off-air many times.
I guess we have.
It's all right.
I don't have Chobra to make fun of anymore for not being big into Star Wars. I don't even know if he's even seen them.
But that was a different thing. Like, he hadn't seen the movies. That's
Yeah.
the part where you're like, really?
You've seen them.
Yes. I've seen all of them. They're fine. They're fun. They're capers. I think of them how I think of Pirates of the Caribbean.
No, you can't say that.
I mean, the first
Dude.
movie?
Well, the first one's great, yeah, but come on.
But,
Versus
like,
Star Wars?
You just sit down, you eat your popcorn, you don't think about it too much, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, there's still much more to Star Wars, though.
But if you look too closely, sometimes the cracks in the seam come through. And, I
No.
try not to look too closely at Star Wars.
No, man. They just revealed more deep layers within.
Really? So,
Yeah.
are we defending the prequels now?
Of course not. The prequels are not part of this conversation.
It's a high percentage of the Star Wars movies, though, Doa.
No, in fact, it's less than half.
So now less than half is not a high percentage?
No.
Might not be a dominant percentage, but still a lot of movies. A lot of millions spent on them as well.
Yeah, well, luckily it wasn't my millions.
Speaking of millions spent on the team, Longzhu's not doing that well in this game.
Oh, man. That's harsh.
It was
but
it was a,
true.
it was a pretty good segue, I thought. I went for it.
You went for it. Someday putting some pressure on this top lane here. Especially getting aggressive. They've got Chaser there to help out. Someday might be in a little bit of trouble. Azir not going to help him because he's on the other side. Coco looking for some assist action. Yeah, Someday's eventually going to get worn down, so that'll be a kill for Longzhu. Nice catch there. But unfortunately, that's going to let Fly do a lot of damage to this mid lane turret.
And this is one of those Longzhu moments where you consider what they gave up for getting a single kill, turret damage in mid, Dragon just spawned.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have position on it, and at worst you're going to lose it. So it felt like that was a very low percentage play to kill a Maokai.
I'm a little bit surprised that KT didn't just go on that dragon right then. I mean, it seems like they would have had time to take it up. The mid lane wasn't really pushing against them.
So Elise was just freshly shocked and wasn't just, milling around making a decision. So by the time she walked up, the Maokai was already dead. And maybe you could argue that the window had at least closed, let alone
I don't
it was
know.
closing, but maybe not passed. I agree. They could have been more assertive and taken it. They didn't. And now Longzhu might actually get a bonus objective because they're already on top of the Rift Herald.
Yeah. Well, getting the Rift Herald bonus on Expression would be pretty great.
A lot of respect coming through at least. Could have started Dragon multiple times. There seems to be vision on top of the Dragon. They will get the notification the Rift Herald's gone down. That's going to give a lot of pressure onto Expression.
And the thing is, as Expression picks up this Rift Herald buff, there we go, is that KT has vision in the enemy jungle. They know they should be able to do the Dragon. Now I think they're finally going to go for it. Or maybe not, go into the mid lane instead. Going to try to use an opportunity to push down this mid lane turret.
Yeah, Azir is just shocked. They just know the Rift Herald went down, so they know that both of the members taking the Rift Herald will be low. No one is around to defend this turret, so they will get at least a massive chunk out of it. Yeah, they get it below half. It's not necessarily massive, but they have the turret line up, so they can get more hits. If they get the turret down, this is a big objective for them.
That's a lot of damage onto that turret. Big wall of traps for Arrow as well. It's going to be impossible to engage KT. Caitlyn is just so good in these siege comps right now.
I don't disagree with that at all, Doa. The turret, trap line is very oppressive to deal with. With Varus, Caitlyn, you have Varus poking from off screen, and Caitlyn with the longest range auto attack.
Oh, Chains of Corruption go through, but no follow-up really as Fly ends up taking a ton of damage. They need to be careful here.
And the next minion wave is actually really far away, so that might be the end of the window.
Whoop.
As,
Wow, that headshot, man. Yikes.
And because of the acquisition range and the way they changed the Hurricane, he's actually getting Hurricane bolts at the same time. from
Yeah, I suppose.
Those extended range auto attacks from the traps.
Yep.
So is the Caitlyn build you expect, the Hurricane, and then slowly building into, you have to imagine the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, probably. Let's get more of an initial burst of damage in. Somebody's popping all the traps.
Pain really associated with that. I believe the damage was removed. Now it's just all about the headshot scaling damage onto it. A score finally will solo down the Cloud Drake.
Yep, they're going to get that. So both dragons so far in this game going over to KT.
Let's wait and spot what the next one will be. Will we see the third type revealed? We
Mountain.
will.
Oh, that's a big one for KT as well.
Now Mountain with Varus Caitlyn. That's a massive buff, and denying it is also massive for Longzhu.
Yeah.
Worth noting that we kind of skipped over what Longzhu's doing this game. Very standard team fighting comp. Initiation super low outside of Flash Rek'Sai.
Right.
Much better at kiting back. If they can get vision control over the dragon, kite back around it, they've got Lucian. They've got early power spikes they can take advantage of. There's definitely a team fight they can win, and the gold is very even. To the point where if Longzhu's 1,000 gold behind, but they pick up those super efficient gold items in the early game, like the Black Cleaver Youmuu's Ghostblade pickup, they're actually ahead in terms of power at that point in the game. So I want to see Longzhu really focus around the next dragon.
Wow, Someday really winning that trade against Expression.
Sunday's by far best win rate champion when it comes to a large player base is the Maokai, that is, I believe, 80% lifetime win rate over 30-ish games. So.
Yep. And they're going to go in on to Chaser there. Oh, Chains of Corruption does actually connect, but it only stuns him at the end or traps him at the end of the tunnel.
And Emperor's just going to push down this turret, so they will get an outer turret for what was a very weakened mid lane turret. They should finally finish it, but even that is not a guarantee.
And they could have finished that turret if they wouldn't have tried to get that kill onto Chaser, but now it's going to take longer. Meanwhile, Someday is able to take down the top lane turret, at least for KT.
We're waiting to see if there's any bonus objectives.
Whoa, going for the big insect play.
Whoa.
Or the big Zersec, rather. Arrow tries to get away. Johnny has a flash. Expression comes in, gets exhausted, but gets the kill onto Arrow. Nice moves by Longzhu. Fly doing some damage, but Score is going to have to repel into the Brambleback pit to get away. Longzhu wants to chase. Achani may just have to give himself up here.
He's done.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, that's the end of him. So, nice play for Longzhu. They keep their mid lane turret alive and get kills on the bot lane of KT.
That's a sort of aggressive move that Emperor is known for. The reason why I call it an aggressive move from Emperor is that you saw him hitting on the turret in bot lane. Even though he realized it wouldn't die to minions, he still rotated to mid because he was confident his team could make the pick. And make the pick they did. So you can see Lucian, he gave up taking a free turret, prioritizing kills instead. Coco finally turns back the clock. There's a Coco play. It's a reason why we talked about him bending it like only he can on the Azir. And it works out. They get 2 kills from it. They relieve a lot of pressure from mid. That mid lane turret is still standing and will still be a difficult objective to take down with so many members from Longzhu that can rotate to mid and help with wave clear. So Longzhu made a bet. It was successful. There was a nice mechanical play. This is good to see from Longzhu.
Yeah. Well, they definitely need it. Cocoon onto Pure, though. He's going to need some help as he's in a little bit of trouble. A kill for Score as KT finds a pick onto Pure, and that may lead to them finally knocking down this mid lane turret. They've got the minion wave here, and it only needs like 1 more auto to do it.
Well, I managed to finish the brace
3.
before they randomly died.
Yeah. There you go. Ace in the hole. Not a lot of damage. But KT continuing to push up, and it's big. It's big that they took that turret because that enables them now to get a little bit more vision on that side of the map and set up for that crucial Mountain Drake that's going to help them really push this composition into overdrive.
Yeah, because the thing about the Mountain Drake is they do have tanks to tank up the Baron. They already have map pressure. You get deep vision down, you get the Mountain Drake. Taking turrets is easier. Taking Baron is easier. Everything gets easier from a KT perspective.
Yeah. Waiting for their opportunity to take this tier 2. Up the top lane now.
Well, there's nowhere else they need to be on the map. This is on the same side as Baron, even though that's obviously not a realistic objective for Longzhu just yet. So happy to just leverage their comp to poke things down.
Yep, that's right. They've got the mid lane pushing. They've got the bot lane pushing as well.
Massive push.
Coco looking for a flank here. Not going to find it as he goes back to the mid lane.
Doesn't have his summoners up, so the success rate that much lower on the Azir, so can't really look for those aggressive moves just yet.
Ping's going down from KT. They want to do something about Coco as he moves towards their mid lane turret. They might just have to trade this, I suppose.
Nice move from Hachani. He's
They're
blocking
going
up the
in.
culling.
That's right. Pure in a lot of trouble. Gets blown up immediately. Chaser has to flash out. Parallel Convergence does get some stuns. Hachani goes down. Couple of kills coming in for Longzhu. Expression ults away to safety, and KT has to back off. Meanwhile, Coco actually taking the mid lane turrets, so it worked out well for Longzhu.
Yeah, KT felt pressured to make a dive play. I liked how they started. Hachani tanking up the culling to stop the minion wave from dying, but then they went full dive. And this is all the whilst while Coco gets a free turret. So in a 5v4 scenario, they don't juggle aggro that well. They go for a dive that was unnecessary. They would have got this turret if they just continued to man up and zone with both the Maokai and Braum. So not turret dive, but just zone in the front line.
Yeah.
And the end result is they don't get the turret. They do give up a big free objective in terms of the mid lane turret. They'll also invariably lose a lot of control around Dragon because they can't just kite back and prep wards around it. And suddenly, the Mountain Drake that looked academic for KT to pick up is now probably going to be a point of contention.
Maybe. You know, I'm all about the aggression, but yeah, KT, it seems like if they'd be playing this one a little bit slower, a little bit safer, they'd have a lot more turrets, a lot more gold, and a lot less deaths.
KT have been known to be overly cautious, so this is a different KT when they're making perhaps too many reckless plays.
Suppose. Dragon up in just about 12 seconds now, and KT doesn't have wards behind the Dragon Pit, but they do have wards in the river for the moment.
Just consider the game that was being played a couple of minutes, though. It was so aggressive and so deep on the side of Longzhu that it doesn't feel like Chase will be able to walk up and use the Tremor Sense or place vision around the Dragon. The Dragon looked like it would be a freebie. Now suddenly, the vision's starting to get quite equalized. The fight is going to be super interesting. The gold is nominal at best, and although Infinity Edge Hurricane is a nice build, the Black Cleaver and the Young's Ghostblade have been online for quite a while.
Hachani blocks the culling that was meant for his AD carry. Chaser takes a wrong turn into the jungle and barely escapes without getting cocooned. It's a dangerous moment. If he had gone down, then that would have been almost certainly a dragon for KT Rolster.
We also know that the culling is down, but obviously for not that long. Plenty of cooldown reduction in the build that is coming through, so we'll start to cool down before they probably go for another dragon.
Yep, teleports up for both top laners, so if they're needed, they can join the fight.
This game, one of the issues with the build is that there's not obvious team synergy with the Black Cleaver armor shred that's going to come through from the Lucian. There's no other AD, Graves or Kindred, for example. Love the extra armor shred. There's no other physical damage. You like Chaser to some degree, but it's more about the base values on the Rex side than realistically getting a lot of value out of armor penetration.
I suppose. Longzhu, though, you can tell they know how important this Mountain Drake is for KT. They're really going the extra mile to make sure that they can't get it.
Either of the combat dragons just too much of a tipping point. It's honestly right up there with Baron buff when it comes to contesting both Mountain and Inferno. Inferno will mean that Varus poke will just hit that much harder, and the Mountain just means that Baron becomes as easy an objective as turret sieging for KT Rolster.
Yeah, and turret sieging gets even easier. Longzhu going for it, and it looks like they should be able to claim this Mountain Drake. Yep.
Speaking of Baron, though,
KT not around, but I don't think they're going to go for Baron. Seems a little bit too risky right now. Yeah, it looks like they won't. They could have, but they won't.
they're on the other side of the map, so kind of milling around, maybe not respecting that Longzhu could make an aggressive move, but their fail under the inner top lane turret kind of brought the tempo back a little bit, allowed Longzhu to make a nice decisive call, and that is some more important breathing room, and most importantly, some more time to scale for Longzhu.
Yeah. Well, this game just changed a lot in the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're all even, gold-wise.
Yep. Longzhu is looking pretty good at the moment, actually. Oh, and Hachani finds Chaser. Arrow is there, too. Do they want to move in on this? I don't know. Might be a little bit risky. Looks like they're kind of blocking things off to push this top lane turret up a bit.
Bring in the minion wave. Remember, they weakened that inner turret extensively as damage comes on to Chaser, but they got a lot of damage on that inner turret, but crucially didn't get it down.
Oh, Chani ends up taking more damage on his way out.
Just Lucian things.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it.
Maokai's on the bottom side of the map. When it comes to vision to actually get a teleport flank, it doesn't exist. Maokai has a big advantage in the teleport plays because he has interrupts and also has instant cast targeted CC when he does get the teleport away, but because they've managed to stick a pink onto their own blue buff, there isn't really the wards to make much out of that for the Maokai.
Yep. Fly going for some long-range shots, some long-range poke.
I feel like we were going for long-range shots in some of those fill segments.
Yeah, maybe. We're going for it.
Yeah, the game is slowed down, which will suit Longzhu. KT, they have this siege comp, wants to be played at their own terms. Some of those dragons will really blow open the door to finishing the game, but suddenly things are that much more competitive. Fights are going to be really interesting. You give the natural advantage to Longzhu, it's just the initiation problem still exists in that they need to set up first, and they're able to do that now that they have a dragon on the board, and Baron will become more and more of an objective, but they need to set up and kite backwards, the same sort of thing that is always the story with Azir as your only real teamfight changer when it comes to teamfight changing CC.
Yeah.
Your damage from the other members, but not really CC you need to force real fights.
So what does KT do now? It seems like they're kind of in a holding pattern at the moment.
I kind of agree with you. The holding pattern has been observed. I think moving as 3-4 men to actually get the wards to open up the Maokai teleport play is important because the pinks have been sticking for a long time. You can see a triangle of pinks around the Baron buff has actually been stuck by Longzhu. So that's just areas where they know that Maokai can't teleport into. So really trying to control this enemy vision that for now is stifling them from making massive plays. And the area they want to make plays around is the Baron, but more generally the inner turret that they weakened earlier on the bottom side of the map.
Yep, Chani getting chased back into his own jungle now.
Top side of the map, sorry, but yep.
Yeah.
Take your point. Longzhu, again, pushing their area of influence. I like how this makes a lot of sense. They pink their own blue to stop there being flank wards, and they pushed a ward onto Baron. Now they're pushing into the enemy jungle. The information gathering mission makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
As Sunday's winning these trades.
Yeah, he has been all game, but he just hasn't been able to finish Expression off.
No, that's just not a thing that happens
Well,
most of the time.
Expression has Flash. He ults back for a little bit more health now. Somebody's going to chase. Expression might actually be in a bit of trouble here.
Sunday's mana bar is getting
I
lower.
guess not. Yeah, never mind. Silly me to think that a top lane duel could ever actually end.
You had the Renekton Shyvana meta. You should know by now how this goes.
I know. I had the Dr. Mundo meta too.
I mean, he died sometimes.
Once in a while.
Early in the game.
Intentionally, yes. But
I mean, he died, turret dies, and then he really didn't die ever.
right. Oh, Scion was dying intentionally. That's what it was.
Ah, yes.
That's what I was thinking.
Even further back, long time viewers will remember when Evelyn would die to the jungle.
Yeah. That's true.
It was a legit strat.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sarakabot. There's a call-out that hasn't happened on the stream in about 5 years.
I know, right? Well, Chaser takes some hits, and Coco goes for the Emperor's
Really
Defiance.
nice from Score. He actually repelled the
Yeah.
whole CC.
That's right, he did. And now Longzhu on the run. KT has been looking very passive for the last 10 minutes or so, but now making an aggressive push down the mid lane. Can they win a team fight, though? Culling Use. Someday blocks a lot of that. Chains of Corruption doesn't result in any sort of follow-up by KT.
Remember, this is just an Azir turret, so no objective, even with their nice positioning on the map.
Sure.
Next dragon spawning in a minute. KT's game plan kind of went sideways. Oh, here we go.
Whoa, yeah, Expression has to ult away. Hachani takes some damage, but backs out. Traps all over the place. And now they're going to push past this Azir turret. It looks like, well, they're going to try anyway.
Falling low, and of course will die over time. Big objective spawns in 45 seconds, given that no team seems really interested in going for Baron. The
Yep.
reason why you see Someday tank this up is that you need your vision down X seconds before the dragon. Ideally 1.5 minutes, but for now, that's not going to be achievable. So getting the Azir turret down in the mid lane, out of position, is important for that vision gathering.
Yeah. And I gotta say, Longzhu kind of showing more life than we've seen from them in their last 2 matches right now. They're looking fairly crisp and decisive over the last, again, 10 minutes or so.
I mean, it's worth knowing they look more crisp and decisive in the last 8 to 10 minutes than KT Rolster have.
They have, yeah.
KT Rolster have looked pretty scattered. They didn't seem to know what to do the moment they lost a bit of pressure on the map. They surrendered a Mountain Drake that should have been important for them.
Someday in a lot of trouble here. He's going to take some damage. Flash over the wall to escape. Score landed a cocoon to try to save him, but there's the Shurima Shuffle, and that's going to be a kill for Coco. With that ult being used, though.
Why is Caitlyn not soloing the dragon?
Not sure.
I
I
guess
was
just
going to
coming up
say.
with the Baron, maybe. That's fair.
They're going for it. Emperor finds Achani, deals a lot of damage there too. Achani jumps over to Score for the shield, can't quite do it. Now Score's getting taken out, repels, but where's he going to? Back into the Baron pit, that's not going to work. Pure picks up a kill. And things are just kind of falling apart for KT now.
Yeah, the wheels are coming off. The hype train for KT Rolls is going to be a free unanswered Baron
Yeah.
from KT Rolster. Caitlyn, of course, realized the Baron was a threat, had to walk out. That's why she couldn't solo the Dragon, but a heavy, heavy price is paid by Sumday's second overstay in the top lane. Just kind of meandering around an area where he didn't have vision, died, and this is the end result.
Well, I mean, talk about looking a bit uncoordinated. KT just kind of milling around outside the Baron pit, giving Longzhu opportunities to jump in there, take him out, and now Longzhu's going to get their second Mountain Drake, and that is very, very scary when you combine that with the Baron buff. Scary by itself, too.
Your analysis is super on point, Doa. This is close to panic stations for KT Rolster, the team that had by far the control of this game for at least 20 minutes. Now the items look good, the pressure looks good, the Baron buff obviously is wonderful for Longzhu, and the sort of siege that we've seen from combinations like this Varus Caitlyn that obviously can be oppressive to the point where you really don't have an option other than to give up your turrets. Just never the grouping has come through for KT, and as a result, team comp has been largely muted.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this game has been a little bit odd because it's kind of been the opposite, where Longzhu has looked a little bit worse in the early game and better in the late game, and KT's kind of looked good early on, but is having issues now.
It's going to be very hard to make decisive statements about the whole game. There's been a game of two halves. Expression randomly dying now to 4-2-2 and actually playing very smartly in team fights. Is the sort of turnaround we've seen just over the course of 33 minutes. Nice movement by Coco.
Wow, look at how fast these turrets are going down. That's only Azir and some minions.
Double Mountain Drake will do that. We saw the speed to which you can do Baron with double Mountain Drake in yesterday's series. Running KT around the map.
Yep.
The moment they turn onto the
Whoa.
turret, goodbye.
Wow. I mean, the Baron minions plus all of that Mountain Drake damage, and Longzhu just tearing apart this map now. I don't know if there's really anything KT can do to come back except for win another miracle team fight in the late game.
It's really nice play from Expression. He actually walked up to guarantee the stun.
Chains of Corruption used. Yeah, Coco trying to get away. Emperor's Divide used, or rather not used. Ace in the hole, blocked. They weren't able to kill him, and Longzhu not really sustaining a whole lot of damage. Yeah, they're going in now. Score very low. And this inhibitor not going to last long.
What a curious game.
Yeah, well, Longzhu's finally coming alive. What can you say?
Looked very, very clean ever since they got back into this game after the early game really getting away from them. The decision-making's been good, and KT have been in positions where someday will get caught just walking around top, and it's like games we've seen, like CLG, for example, in the grand final against SKT, where we would see people get caught split pushing and the rest of the team not get anything out of it. That's actually happened surprisingly often in this particular series, where in Korea we so often see trades of objectives. This has been a couple of objectives in a row going to Longzhu and then them just putting the foot on the accelerator and taking over the game.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Merry Christmas. Emperor's found you. Now he's taking some damage, though. Score might be able to help turn this one around. Someday going in, Emperor may have gone a little bit too far in. That's a kill. They're going to trade 1 for 1, but without the AD carry, it's going to be a little bit tough for Longzhu. Chani throwing up the shield to block some damage. Arrow needs to be very careful here. Gets away now. Score, low health. Arrow getting a lot of good auto attacks on before Expression finally got onto him, but they're just a little bit too tanky. Arrow does pick up the kill. Well, Fly actually gets that one. Arrow helped out. And KT manages to barely fight off Longzhu, trading 2 for 2. Staying alive for the moment.
Still, the 2 for 2 is a massive one for KT. Top and support traded for mid and AD carry, specifically the two champions on the side of Longzhu that shred turrets with the double Mountain Drake buff. So, pretty good swap from KT that might hold off what was going to be inevitably some more turrets coming down. Fly returns, got good wave clear.
Yeah, they're going to save that turret for the moment, it looks like. But one auto will easily do that. And the minions, honestly, will probably finish it off. Let's watch that replay again.
This time it was Emperor kind of walking around in an area where they had inappropriate vision. Does a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, Score and Someday, when you're below half health, do have kill pressure onto a no lifesteal build, as far as I could tell from the Lucian. The fight continues, and again, the trade really works out for KT. Coco comes over, is exhausted, which stops him from just bursting down 2 members, eats the medium channel from the piercing arrow and dies. And again, the trade pretty good for KT. They stay in touching distance in terms of the gold, but the pressure still very much on the side of Longzhu.
Yeah, definitely. A lot more turrets on their side. Double the turrets, in fact. And those drakes, those 2 mountain drakes, make such a big difference in terms of Longzhu just getting in there and taking objectives.
So objectives that spawn in just a couple of minutes will be interacted with that mountain drake extensively. Both the dragon and, of course, the baron are must fights for KT.
Yeah. That's right, and I believe Arrow did get that red buff, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
Item stacking has come through. Arrow is finally at the point where you have to say the late game build is online, double attack speed items, Infinity Edge, and the armor penetration from the Lord Dominic's Regard.
Yep.
Gonna have to be heroic effort by both Echo and the Rek'Sai, you'd have to think, to occupy the time, so otherwise Arrow will be able to AoE down multiple members of Longzhu.
Well, the minions finally take out that tier 2 up in top lane that KT had not been able to keep safe. And had taken a lot of damage. 44 seconds till the next dragon comes up. Not sure which one this one is. Don't know if we've seen it yet. And a minute till the next Baron.
Guardian Angel advantage for KT. We saw Expressions is still down for about 2.5 minutes, whereas Score has his Guardian Angel available. So that means for the likely Baron or Dragon fight, whichever one comes first, there will be a Guardian Angel advantage to KT.
Yeah. Longzhu wants his blue buff too, and they'll get it, man. Wow.
I'm surprised they can actually hand off appropriately when everyone does 20% more damage and they can really factor in
Seriously.
realistically.
Yeah. All right. Dragon up now. KT needs to make something happen. Longzhu hiding in this brush. And they're going to go after Someday. They're going to burst him down. Someday coming back in with the ult. The rest of KT trying to save him. Hail of Arrows slows people down a little bit. A cocoon onto Emperor. He's going to cleanse out of the chain zone. There's a kill for Coco. Expansion diving in for a big stun. That's a double kill now for Coco. Hachani goes down. Make it a triple. Expansion in trouble too.
Is it gonna be the Penta?
I don't think so because they don't know where Score is. The Hidden Spider denies the Penta, but they're not going to deny the end of the game. I think Longzhu's going to take it right here, right now.
And I love the fact that Coco can turn it back and actually make the performance on the champion that really cemented his legacy. He established it with the Jace, he cemented it with the Azir, and the Azir this game has finally vindicated the really big respect that Longzhu, and specifically Coco, has always had with Azir.
Yeah, that's right. Nexus goes down, and Longzhu gets their first game win of the season. KT honestly looking pretty outplayed.
They had the early game, but then just struggled to transition. At the moment they had that misstep, they gave up a Mountain Drake, and they basically gave up the rest of the game. They never had it in their palms of their hand. It felt like it was slapped away after they had 2 hands on it early. And credit to Longzhu, they haven't been in that scenario very often, but they found themselves in the mid-game with a shout. They stuck with it. They played smartly. They took the objectives they had access to, and Someday, unfortunately, was caught on too many walks in the jungle. And it was his deaths and the fact that KT could take nothing away while 3-4 members were piling on killing the very tanky tree that really turned the game for Longzhu.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, of course, that Azir doing a lot of damage alongside that Varus, but that was the best game we've seen from Longzhu all season, absolutely. A couple missteps in the early game, something to clean up, but if they can kind of keep going that way, they might be able to actually win this series, surprisingly enough.
KT, now we have to again add a third data point. We only saw 2 games from them, a really good game 1, a game 2 where, look, you have to say MVP didn't close out fast enough, and KT made some significant mistakes that should have been punished, and now we see a third game where Longzhu does punish them. So we have to now start really reassessing how strong KT is as a team. They could still come back, they could still take this series, but that's 2 games in a row where KT, for large swaths of a game, have looked pretty poor.
Yeah, it's interesting, too. And, I mean, again, Longzhu is the team that we were really kind of saying a lot of negative things about early on, and deservedly so, But now with this game, maybe this is sort of the turnaround. Maybe this is sort of the emergence of the team that we heard about coming into week 1, where they said they were more cohesive. They were able to be a better unit than they were last season. This game looked like it, but can they keep it up?
And that's the thing. We stick by what we said earlier because we have 20 series, I believe, now to draw upon with this Longzhu lineup.
And to answer your question, we can't say that because they've had series, they've had games, they've had 2 series where you're like, okay, Longzhu's arrived, they've settled on this package. I believe it was Flame, Frozen, and Crash at one point looked good, and then the other package looked good with Chaser, Expression, and Coco. But it was never for 3, 4 series. It was for 1 or 2, and then something would change. The wheels would come off. They'd change their roster, and we didn't know. So they seem to be a bit more faithful with sticking with the lineup they have right now. But you never know with Longzhu. If we see this level of performance, at least on average, for 3, 4 series in a row, then I think we're ready to anoint that Longzhu has truly arrived.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's hard to believe in Longzhu. You know, I mean, with how things have gone since the team sort of emerged, it's hard to kind of believe that's going to keep going. But who knows? We'll find out in just a few minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 between Longzhu and KT right after this.
감사. 막아. 안돼.
자, 에로우가 없다. 자, 마하 안정적인 자세.
여기서 이쪽으로 막 캐트를 뒤로 못하게 해볼래? 나 계속 친다. 아 진짜 나와.
자, 자 이러면 물렸고요.
캐트 뒤 못함.
바로 케이틀린이 궁극기 때문에 지금
왼쪽 딜 못해. 아지르 보래. 나 안 좋아. 바로. 옆에 케이틀린. 바로 이거 조심하자. 500. 바로 먹어봐. 나이스.
바로는 케이틀린.
죽였어? 사라 다 죽였어. 캐틀린 줘야 돼. 스웨이. 아래 탔어.
야, 옵니다 스웨인. 스웨인이 뒤잡아요.
디테일 아래 있대요. 아래.
서로 오더가 나눴거든요 지금.
용봐봐.
네, 싸움인데 썸디는.
글쎄요, 이거는 약간 진영이 MVP가 훨씬 좋은데요?
빼. 걔 와줘야 된다 하지 않았어? 아까 위쪽으로 같이 와주지.
엄청나게 이득받고. 우와, MVP. 자, 열죠.
앞에부터.
자리.
야 찍지 마. 피했어. 가도 돼.
사먹재기에 미니언도 밀고 들어오는. 네.
미디 민전 기다리자. 미니언 기다리자.
이제 유일하게 남은 타워 하나.
미디 스펀드 두 개야. 들어온다.
아, 이거 MVP 대단한데요? 네. 자, 여기서 끝장내장가요 한번.
천천히 이거 나가야 돼. 나가서 싸워야 돼 우리가.
케이시가 쳐보자. 아, 알아요. 바드가 없어요. 바드가 없기 때문에 이거 애매하죠.
넥서스 친다.
넥서스 11 투 이게 뭐야? 넥서스 이거 진짜 이거 어떻게 돼갑니까?
야 이거 게임 끝날 것 같. 끝날 수도 있어. 깰 수 있으려나? 우리 민영 다 살려야 돼. 유리해. 계속 유리해.
예. 이런 거 그리고 넘어오고. 이거.
바둑공으로 한 번 올리고 수현이 와야 돼. 딜러 나면 올리게 딜러 나면.
자 이거 가능 포크레인들이 과연 얼마나 저항을 할지. 포크레인들의 저항 나오고요.
바둑공 한 번 쓰고.
뒤를 얼렸어요.
나이스. 감사.
진짜 역시 여름의 왕자 사목재기도 거스를 순 없습니다.
진짜 한 번만 잘했으면 배웠는데 나가 못했나?
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And we're back on LCK Summer. Coco gets the MVP for game number 1. Started off with a bit of an awkward play, but followed up by a lot of really great mechanical moves, such as one I'm sure we're about to see right here. And KT handed a loss.
You would have thought that Coco on Azir was going to be a slam dunk all throughout 2016. The moment that they added extra mechanics to the way that his gap closer worked and that you could really increase the range,
This guy could do so much on Coco before that was even possible. You thought he would take advantage of it. And it's taken a while, but this is the first Coco tier Azir play. That's how strong you associate these champions, that Coco was a tier of Azir play in previous seasons. This season you could say Faker, you could say the other strong Azir mains, but
I suppose
Coco brings it back. It was great to see.
Yeah, it was. And now the question is, can Longzhu keep this up? Because they looked pretty poor for the other parts of the season. That was a good game, though. That was finally LZ kind of coming alive. And will we see that again? I don't know. I mean, again, when you look at these two teams on paper, you're like, okay, I could see this going to 3 games. But by the results last season and then so far this season, we expected KT to take a 2-0. Now Longzhu has a chance to do that themselves.
I mean, as an analyst, the only thing I can predict when it comes to Longzhu is to not predict. There's no way to know. We don't know what roster they'll stick with or even play in this game. We don't know if they're going to learn from what they did well in that game and minimize what they did poorly. There's no track record to show because I guess the only thing you can say is probably not, given their history. But wouldn't it be great if they did? Wouldn't it be great if this was a playoff-ready team?
Yeah.
It's there somewhere. There's so many things they have, both in terms of class players like Coco and Chaser, diamonds in the rough like we call Crash in particular. There's a lot there, and the untapped potential, I think, is through the roof. So it'd be great to see them as not an also-ran, not an afterthought, but as a real contender.
Yeah, that's right. And it is possible. I mean,
Sure.
and I feel like if Longzhu can step up, then we've got pretty much an entire tournament of teams that can be very competitive with each other, and then we've got a great season ahead of us.
And that's the crazy thing, because Spring was super competitive apart from those two teams at the bottom. If those two teams at the bottom are, say, CJ and a MVP lineup that just can't put together a win, those are still teams that could do some giant killing. Those are still teams that could beat other people. So it'd be great to see 10 competitive teams in Champions Summer.
Yeah, it's possible. It is possible.
Sure.
We'll see. MVP, if they step it up just a little bit, they're going to be there. CJ, I think, is a team right now. CJ and Longzhu that, in my mind, need the most work. But if Longzhu can get the 2-0 today, even if they can win, a 2-1, that's still a good reason to maybe put them a little bit above CJ.
Yeah, no way to know if this will be a 2-0. Let's see where Longzhu go.
Well, we'll find out. All right, picks and bans already for KT versus Longzhu here in game number 2. Kindred going to be the first ban. Nidalee banned out on the side of Longzhu.
And what will KT do about the Coco, and specifically the Azir for the Coco, because he just put in a very good performance. Azir was a permanent staple ban against Coco in metas past, and then has no longer needed to be one with his drop in performance overall, and specifically on that champion. So let's see how Azir shapes this draft. For now, not banned on either side.
Yep. Nidalee Rise now, and what's that third ban going to be for KT? Do they ban? I don't know. Do you think they might take out the Azir?
Real possibility they take it out on blue side. They have more flexibility to their bans. They banned the Lucian this time as well.
I think you probably do.
Wait to see. Sivir was the interesting ban in game 1, and Fiora. Now, Expression is a good Fiora player, and they're on red side, the scenario where Fiora is the most reliable, but this is definitely some sort of inside track to information. Sivir ban does still come through, so double 80 carry bans. Feels like Caitlyn might be a champion that you really reach for, given that both Sivir and Lucian are off the pool.
Yeah, quite possible, I suppose. Tristana is going to be the other pickup for Longzhu, I would imagine, but we'll see. Maybe a Twitch, but that Fiora ban, I mean, clearly they know something we don't, because that is not a normal ban right now.
Caitlyn first pick may again become a staple when a champion like Lucian is out of the meta. Longzhu do get 2 champions that they piloted, again, in total. I guess at the end they did win with both those champions, although Expression had some questionable plays in the early game. He's going to go for a more standard performance this time, and Chaser looked great on the Rex side. I believe Longzhu's most impressive performance was, I believe, the second game they played in Spring, and it was Chaser on Rek'Sai back then, before Rek'Sai was edged out of the meta. Great control jungler when he's on form, and he looked good in game 1.
Looks like Fly is tempted to take that Azir away from Coco, and if you don't ban it, you may have to do this.
This would be an early rotation Azir. Not many lane counters really exist for the Azir, at least in terms of dominant fashion. Maybe you can get away with some farm lanes, but the Varus was well punished in game 1. Will it open up another Coco favorite? I dream of the Jace, though. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him play the Jace, I believe it was once back in Champions
I believe
Spring.
he played it 2 or 3 times.
Might have been twice, yeah.
Always been one of his better champions. Speaking of
Wow.
strong champions, the Bard has
Insta-Bard.
always been a good one for Pure. He's been one of the Bard mains, even with Bard as more of an edge champion. It's just going to be the more reliable Victor. So Victor versus Zir, we see it again in the mid lane.
Yep, so maybe that Karma pick over for KT now. Do you go with that? Yeah, the Braum might not be bad either.
Pressure draft is real. So one of the reasons that we see Echo so early rotation, we could have seen it first picked, is that Fiora is actually considered a lane counter to Echo. So the priority for Echo goes up when even the counter pick that you don't see that often is like literally out of the picture. The moment you see a counter pick for a champion banned away, you're just like, okay, they must really want this. So they reached for the Caitlyn, but it could realistically have been the Echo first pick for KT.
Could have been. And also thinking now about what that top lane pick is going to be for KT Rolster. I mean, the Maokai still available. They're going to probably pick that up.
Maokai
There we go.
gets out pressured by the Echo, but it's a very manageable matchup. It's not really any kill pressure on either side, so very standard draft from KT. Caitlyn, Azir, Maokai very much carries du jour. And now Longzhu are left with the question of what AD carry they want. They've left it to last pick. It's against a Caitlyn. Will they go crazy and try for a Twitch or something that wants to dodge lane against the Caitlyn, or will they go for something that can stand 2v2?
Whoa, it's going to be Jhin.
Okay, another champion with range that can open up and basically start fights. That's the fun thing you can do with the Jhin, is start fights with the ultimate and the massive slow that it provides.
Yeah.
Obviously, Maokai, Braum, and the Elise are all going to be good at soaking those first bullets, so not as relevant as if they were against a super squishy team like a Kindred, but you had to feel like they were going to go for a more risky AD carry choice. It could have been the Ashe. That seems to be the more reliable choice when it comes to scaling AD carries that can lane against the Caitlyn, but the Jhin is something we just don't see that often in Champions.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we saw Fury play that a little bit earlier, but this will be the first one we've seen from Emperor, I believe, this season.
The front line is a bit more situational than most Jhin comps you see, although they do have AoE CC from the likes of Victor and Bard. Echo's more of a dive tank, doesn't really occupy that much space himself, even with the parallel convergence, and Rek'Sai, again, only has single target CC most of the time, so you'd have to think Emperor's going to be pretty at risk, but if he can just open with the ult, then dart in and out, the playstyle that Jhin mains always want to do, could actually be devastating. It'd be interesting to see how he goes in lane against the Caitlyn if we do see the 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, that's right. And more than anything, Longzhu seeking to prove that they can still be a contender this season. I mean, I know we're only 3 matches in for these guys, but the first 2 look so shaky. A big win here, especially a 2 over KT, would be massive. KT, of course, wanting to prove that they're the ones who are the playoff contending team. And we'll see if they can tie up this series and force a Game 3. And it's time. KT versus Longzhu. What we thought was going to be a one-sided series might end up to actually be pretty close. Wouldn't be surprised to see this one go to Game 3. Let's see who takes game number 2. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 2 between KT Rolster and Longzhu. Longzhu looking to close out this series 2-0 and prove the haters wrong. KT trying to tie things up.
KT played a good half a game, it's worth noting. Their early game was strong and clean in game 1 before it all went pear-shaped over not really anything super clear. It's not like they made a huge error. It's just Someday got caught a couple of times and it felt like Longzhu problem-solved their way to a victory from there. So let's see if KT can continue with their strong identity, but actually look to open up a game, really force through an objective, force through a lead that can't just be answered by a couple of smart moves by Longzhu.
Right. Looks like it will be the lane swap for KT. And if you're Longzhu, do you like this, or do you want to try to call it?
It can be hard to conceptualize some Jhin lanes. Obviously, Caitlyn, Braum have a lot of power, but the range support in Bard can harass pretty comfortably as well. So
yeah,
I think at the end of the day, Longzhu would have been happy to see a lane swap, but I would have been really intrigued to track the 2v2.
Well,
Dodging a Caitlyn lane is always pretty happy times, unless you're Draven.
Yeah.
Then you really want 2v2 lane.
I mean, Arrows wouldn't be playing Draven, so.
Not this time.
Yeah. Used to be such a good Draven.
So
Lot of
this could
harassment
be a
someday.
problem here.
Yeah. Oh, wow, they get the flash right away. Snare as well. Here comes Hachani to try to harass Chaser with this red buff. Can he get it?
He got it!
Oh, did he?
No, wait.
Yeah, he did. Hachani got the red buff, but now they're going to make him pay. Hachani, I'm sorry, you have to give that red buff right back. And he will. Chaser gets first blood.
Well, that was optimistic.
I mean, at least he got some gold.
And we talked about the end of Hachani moments, Doa.
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't really face check the brush. He went in there totally intentionally, knowing what he'd find.
I mean, he face checked a brush, got an objective, and died.
Yeah.
So
He usually doesn't get the objective, so that's very un-Hachani-like.
oh dear. Drive by from Expression.
Yep.
This has been a weird lane swap.
This has been a weird game so far. Emperor and Pure able to do some damage now to the bottom turret, and Caitlyn all on her own up in top lane. So Longzhu should be able to knock down this turret quite a bit faster than KT can.
So just to recap, Someday pushed too aggressively in lane, tried to get a bit of experience, then go for the jungle follow, had to use his flash, and on the top side, Expression didn't show, and then collapsed on the Hachani, who, I guess, by the virtue of how low the red buff was baited into flashing for that last auto attack. So it's just some shenanigans really happened in the early game, and it gives Longzhu a nice little lead, and you can see the trades in mid also going the way of Longzhu.
Yeah. Coco looking pretty good early on. Someday and Hachani finally making it up to that top lane to help knock down this turret, so in the end they will go down at a fairly even pace. Here comes Elise, though. Coco on the run. Score trying to make a play, but they'll be happy to just force him out of lane for the moment.
Can't blow a summoner, so no gain from some nice pathing from Elise.
Yep. There go the turrets.
It looks like, despite the fact the game was very differently played on both the top and bottom side of the map, the tempo is identical.
Yep. Magical Journey. Wow, Longzhu going after a fast early dragon, and it is that Mountain Drake too, so very, very important that they can take that away. That is a huge early pickup.
I mean, obviously the 10% true damage onto the dragon and the turrets is not as significant early, but it's nice to have it in your pocket, right? You have it in your wallet. It's not going to be taken away. It's going to be relevant in the mid to late games. So it's nice to get the stacking on. And again, you're denying the enemy from picking it up for very low cost. There's no buff that's going to be answered with, so it's a nice pickup for Longzhu.
Well, I think with the Caitlyn on the other team too, keeping that Mountain Drake away is pretty vital. Looks like it's going to be Infernal Drake next, so this game could get pretty exciting as far as the battles over the dragons go.
The explosive mid to late game fighting and sieging dragons, so hopefully that'll spur some hot action for us to follow.
Well, it's always hot action with the Infernal Drake, man.
That's true. Spitting hot fire.
Literally.
Yeah. The literal is always good. Sometimes League of Legends, specifically Korean League of Legends, can be very abstract when we're talking about rotations and stuff like that.
You have a point.
Sometimes it's good to see some people get killed really good.
Wow.
I hope that's not taken out of context.
I've never yeah, I know. Someone's going to take that clip.
Oh,
and
dear.
The true Papa Smithy comes out.
I've done it now. There's probably combinations of things you said that probably come across poorly as well, though.
No, never. I can't imagine a world in which that would happen.
Imagine a world.
Well, we've got the 2v2 now.
Imagine a world where Longzhu went 2-0 against KT.
I know, yeah.
It's looking more and more realistic.
Well, it's early in the game, but it's a good start for Longzhu, that's for sure. Now we see how this Jhin does against this Caitlyn.
It can hang back. Obviously has the dancing grenade to CS in a lot of good scenarios. Bard's also hanging back, but in general that's because they don't know where Elise is, and very good chance that she's going to be on the same side of the map.
And she is, so they do spot them now.
Let's see. The extended laning phase, and very competitive in CS, so Emperor definitely doing his job in this scenario.
Yep. I think Shen and Jhin have to have like a uncomfortably awkward walking competition.
You know a thing or two about Shenhua?
I do. I've lived it.
You have?
I've become the Shen.
I believe that clip was seen by a few people.
Maybe. I heard rumors. There comes Chaser. Looking for an opportunity. Make a play on to Someday. Someday's just going to protect his turret, though. Twisted advance onto Expression. Not taking any turret damage, though.
Yeah, wasn't worried whatsoever by the threat of the turret dive. No damage to speak of between the two, and wanted to ensure that he got the complete wave. So best to chunk them out now and then force him to back away so he can get the lion's share of the massive minion wave that crashed in.
Yep, that's right. So meanwhile, the 2v2 down in bot seems pretty even. A little bit of a CS lead for Arrow.
Just thinking more about the team comps, I'm really liking the Bard. I think Bard is one of the best champions against Azir, especially all these kiting positional-based mid laners and AD carry. The ultimate really warps fights because locking them down for 2.5 seconds stops them setting up a locus to control, like, for example, the Sand Soldiers, or really getting a big Emperor's Divide. So
yeah. Or even taking that Caitlyn out of the fight for a little while means a big difference in terms of...
I mean, obviously
damage
Azir
on
and
both
Caitlyn will
sides.
be fine and dandy, but you'll take one or the other.
Yeah, totally. Here comes Chaser. Maybe an opportunity for a play on the Someday, but he's playing it pretty safe. Well, walking up now, though. Here we go. They're going to try to pick Someday. He's still got his Flash Twist advance.
Nice.
Flash immediately. Nice escape. Meanwhile, Coco drops a Chaos Storm onto Fly. Fly not really under too much danger.
Really, really defensive itemization choice by Coco.
Flash looking for that Cocoon. Didn't end up
Wow.
going for it. That was a nice cosmic binding from Pure, but kind of an awkward engage for Score, honestly. And now the curtain call. It's time. Can this Jhin do damage? Arrow manages to dodge one hit. They block the others. So no kills for that Jhin. But KT going to be able to maybe knock down this bottom turret.
So teleported in, then ulted out as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Had enough. Long's going to have to back away. KT end up becoming the victors out of this trade.
Yeah, they do. Going to be some damage on the top turret probably, but I guess that's not a big minion wave for Expression at the moment. It's going to push back, and so he's not going to be able to get right on that top lane turret yet.
Really, I think this must have been influenced by item timing, but the thing I'm surprised about, though, is that the first purchase from Victor wasn't a Hex Core, wasn't an extra Dorans and boots, it was actually a completed Negatron cloak.
Huh.
So, the wave clear, which is... Oh, Score's caught.
Yeah, Score gets caught. Chaser comes in for the knockup. Score manages to repel away, though. Can Emperor possibly?
Oh!
Yes, he can. The flash. Auto. Big Emperor's Divide, though. Onto Emperor. Oh, Fly. You stuck around in the turret a little bit too long. Chaser goes down 2. That's a double kill now for Arrow. So despite the efforts of Longzhu, they still trade 2 for 2, and the turret goes over to KT.
And Longzhu also get to organize the minion wave as they'd want, push into mid. Victor doesn't have to use his time collapsing into bot. So when it comes to resources, Longzhu win because they exert less resources to pick up an equal kill trade.
I suppose.
Cosmic Bindings have been excellent from Pure. This is a super, super aggressive turret dive by KT Rolster. I mean, the play was reminiscent of the amazing play that
Phoenix,
I
believe, yeah.
played off. I wanted to say Miso. For some reason, that's what I have him as in my head. But yeah, Phoenix pulled off in the LCS, but much less effective, and also at the cost of Coco getting some control mid. Now, he has been able to shop and get that Hex Core upgrade.
Yeah.
But he went Negatron because of the fact that Elise, Maokai, and Azir, the laners and champions most likely to rotate into his lane, but the cost of wave clear against an Azir meant that he would have been basically at the mercy of Azir for the majority of the laning phase. The fact that he got that back at a good time means that now, less of a consideration.
Yep. Longzhu trying to set up for this next dragon. 5 seconds until the Infernal Drake, and that is such a juicy pickup for either one of these teams. So you'd think Longzhu wants to grab that one and keep the momentum going.
It's kind of fun because, again, you come back to the nature, the randomness of the Infernal Drake and I guess the Elemental Dragons in general.
Yeah.
And you kind of get that question of, well, if we don't take this Infernal Drake, there might not actually be one later. So
True.
You got to take it when it's available.
Well, speaking of taking things when they're available, Longzhu finds an opportunity to take this top lane tier 1 turret, so they're going to even up the turret count between the two teams. KT does find an opportunity, though, to maybe start this dragon. Yeah, Arrow's going to go for it. If KT can take this one, we're back to square one, and KT can say they may have a bit of a damage edge. Longzhu coming in now, but that line of traps is going to make it easy. And can he maybe get it with the curtain call? No, not quite. Dragon does go over to KT. Nice shield from Machani. Still takes some damage. Emperor snares up Fly, uses that Emperor's Divide. Coco flashes it, going to go for it, but it's a 1v3. Can't get the kill. Score very low. Looks like Longzhu will be able to claim 1 anyway. So they lose the dragon, but they do get a kill on to Score. And they might be able to do some serious damage to this mid lane turret, too.
And Skull was just out of position after they claimed the dragon, so had to give up his life. The mid lane turret would be the answering objective that they're really looking for. Looks like they're going to get the Rift Herald as well, so they're going to get that glimpse of the Void. They give up just the single Infernal Dragon. Wait and track just how much this warps the game in the late game, but so far it seems pretty even trade overall.
Yeah. Slight edge for Longzhu on the gold count, but looks like it's going to be an Ocean Drake next. But yeah, it's a pretty even game. Meanwhile, Expression does take out the Rift Herald. Looks like he's going to pick that buff up.
It is the stacking of the Glimpse of the Void that the Observer was showing. So with movement and combat, you build up basically a Static Shiv-esque melee range proc that does magic damage on harass. It's a single target one though. Very, very powerful, and specifically Gangplank, because it does apply on Parlay.
Not bad.
Well, melee champions, you don't get the full effect. On range, it's only the reduced, so.
Right.
Fits most top laners to a T.
True enough. Now, Arrow does have a pretty nice CS lead over Emperor overall. And with the amount of kills that Arrow has, it's a distinct lead for this Caitlyn at the AD carry role.
Has the very early Hurricane. Now, you cannot put Hurricane Caitlyn in mid lane. Yes, I did call it Hurricane Caitlyn, but not talking about natural disaster this time. Talking about where Caitlyn really wants to be in the mid game, which is pushing down and trapping up the mid lane turret. With the Azir, that's not an option, so it ends up being a forced full core press because Azir's going to push in mid. Caitlyn has to push because she has the Hurricane. So even if Echo's going to have a slight pushing advantage.
Oh boy, here we go. Emperor's Divide used immediately. Fly gets out. But those snipes from Emperor waiting for it. Oh, Score blocks the last one right before Fly comes out of that Tempered Fate. Meanwhile, they're still going to try to get some plays. Arrow very low. The Ignite finishes him off. A kill for Pure. Emperor chasing along. There's some nice Cosmic Binding from Pure. What an MVP. That's going to mean another kill for Longzhu. They're going to get the mid lane turret as well.
Pure casually snipes Fly with his first ultimate and then gets the double Cosmic Binding, specifically the Cosmic Binding onto Fly. It guarantees the turret. It gets them more gold. Pure is basically a one-man pick comp this game.
He's having a great game on this Bard.
Only a slight downside is that he's picking up a lot of kill gold, but I know that you'll dissent on that one.
I don't mind. Hey, Bard can do some damage, man. He just needs to build some AP.
Bard always kind of does a lot of damage. It's just that he also explodes, so maybe just a bit of health so he can sit there and do more damage. You know what I mean?
I don't think that's necessary.
That's fair. So it was a really nice pick onto Fly. They get a lot of damage onto him, instant use of the Emperor's Divide. But first of all, Pure, this guy played a lot of Bard last season, so you can see his mechanics are on point. The stun onto the wall onto Arrow is pretty majestic. Arrow flashes, but at that low health with Ignite, is he going to die? And then also gets the stun onto both Score and Fly.
Yep.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Pure.
Absolutely.
Support carry was made for highlight clips like that, though.
Yeah, it's true. KT now kind of scrambling a little bit. They got that Infernal Drake, but that damage did not help them in the last team fight.
Still too early in the game. There was very low AD purchases on champions like Caitlyn, so
yep.
While Infernal's held in those reverent terms, it's only really kicks in a little bit later.
Looks like Longzhu might want to take this tier 2 in top lane. They're thinking about it. Next Dragon's coming up in about 1:45. Chaser caught out a little bit, taking some damage. Blue buff does go over to Score. Tried to give it to Fly, couldn't quite do it.
The harassment and the misalignment of the blue buff onto the jungler is just happy for Longzhu, and they'd rather steal it, but in this case they'll take the result. Empress going to split push in bot lane. Has the single item. We see a bit of dissension between which of the first items to go. I mentioned Infinity Edge as a realistic option for Jhin just because he has the auto crit on 4th auto attack, but Essence Reaver a bit more consistent, and you do go through a lot of mana as you poke in and out of fights. Not so much about the right clicks in fights, but more about the spell rotations. So need to keep that mana topped up.
And remember, it is that Ocean Drake next as well, so not quite as high pressure maybe this time around, but certainly helpful for both teams.
Also means that Air will not be spawning, which is consensus the weakest of the three.
Yeah,
of the four, sorry. So a lot of power. I think we'll see plenty of contesting of Dragon. So we'll see a couple more spawn before the 35-minute mark.
Probably.
Going to see which ones stack up. Still short of both the BF Sword and the Infinity Edge, so Arrow sitting in that power trough that can be avoided if you really rotate well with Caitlyn. It's just that the map pressure has been solo for Longzhu.
Whoa, Tempered Fate onto Achani. They may have a pick here. Arrow tries to load down a trap, but yeah, Achani not getting out of this one. And now that curtain call used to just try to push Arrow back. Dodges 1, dodges 2, dodges 3, dodges all 4. Can he keep his turret up, though?
Azir's coming to try and help, but has to take a pretty defensive line, even though everyone's viewing.
But they just can't keep the minions alive, and they can't handle KT coming in.
One of the issues with this game is, Sumday's the superstar of this team. Let's be real. Score has his moments, but Ssumday, he was MVP of summer season. Sumday's 0-0-0, so he's been completely a bypasser, watching on as this game has been played in other lanes. Even now, he's not grouped. It's going to
Score walks
see the
up,
information.
and no, doesn't get the dragon. Oh, Flash Conflict Binding on the fly, and Score. Pierre hits another one. Another pick for Longzhu. Man, this Bard is just out of control this game.
Another fight where Maokai doesn't find a space to teleport, got vision late, didn't have appropriate vision to go for a deep teleport, and once again, Ssumday just sits top and farms.
All right, Mountain's going to be the next Drake to come up. One already on the Longzhu side, of course. But they are making the picks, and man, Pure is just... Yeah, I mean, the term support carry, I think, definitely applies this game.
It's certainly not a pick. Comp Rek'Sai can do her thing, but the big story here, once again, is Ssumday Doa. This is a free farm tank who can never be at fights because Longzhu had such a stranglehold on vision, and the picks have come through, so of course, the moment you get picked, you're so much less likely to put down deep vision because you can't get access to it.
Right.
And thus Ssumday's been sitting on nice items, but complete irrelevance. 8 kills have come through, and just Ssumday not been involved in anything across the map.
Yeah. And so, KT again kind of left scratching their heads, kind of wondering how this is happening right now. And I would say KT, we talked earlier about Longzhu, the team that looks lost a lot, looks apathetic in their games, and KT kind of showing those signs now,
Well, if this is another loss, you'd have to say 3 out of 4 was that lost KT. Just excluding the first game that they played this season against MVP, where they were able to take a game that was in the balance and win it in the mid-game. So far since then, they've just really made some questionable decisions. There's really no other way to put it.
Yeah, very true.
Item timings are not there. Fly has a hodgepodge working towards Nashal's Tooth, BF Sword, and the Crit Cloak, but still no Infinity Edge. No one's powered up, and Longzhu just able to be basically obnoxious in terms of how much they play and how aggressively they can play on the map.
Yeah, they just need to not overextend at this point. They need to play it out safely, but keep the pressure on.
Chase has decided that he wants to overextend. He's gone for a Banshee Veil.
I guess so.
Stop the first CC from shutting him down.
Well, that's not bad, I suppose.
Was buffed in terms of cost recently.
Oh, Score. Tries to go on the trap. There's a Tempered Fate on to Score. Chaser comes in. Achani throws down the Braum ultimate. Arrow getting some nice autos from the outside. Chaser in a lot of trouble. Emperor pops the ult, has to cancel it. There's a kill for Chaser. Nice Emperor's Divide comes in. Pure tries to get on the magical journey. Gets chased by Fly. Fly goes right into Coco, though. Another kill for Pure. 2, though, for Arrow. And KT able to win this fight 2-3. It was close, but... Talked about Longzhu overextending. I feel like they may have done just that.
Well, that's the thing. It ended up a grouped 5v5, and for once, Ssumday was there to just run at Jhin, eventually kill him, but trivialize him from a fight. No consistent damage from the Jhin. Coco was poked out in a lot of ways, and suddenly the damage wasn't there, so it wasn't single picks. It was finally the true 5v5. It was a nice idea from Longzhu. It's just, after that, the teleport is so much more aggressive because of where the wards are from Ssumday. This goes in, they get the first kill onto Chaser, who got in early. Remember, he got in before the ultimate had run out from Bard, and then Ssumday can just run at Emperor. Doesn't really have any armor, but it doesn't matter at this stage in the game. And KT win their first fight.
Yeah. That could be a big moment, too, because the gold is still very even.
It's worth noting that they couldn't take any objectives from winning what ended up being a pretty close fight overall, but it does bode well that when they're grouped as 5, they do have the chance to take down Longzhu.
Yeah, and Emperor just didn't get to do much of anything that fight. Started to channel his ultimate, had to cancel it immediately and run away.
That's just the reality. That's what we're talking about, 6-item Jin, or I guess 4-item Jin. What are you to do against a Maokai who has targeted CC, who runs at you?
Right.
The play style of Jin is to poke in and out because he has that reload. His abilities are ult accepted. He has very short range and very long range abilities.
Chaser drops a smite down onto Someday, harassing a bit. Here comes Expression, but they don't want to chase him too far into the jungle without any more vision.
Yeah, definitely no kill pressure onto Someday this time because they don't have any damage dealers with them.
Yeah, that too.
Should keep up the pressure game, but just need to be careful with how they allocate their resources.
Minute 20 until the next dragon, and it will be a Mountain Drake again this time. If Longzhu can secure that, that'll be a pretty huge boost as far as maybe sneaking that Baron or knocking down a tier 2 here and there.
I mean, just the single pokes. Mountain Drake actually interacts really interestingly with Jin, because remember, Jin can crit turrets with his 4th shot, and in general, he has such a high amount of AD that because it's 20% bonus true damage, and in general, you can't get 5-6 auto attacks off at a turret, right? You end up getting harassed. You only get a single auto. A single auto with high true damage actually means those few shots you're getting in really hurt those turrets.
Yeah, very true. So now Longzhu setting up for that next dragon while KT takes a red buff. Longzhu has some decent wards down. Just trying to keep the lanes pushed up as well.
See the vision story, that may be the big point. Once again, Someday really doesn't have appropriate vision for any sort of flank around the spawning dragon. He doesn't have teleport either, so he'll just group with his team.
Yeah. All right. Here comes Longzhu.
So the Void still applied onto Expression.
Dragon is up. KT just pushing down the mid lane for the moment, trying to go as far into the Longzhu side of the map as they can. Now turning onto that dragon. Can they burst it down, or are they going to look for a team fight? They've got a nice line of Caitlyn traps set up. As they go for this dragon, KT may be able to claim this. Chaser dodges it though, comes in. Oh, can't seal the Prey Seeker. That's a Mountain Drake buff going over to KT.
Longzhu don't
big.
really have a comp that can stop KT pressuring like that. Remember,
Guess so.
Azir, Braum, Maokai can really just kite back, and there's no way for Longzhu to really force something out of the most opportunic of Bard ultimates. So smart of them to realize this is not a dragon we can claim, just swapping Mountain Drakes in the end. And they're going to go for the turret instead.
Yeah. And looks like they'll get it. Chani coming from the side, though. There's a Braum
Fight
ultimate
time.
drop down. Yep, Chaser and Expression over the wall. Score, firing from the outside. Arrow gets hit by that Tempered Fate, but it looks like Longzhu on the retreat anyway, as Someday once again gets into the back lines. They get the kill onto Chaser first off, and now KT trying to flank with that Magical Journey, trying to use Longzhu's own abilities against him. Expression going back in the lane, but the auto attack from Arrow is going to take him down. That's a double kill for that Caitlyn now, and KT may have Baron on the mind. They could also just push up to mid lane. Lost a lot of health though, so looks like Someday might be able to recall and teleport back in if he wants to.
There is a vision. There is a ward coming out. It's a blue trinket, so they have an idea of what's happening, but can they really contest it? No Bard ultimate available. The Heroic still is an outside chance, but not really realistic. Baron falls low.
Yep, not gonna claim it. So the Baron buff goes over to KT. This game that's been so back and forth goes back around to the KT side again.
It's just 5v5 fights are so hard for Longzhu to win because their main issue is that no one does consistent damage.
Yeah.
It feels like Jin and Victor are kind of birds of a feather when it comes to just poking in, doing one spell rotation, then wanting to back out. You can't back out from Maokai. He's going to keep running at you, doing incidental damage, slowing you with the Arcane Smash, getting the cooldown back on the W, and thus Emperor and Poco completely trivialized in 5v5 fights. So when Pure is hitting the godlike cosmic bindings, you can burst down one target with one rotation of spells from Jin and Victor. Excellent comp when it comes to skirmishing, you could say, and picks, but true 5v5. Consistent damage from Azir, consistent damage from Caitlyn. So many more options for KT in that realm.
Yeah. I mean, Arrow has been, pretty much untouched in a lot of these fights the last couple minutes. That big front line of Chani and Someday just letting him do whatever he wants.
And again, the big front line doesn't exist for Longzhu. Expression isn't able to run and trivialize Arrow from fights, at least as far as we can see with the items that have been completed. Chase has been kind of in a mid-tier role, is gone for engages, has gone for peels, as is the way with Rek'Sai. Emperor has not been able to get out those multiple rotations of damage, and now KT knocking on the inhibitor.
Yep, Expression trying to go for their own inhibitor, and KT may need to send somebody back to deal with this. He's going to knock it down pretty slowly, though. So I think KT should be able to take this inhibitor and maybe get back in time. We'll see. Maybe not. They may actually trade inhibitors here. Expression going in. Doesn't really have a lot of minions, though, to help him.
Strange that in a 5v5 sense, they don't feel confident enough to try and force something.
Oh, Tempered Fate doesn't land. Longzhu really wants to try to stop KT from backing, wants to trade inhibitors, and you know what? Expression's had a lot of time with that.
It looks like he may have to die to take it down, though. We're watching in the mini-map
It's getting slow, and he needs just one more auto. He gets it at the very end, but he will be taken out.
Objectives on the map, so no real way to answer this. Death timers are not long, remember. It's only 27 minutes. This is definitely in the wheelhouse where death timers have been lowered, so not so much to contest from it. I don't know how Longzhu was able to enact that trade. I think that's just KT really not pressing hard enough. They didn't want to go for a pick, even in a true 5v4 scenario. Expression might have had teleport, but we always talk about it with the Echoes. Sure, the laning phase is oppressive. Sure, in a long fight with setup, you can do things with the CC, but teleporting in and hitting the parallel convergence is almost unheard of. It's so much setup. It's 3.5-second channel into another long channel. So it's very, very difficult to hit. And in the end, KT doesn't go for anything and just end up trading objectives in the weirdest scenario.
Yeah. KT responding, though, by moving into the mid lane. Going to try to take down this inhibitor. They get the turret.
Well, Ssumday doesn't care about this.
Nope, I don't think so.
He doesn't even have a lot of armor yet.
Not a lot of damage from this Jhin. And KT kind of waltzing right in. And is there anything Longzhu can do to stop them? I'm not so sure.
Two super minion waves soon to be crashing. Yep, no one can get onto the Caitlyn or the Azir, so they free DPS down that mid lane inhibitor.
Another dragon coming up in about a minute. KT, though, in pretty firm control of this game. The gold lead is not huge, but they've got so much more in terms of objectives.
And the pressure, and the fact that Longzhu, 2 team fights in a row, they're like, wait, we can't truly 5v5, and Pure, I mean, did some insane things on Bard this game, but it feels like that was almost making up for a comp that doesn't function in 5v5, and that's not necessarily a problem. You can win the game without really opting into 5v5 fight out of 5v5 fight. It's just that Longzhu have really pushed up to objectives that they really can't rush down. The fight has been started. Ssumday didn't show up to the first 3, showed up to the last 2 team fights in a row, and it's no coincidence that KT have been winning them pretty handily.
Absolutely, and I felt like the moment Longzhu lost that Infernal Drake was the moment things kind of turned around, that team fight loss. They're going to go for the next one. It is an Infernal Drake again. Trying to set up a pick here on to score, maybe.
He gets the Raptor Sense. What's he going to do?
Finds that ward.
Are they going to squish the Spider?
They're being so patient. Spider gets sent the wrong way.
He has
Machani
no
coming
idea.
Through. No, they're waiting. Longzhu. They're really wondering where he's at. Oh, no, that did not
here we
work
go.
out. Teleport coming in for KT. Emperor gets an opportunity to throw down his ult from some cover. Tempered Fate locks up Fly. Dragon activated, goes on to KT, does a bit of damage there. Chaser in the back lines. Arrow once again untouched, getting to auto attack pretty freely as Ssumday wraps up the back lines. I mean, we've seen this fight before. Fly coming in, doing the damage he can. Score all over Chaser, a double kill for Ssumday this fight. He decides he wants some kills. Arrow's got enough. Chaser, chase down. Nice cue from Machani. He'll lock that one up. Score with another kill, and Longzhu waited a long time and never pulled the trigger, and in the end, the trigger got pulled on them.
Exactly. These fights are just a shooting gallery, to continue that metaphor, though. There's just no way for these 5 champions to stand up to what KT have fielded. And look, they played around what they had well. It's just the moment that they got goaded into a fight because they'd won so many little skirmishes, the comp came apart the seams, and it's going to be another 3-game series.
Yeah, I guess so. KT able to win a pretty decisive game number 2. And Longzhu, again, on the verge of losing yet another series. We'll see what they can do next game, but for now, it's all KT.
Yeah, I really liked the play from Longzhu in the early game. The Bard
Me
as
too.
well. That was going to be an easy MVP from
Oh,
Pure.
seriously. Pure's Bard was so good in the early stages of that game. It really is.
I think what they did
Too
with
bad
it, though,
that they-
that's the thing, is like they did a lot of smart things with what they had. They set up vision. How many times does somebody have no way to teleport to?
Right.
So no true 5v5. So the picks were smart. You know, some of the damage numbers. This tells you that Caitlyn was definitely not in any way stopped in team fights. She just got
No.
to free auto doing consistent damage. Not a true consistent damage dealer on the side of Longzhu, but the moment the vision got more equalized, the moment that people could teleport and truly 5v5, that's when the illusion of strength from Longzhu was shattered, and KT ended up rounding out a pretty comfortable game too.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it best. As soon as Maokai started joining the fights, there was no way to get back onto the Caitlyn, and Arrow was able to just auto-attack freely and do the damage he wanted to do.
It just reminded me of that Rox versus Samsung game 1 when they had Aurelion Sol, Swain, and Ezreal. Lots of nice, consistent damage, but no one to actually kill a frontline.
Right.
And that Maokai, the first fight he showed up, he had Spirit Visage and Giant Spell. No armor at all. Ran and killed the Jhin, basically,
Yeah.
after changing targets. And when the armor came through, we saw the ult tickling the Maokai. And yeah, there was just no threat onto the front line. That meant that Caitlyn could just free auto while Jhin was running away. And those fights can only go one way.
Yeah, very, very true. Definitely going in Caitlyn's way most of the time. So picks and bans are going to be interesting for game number 3. I feel like we've seen a lot of mind games going on between these two teams tonight.
And the Ashe was kind of the answer I expected, because it was the first pick Caitlyn, 280 carry bans, Caitlyn first pick.
True enough. Well, when we come back, KT versus Longzhu game number 3. Who takes it? Don't go anywhere. OGN, LCK Summer will be right back after this. Eventually.
Yeah.
You know.
We're waiting for
You
it.
know how it is.
I know I should let it go, take a different road when I'm driving home, but I don't want to. Reach your number from my phone instead of calling, asking if you're all alone, but I don't
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And we're back on LCK Summer. Arrow getting the MVP for auto-attacking a lot of people.
Auto-attacking a lot more than his opposite number, it must be said. But that's, of course, inherent in the Caitlyn versus Jhin matchup. I don't know if he necessarily deserved the MVP, but he put out a lot of damage. He played safely. He did Arrow things. Because Arrow is, a very familiar player to us. His laning phase has never been fantastic, but his team fighting late, he's always been a sort of player to find space and then put out consistent damage, and did that to a T in Game 2.
I feel like that was kind of like a fly highlight we just saw there. And now, Arrow, his positioning is good, no doubt about that. But with a team comp like this, with the Maokai doing what he's doing, it's easy.
And that's the thing, Arrow's never changed. He's always been this player. Good late-game team fighter, good at finding space, good at positioning, laning phase, unremarkable. And he's not going to reinvent himself anytime soon. He's a veteran of the scene, and this was definitely a good performance by him.
Yep. Hey, it's not broke, don't fix it. So KT able to tie up that series after the Game 1 loss to Longzhu, and now it's anybody's series. I really have no idea who's going to take this one.
I think the draft will give us some big stories there. Longzhu played to their win conditions and then supremely had them taken away with the team fighting phase. It just couldn't go their way. I loved how they played around the bar. I'm kind of devastated that we don't get to see a pure highlight reel because he was really on fire in the early game. But again, team fighting phase finally was forced a lot later than expected, and it only went one way, and that was KT.
Yeah, it's if you are KT right now, do you get kind of nervous about giving that Bard up?
I don't think so.
We've seen a lot of Bard bans this season.
I think it's again going to be about that AD carry matchup. That was the key one that game because we saw the double AD carry ban, the Caitlyn take, and then you saw specifically Emperor forced into a lot of not the great choices. Now, Emperor is a great Draven player, so he could have gone full Draven, but it never behooved KT, so who's to say how Longzhu would have gone with it. But there's never that many good options when the bans come through. I thought Ashe was the safer choice. They went for the bursty AD carry, and it worked for a stage until it very much didn't.
Yeah, that's right. And, it's interesting to think about Draven now, too, because Arrow was such a big Draven player. If anybody's going to bring him back right now, it'd be him.
These two, honestly.
Yeah, that's very true. But it seems like in the last, few seasons now, whenever we've seen that Draven come out, it just fails so hard that, I don't know, I think everyone's afraid of it now.
It's going to come one day. I think one of these two will play it this season. That is the bet I'm willing to make.
All right, picks and bans for the final game of the night here on LCK Summer, Longzhu versus KT. Sivir and Ryze, the first two bans.
And this is probably Longzhu saying, okay, we're on the blue side this time. Let's have the Caitlyn, please. It looks like they're going to try and force a Caitlyn ban and then maybe take Azir at first pick.
Well, first pick, Caitlyn would have been an option, I suppose, if they hadn't decided to ban that away.
Interesting. Okay, so they're not going to be fishing for the Caitlyn. No roster changes worth noting for Longzhu. They stick with the same roster all three games.
Yep.
The AD carry pool continues to be pinched. Lucian is the only obvious first-rate AD carry, given the current meta.
I think the Azir ban is probably a good idea. Coco had a really great game on Azir in game number 1.
Feels like a lot of junglers are going to come through, though. I think we might actually see the likes of Nidalee's and Kindred's running through, because the obvious last ban here is Lucian, to stop there being a first top-tier list AD carry. In fact, okay, we're just going to go full crazy mode. All three AD carries that have really heavily been considered this season, outside of a couple of Kalista games and the like, are banned away on the blue side by Longzhu.
I like it. I feel like champions like Ashe, Tristana are going to pop up now. Seems likely, maybe even that Twitch. The last ban is a big deal, though, for KT.
Do you ban a jungle?
To go with.
Now, Nidalee to Chaser is Chaser is a wonderful Nidalee player for a long, long time. They don't ban Nidalee, so Nidalee comes through. Will we see Chaser finally get return to it?
Well, I think they banned the Trundle away because if you first pick a jungler here, KT responds with Maokai, and they don't want to give Longzhu the option to respond to that Maokai with the Trundle, so it's probably not a bad ban.
So following that logic, something like Maokai Kindred is a pretty
I think
clean
so.
start to the draft that doesn't reveal anything. Interesting. Really interesting. Now, the Nidalee makes a lot of sense, given anyone who knows Chaser knows just how great he can be on this champion. No guarantee that he will perform on this stage, but I think he can be that big game player that he was known for on Jin Air. So the question is, what do KT do? Do they just go for the draft we talked about? It wouldn't reveal anything.
There's the Kindred, and you gotta imagine somebody's going to go with the Maokai. It was so good for them last game. The Echo would be a bit of a surprise, given the Trundle ban.
Someday likes to apply lane pressure. You know, he wants to take a carry wherever possible. I'm going to put one thing out there, and this might lead to nothing. If we see Echo, Fiora is available, and Expression is a noted Fiora player.
Yeah, and KT did ban the Fiora last game against Longzhu.
Interesting.
So it will be Echo and Kindred.
So they could have gone for 2 other picks. They decided not to reveal things over potentially taking 2 power picks, because remember, Kindred was going to fall through picks and bans from the side of Longzhu, so they could have taken it in any rotation. They decided to fish for information on the Nidalee comp. Nidalee Maokai is a jungle top lane duo that's as famous as can be and basically been ever present ever since Nidalee entered as a jungle option. We wanted about 80 carries. The first one locked in is the Kalista.
Yeah, Kalista Braum, and that's a very powerful combination. Has been for a while, of course, and Braum has just become this huge priority pick, right, with so much long-range poke.
Oh, baby.
Oh, are we going to see the Arrow Draven? It's possible.
It's very possible. I think it's either Draven or Ashe here, depending on how you're feeling.
Well, are you going to go Ashe, even with the Braum pick? You know, I guess ESC Ever wasn't afraid to do that the other day, but...
We've got 2 champions with no initiation. Initiation from the 80 carry roll would be nice.
You could go Ashe Varus, but no.
Ashe Victor would be slightly more magic damage, but obviously the same sort of line wave clear and poke that can come through.
Ah, the Twitch. Ah, the Ezreal.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a couple good options.
It's surprising how Ezreal really hasn't been a name that we've mentioned, even though Ezreal's seen a lot of power. Oh, baby. Do you go Taric Ezreal?
I think it's likely. I think they're thinking about it. And they're going to go for it.
Well, do you like invulnerability, Doa? Because you've got a lot going on here. We got the ultimate from Echo, which isn't true invulnerability, but true invulnerability from both Score and now Hachani with Taric and Kindred. This is a very obnoxious team fight.
Oh, there it is. You requested it. Coco will oblige. There's a Jace pick for Coco in the mid lane. And the Maokai wrapping things up.
And the Pantheon Hover. We're not going to see a Pantheon. Will we see Fly finally break out something like the Aurelion Soul that we've just been heavily expecting it to be a consideration? Fly has a champion, but unlike other people, he will play the Malzahar mid. He will play Lux when no one else is playing it. You know, speeding up a Taric sounds pretty scary, actually.
It does. I mean, putting bombs on the Kindred or the Ezreal or something. What about the Lissandra, though? I haven't seen Lissandra much lately.
CC is the one thing that this team doesn't have in droves. Of course, the situational CC from the link-up with the Taric is what's there, but the speed-up would help the links and guarantee, or at least threaten more of that CC. Remember, we actually talked about the synergy in the off-the-record highlight package we saw was between specifically Taric and Echo, and the fact that wordlessly Someday and Hachani were able to set up really impressive dive, dazzle, stun plays. They got access to it again.
It's going to be the Zillion this time for Fly, yeah.
So Longzhu have obviously 2 champions who are massive poke champions in the Nidalee and the Jace. Kalista not the best AD carry at taking down turrets, but does give them some backup team fighting power and also some objective controlling power, as Nidalee and Kalista can take out those dragons very, very fast with the Rend to secure it. On the side of KT, the CC's not there, but the invulnerability, team fighting, if KT fight on all cylinders, and late game team fighting is something this team's always been able to do, also accounting for both the Taric and the Kindred is going to be maddening for Longzhu.
Do you feel like that means Longzhu needs to really kind of put a lot of pressure on early with this comp?
I mean, poke comps have always needed to take it off early, and I believe very much is going to have to be really going for the aggressive moves early, because otherwise, this game's even very, very difficult to fight against KT.
Well, in the small sample size we have this season so far, Longzhu has been solid in the early game. It's kind of been their forte. It's been late when they struggled. So picking something more geared around the early game may let them get the 2-1 victory over KT.
And we can get hyped. Come on. Coco's
I'm
playing
hyped.
Jace. This is great.
Yeah.
Jace and Azir in the same series. Greatest hits of Coco.
Well, his Azir was great. His Jace I always thought was even better traditionally, and so we will see if he can reach the levels of old.
It's been a long night, but the Korean sniper to end it off is a fun way to go.
That's right. So Longzhu versus KT. Longzhu desperate for their first win of the season. KT desperate to show that they're still one of the strongest teams in the early days of LCK Summer. We'll see who takes it as we move into the final game of the night. An epic 6-game evening here on LCK Summer. Let's see who takes it. Time to get in the game. All right. Well, here we go. The Korean sniper, Coco, on the Jace as we move into Summer's Rift for our final game of the night. Some interesting picks. I haven't seen the Zilean versus Jace matchup in a while.
Can be a very punishing one for Zilean if he's eating poke, but of course the double bomb and the low AD carry-esque stats for the Jace means that he can be burst down as well. And I think we should generalize it, though, because of course, you know, the Korean sniper, we talked about Fly as the real true Zilean main even before Faker picked it up. How much is there across the board in terms of trademark picks? Hachani now has been the only person to play the Tarek. Someday was one of the most impressive top lane echoes. And we just keep going. Chasers on the Nidalee. Score is on a jungle AD carry. There's a lot of power and there's a lot of the players being represented in their champion picks, which should mean an explosive final game.
Yeah, that's right. It's all about this Tarek, too.
Wait, Someday's taken Fervor of Battle on Echo. All right, then.
Huh.
That's manly.
It's a bit different. Hey, but if you're going to be invulnerable from that Cosmic Radiance coming out of Tarek, you can handle it, maybe.
I don't think that's actually a sentence, but sure. We'll go with that, Doa.
It is. His ult is called Cosmic Radiance.
It is fabulous. We saw Amumu and the Tarek in one day, so the tributes from the players have actually been both meta and on point.
I mean, he used to be all about those gemstones, right?
True.
But now apparently he likes astronomy. I don't know.
That's a weird pivot.
Yeah.
I don't really see that as a natural life, you know.
Well, you see, Papa Smithy, Tarek was like Valoran's, guardian of, I don't know, beauty and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But then apparently he did a bad job being beautiful, which I find hard to believe. And then he went and climbed a mountain at the top. He found the power of the stars, and now he's Tarek the Star Guy.
So you read the lore is what you're telling me.
Yep, that's about it.
Cool.
Nailed it.
You are our resident lore expert here, Doa, so thanks
right.
for filling me in. I wasn't clear on it.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't open up those lore explanations.
Also known for his W, which is a strong ability called Bastion, which right now in video games is a word that gives people chills all over the world.
I mean, more generally, it was also a strong video game, if you remember.
Yeah, it was a good indie game back in the day. But right now, you say the word Bastion, people are just like, no, no, please!
Anything but the Bastion.
The turret, no! So, we got the lane swap. Things are progressing normally. And I would say things are progressing normally in the mid lane too, with Coco able to get some nice poke onto Fly early on.
So with the dual lane in top, very nice roll on the Scuttle Crab, specifically the mark coming up for Kindred, means that you're going to get a couple of extra objectives as we see eventually Score coming and meeting the jungle follow in the top and taking this turret out.
Yep. That's right.
Going to leave all the experience for Someday, of course. This is Someday we're talking about on KT.
Yep.
Very standard across the board.
Wants to be the carry.
If you're taking Fervor of Battle on Echo, there's no mistaking who the carry is.
Oh, yeah. Man, this is one of those games where you just really have no way to know which way it's going to go. It's been pretty back and forth all night. And Score doing quite a bit of aggressive counter jungling here.
Very deep in the enemy jungle. Was just waiting to see if he got Mark of the Kindred, but able to smite away the wolf, which of course gives him extra information when we do see Longzhu collapsing back into the top side of the map.
Yeah, and we haven't mentioned yet that it is going to be a Cloud Drake to start things off with as far as the Dragons go. Arrow trying to line up that stun off of the W from Taric. Again, if you're not as familiar with the new Taric, when his ally is close, when he's got that Bastion on him, the abilities that Taric casts cast off of his ally as well.
So you cast the Bastion on whoever the ally, and you can change that obviously if you have the shielding ability available off cooldown. That's why we see those epic plays where the diver, which in most cases is going to be the Echo, gets Bastion in the middle of a fight, phase dives in, and then you get a multi-man stun. So you can pull off some really impressive moves with the Taric.
Yep. Chaser on this Nidalee. We haven't talked a lot about this yet, but he is a pretty amazing Nidalee player traditionally. Score, though, trying to take the minions away. We're just going to get the Raptor. It's going to be Score. So Score actually off to a pretty good start here in the jungle.
The jungle pool unaffected means that we see the two strongest meta junglers in the Nidalee and the Kindred. Both of them farming junglers to some extent in the early game, so unless you get the big drop or a big max range spear onto the Kindred, for example.
Fly just feigning that recall before canceling at the last minute.
An easy matchup for Fly. Remember, he's going for the Summer Spell Teleport, and Coco has Exhaust, so he even has a laning summoner in a matchup that, especially early, he should be able to bully out the very fragile Zilean. So if you're able to stay competitive in CS, which Fly has, you're pretty happy for KT.
Yeah. Score going for a very early dragon. And it'll be nice just to move around the map a little bit more. A little more quickly, rather.
They're going to DPS down very quickly, such as Kindred when it comes to objectives like that. Seeing the mirror turret takes as well, so we didn't see Longzhu prioritize the dragon when they took down the turret in the bot side. They prioritized swapping back, so the end result is that the second swap actually gets the dragon, which is very often not the case. Longzhu are going to answer with the Rift Herald, but dragon stacking just seems to have once again gone up in value with the introduction of the Elemental Drakes. Oh, reset means that it's going to take a little bit longer to finish off the Rift Herald.
That's kind of annoying. Still going to get the buff onto Expression. But, yeah, I mean, Dragon's certainly been, depending on the Dragon, you know, a little bit higher priority. Cloud Drake, obviously, not everybody's favorite Dragon, but, hey, if you've got a chance to take one early, why not?
And Score will feel happy. He once again gets a Mark of the Kindred where he was incidentally on the map. So
nice.
Just bonus damage that will come through.
Yep.
Sadly, not been a lot of action in mid, even though we predicted there to be a laning phase that made the Jace very happy. Rite of Age is going to be the pickup. Need any sort of health to stop being just burst down in a single rotation from the Jace, if you're Zilean.
Yeah, that is nice. Not have to worry about that. Score waiting for the blue buff to be picked up by Fly. Come on, old man.
Really? Going to auto-attack it
Come
down?
on, Zilean. Oh, wow.
Score's getting really
That's
touched
just
at this
rude.
point.
All right, Score gonna have to recall after the ground probably.
They're going to have words about that after the game.
That's right. Come on, man. Auto attacks, really? It hurts.
Chani on the fabulous pink Taric. Going for a roam.
Glad they kept the big furry pink boots.
Yeah.
It was a classic. You can't take those away from Taric.
It's fun. I mean, there's so much talk about the Taric rework for so long, and the Bastion elements really do make this a unique champion. No more point-and-click CC, it seems, from range anymore, with Sion and Taric both losing their trademark stuns.
Yep.
Now a lot more gameplay happening with the Taric.
Yeah. I mean, point-and-click stuns aren't maybe the best way to design a character.
Well, for melee champions, I think it's fine. Like, I don't think Rammus is egregious with his taunt.
Yeah, I mean, with melee it's a little bit different, but, you know, Taric, he's only kind of melee.
Just everyone has a trade-off now. Even Fiddlesticks, the only champion with that really ranged regular ability disable, has the Terrify ability that forces the enemy to flee in the opposite direction.
Right.
So, yeah, that's one big commitment Riot clearly had, was removing point-and-click irregular ability CC, and now it's truly gone.
Yep. Longzhu trying to claim the Krugs, but instead they will save the Krugs. How nice.
Hooray.
Krugs are well, they were saved.
The Cougar had a way with them.
Yep.
And
That
they were
happens.
gone.
the mid lane. Definitely going Coco's way. No surprise, really.
Nope. This is about the CS advantage you'd expect at minimum from the perspective of the Jace. Could be bigger, but there hasn't been any jungle attention in mid lane because of all the mirror turret takes, so no realistic kill pressure solo for Coco just yet.
Yep. Coco's still trying to harass Fly.
Hasn't been able to find range, or acquisition range for the Q, to the skies in melee range. Really exciting laning phase happening here, guys.
Oh, yeah. It is a thrill a minute. Bombs, shock blasts. I like the effect that they used to show Bastion. It's kind of like revealing the starry world behind
I mean, honestly,
the real
both of them
world.
have tether links to some degree. You've got the Oath Sworn on the side of the Callista, and
That's
the Bastion
true.
on the side of the Taric.
That's true.
Which link is stronger, Doa? That's what we'll find out. The power of heart will triumph. And
That's right. Well, it's the power of stars for Taric, not heart anymore.
I'm not really sure what's the power of, I guess,
The power
swearing.
of death.
It's Oath Sworn, so the power of swearing.
I guess we have to die to like make the oath, so it's a death oath.
I mean, Emperor and Pure are able to be so far pushed up in top lane. It's pretty obnoxious, actually, the fact that they've been harassing under the inner turret. But
Yeah.
just with the way that specifically Score has been pathing, there's been no way to punish on the top side of the map.
Pretty much.
It's good defensive vision, so they were pretty sure they'd be safe. But finally, the mounting level of pressure from just being so far pushed up the map causing them to back off. Also, Dragon spawning in a minute, so they probably want to be on the bottom side of the map.
Yep. Didn't catch which one that was. Looks like it's a Mountain Drake.
Ooh.
Yeah, it could be a good pickup for both of these teams, really. But I feel like Longzhu a little bit more.
I mean, Jace just scales so well. The Hyper Blast with some
Yeah.
flat AD. You will be exploding turrets with a couple of Mountain Dragon stacks.
Yep.
Nidalee also will increase the attack speed and has the ranged auto attack. So definitely, everyone loves a Mountain Drake, but Longzhu just craving it more than KT.
That's right. Coco really doing a number on this mid lane.
Honestly, an Ocean Drake would be pretty massive for KT in particular, just because Jace has such long cooldowns on his Shock Blast, specifically the Gate Shock Blast, that naturally in that 13 or second or so interlude, you'd get the Ocean Drake procs off. So if Ocean Drake is the third, then that will be a big target for KT.
Yeah, for sure. See if they can organize to take the Mountain Drake first, though. Longzhu should really be putting a priority on trying to take this, but they're not really right now. A little bit of a duel in the top lane, and we've seen the Echo Maokai a lot. It's hard for this duel to ever really end in lane early on.
It is a bit different. We have to remember this is not Grasp of the Undying versus Grasp of the Undying. There is a lot more damage on the side of Someday with the Fervor. But kill pressure, maybe not, but surprising damage, definitely possible.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see the rune page with its actually armor penetration to go along with the Sheen and the Fervor of Battle for the Echo.
Could be. Johnny tries to line up a stun. Doesn't land it, though. And Coco able to steal the blue buff away from Fly.
That's going for the Yoma's Ghostblade. It's a lot of immediate power. They turn onto the Dragon, as he spoke about. They have a lot of Dragon damage. They will easily secure. There's no way for KT to enter this part of the map. No ultimate from Ezreal to even go for a speculative steal.
Yep.
And it will be the Ocean Drake as the final one.
All right. So that would be the third dragon then. So all three are Cloud Drake, Ocean, and Mountain.
Infernal is no more. Fire's
this
been
game.
thwarted.
Guess so. Well, I mean, wind, water, and earth, all ways to quench fire, isn't it?
Apparently. That's all we can take away.
There we go. Lore appropriate. Here comes Coco. He's come to kill your minions.
When you say "here comes Coco," for some reason I think of
Clown. Oh.
That's actually a big... So the stun does come through onto Coco. He's trying to kite.
Whoa.
Does take the damage. Another bomb and a couple of autos would have done it.
Yeah, it's a good amount of damage onto Coco.
I was actually thinking of "here comes..." here's George Jetson, actually.
Oh, okay.
So I was thinking of the Jetsons in that particular way. That's where my mind goes when casting League of Legends for 6 hours, the Jetsons.
Yeah, we are almost into our 6 star right now. Oh, wait, we are. We are into our 6 star right now. It's been No, 5.5. Wow, well, math goes after about 4, so it's about right.
Someday just going to push up top. Item builds. No real big items. Of course, the early power spike for Coco, specifically with the Yoma's Ghostblade. So even though he's tier stacking, he has a lot of power in that item. Lost Chapter in the inventory from Fly, so heavily expecting that to be the Merlinomicon, just so that he can reduce the healing from Nidalee, and I guess also the Maokai passive.
It should be. Waiting for Achani to make the big plays.
The turbo big plays with the Zilean could be very exciting to track.
Yeah. Big plays with the Cosmic Radiance.
Yeah. That hasn't happened this game, so...
Not yet.
When we did see the target last time, it was a different jungle setup. It was the Rek'Sai, which very, very obvious, right? You put the Bastion on the Rek'Sai, he turret dives, you press Cosmic Radiance. They eventually die to both the CC and the damage from the AD carry. But this game with the Kindred, much harder to kind of put together. Still possible, you know, Kindred can just slow and then dive with Cosmic Radiance and also the backup of the Lamb's Respite. But the pathing hasn't been there from Score. This is definitely one of the more passive Score games we've seen.
Well, you do raise an interesting point, though, that in the team fights, you've got that Kindred ultimate and you've got the ultimate from Taric, so it's going to be pretty tough to take down this team.
Wait, I mean, you're not even factoring in the Zilean revive and Echo's ult as well.
That's true.
As I said, it's a maddening team fight comp to face because even if your comms are clean, you have to communicate so many key abilities that at any point can change the tide of a fight.
Right. And on top of that, Arrow's very mobile on that Ezreal, too. Lining up the Dazzle, they do get the stun onto Pure, and they're going to go over the wall onto him. Emperor's right there. And it looks like KT is going to not really find any picks for the moment.
Echo was in lane, stepped into the brush, just looked for a teleport, but won't find one. Has a bit of a level advantage, but probably just a little bit of CS.
Aha!
Nicely spotted out there, Longzhu.
Yep, they knew it was up. Might have been going for the minion wave, actually. Just kind of found him accidentally.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt one time.
Nah.
Kallista's gone for the play the Ruin King first, which does help him in the chase. It does help him in the laning phase, but means it's not going to probably be that Kallista sitting in the mid lane with the Ren stacks. Would have expected Kallista to get mostly free farm against Zilean, but there is always the outside chance of death from the double bomb, so maybe that's considered too risky. With Exhaust, I still feel like Jace can enter a side lane. You know, Jace is still a champion that can go in the top lane just because he can clear waves from a screen away with the gate into Shock Blast. But for now, it's probably just going to be a return to that laning phase from Longzhu.
Yep, seems that way.
Forever laning.
Oh, yeah. Next dragon in about 1:40, and we do know that it is that Ocean Drake.
Outlined, I think KT really would be behooved by picking up an Ocean Drake against all the obnoxious poke on the side of Longzhu.
Yeah, that would definitely be pretty helpful. Fly trying to set up a couple bombs, but doesn't manage to catch Coco.
I mean, it's worth noting that, honestly, Longzhu get a lot of value out of it as well, because the mana sustain is very relevant for Nidalee and Jace.
Yeah, not to mention when you're sieging, you know, you can just back off for a couple seconds, regen, and then resume the siege.
I mean, I just don't always consider the mana regen, but given that Nidalee, you know, both poking and healing requires a lot of a mana pool, and you can't get a blue buff, usually access to a blue buff on both the Jace and the Nidalee. I think it's pretty relevant.
Whoa! Did he actually get that?
He did.
I think he did.
He definitely did.
Not bad. They set it up for him.
Second time in a row that they've taken boost. Score did take the enemy blue, though.
That's true, so they do trade blue buffs. Oh, there's a bomb on your head, Jace. It's a bomb.
It's a bad look.
Look out. He didn't count on that when he came back from the future. People putting magic bombs on his head.
KT have 2 teleports, but they're 2 super situational TPs.
Wow.
Flash is drawn from Fly.
Yeah, that's right. Had to get out of that Fate's Call.
So I would call both the teleports from KT rotational teleports. I think of both Zilean and Echo, honestly pretty similar to someone like a Varus in that you're not looking for any sort of flank or initiation play. Outside chance you can pull it off with the Zilean and the Echo, but so much more setup than is usually necessary. Double teleport means more options in the late game. It's just if we see Expression be really on point with the appropriate warding and get an instant initiation, the answering teleports are going to be that much more situational for KT.
Yeah, definitely. Dragon is up. And KT has a good angle on it right now. Not a lot of vision, though. A lot of good warding from Longzhu at the moment, but that's not going to stop KT from going for it. They know the Rift Scuttler is in the favor of Longzhu, trying to maybe steal it. Oh, he gets it with the Dragon! Or he gets it with the Spear. He threw a Dragon at the Spear. No, that doesn't work
Just
at all.
someone could probably do that.
Great, yeah, maybe, that's true. Great Spear from Chaser, though. Nice steal. That's why you ban the Nidalee against this guy.
Worth knowing that Score smited and didn't pick up the Dragon. There will be another Ocean coming as the next buff. So that will either really top up the mana pool specifically, but obviously the health to a lesser degree on the side of Longzhu, or will be a little bit of sustain to answer the inevitable poke war from Longzhu.
Yeah.
Item builds have still been pretty slow. I guess it's, surprisingly only 20 minutes into the game. Feels like it's been longer than that. Still no kills at 20 minutes and waiting for the tier purchase to be completed by Coco. 2 item spikes just not observed yet, but coming soon.
Score waiting in the brush. Gonna maybe try to make a plan to Emperor, but nope. Nope, Chaser and Pure are there, so be a little bit dangerous.
Not quite the Hurricane yet for Emperor. So very much just looking for that last bit of gold. Has the Zeal and a couple of daggers, so getting closer and closer to that team fight relevance, the Ren set potential. I just feel like Longzhu are the ones on a timer. That's the impression I get when you're against just such an oppressive amount of invulnerability on the side of KT. Now, there's no guarantee you pull it all off. One of those ults misses, for example, Zilean doesn't get in range, and suddenly things can fall apart. But if played perfectly, and given the highlight clip, and given how well Hachani and Someday linked up on the Bastion Dazzle combos previously, they can definitely pull it off if all things are if everyone's firing on top cylinder. So I, for one, think that KT can pull off this team comp in the late game.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a close game right now. They're only a tiny bit behind as far as gold goes, but not enough to really matter at all.
Longzhu are definitely the team expected to dictate the tempo. They're the ones with the poke comp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something going on to Expression. Score is right there, too, looking for that first blood. RKT Rolster is going to try to teleport out. Can he make it? Looks like he probably can. Yep. Gets to the top lane.
Does draw out a teleport. Now they have a double teleport to no TP advantage. Just say what you will about Someday and Fly coming in on Echo and Zilean respectively. This is a scenario where KT can make a lot of power plays. If they set up their minion waves, if they really separate their forces, can make things happen. So now it's time for the problem solving on the side of KT to take advantage of what they've gained from that gank, which again is that teleport advantage.
Yep. Just keeping the lanes pushed for now. And are they actually going for an early Baron? That's a 22-minute Baron now for KT.
Remember, they can just ult with the Taric and they don't take damage.
That's right. 2-shot barrage used just to kind of check where everybody's
Nidalee's
at.
expecting it now, but she's not going to be there fast enough. This is really smart from KT.
Yeah, teleport bringing Someday in. It looks like KT is going to be able to claim this. Hachani is very low right now. Pops that ultimate. There's the invulnerability. Comes out just in time. Oh, Baron taken by KT just in time. And they turn around with the kill onto Chaser. That was close, man. I thought Chaser was going to steal another objective.
He ended up getting everything. There was just no vision in that area. Why would there be? None of the action was played around Baron for 22 minutes. And what was a crazy long laning phase is ended with a Baron. Longzhu might be able to answer it with at least some mid lane turret damage. But compared to the Baron objective, it's the smallest of revenge picks.
Yep. That's right. So KT may actually want to fight this here. Coco
Dazzle.
trapped, getting very, very low, right? The Dazzle did land. Coco tries to go back in on the fly, but Hachani picks up a bloodthirsty Taric kill. Emperor needs to run for his life, man. He has no health remaining. Score flashes for it. Can he get the kill? Maybe. Dazzle lined up. They don't get the stun. Score gets the kill anyway. KT looks like they're in great shape right now, man.
Yep, still have that Baron buff. Not everyone is shopped, but they're able to push in. They should be able to take an inner turret at minimum, maybe even an inhibitor turret. I guess this early in the game might be more difficult. 15 seconds on Coco. They catch Chaser.
Yep, that's right. A lot of damage. Here comes Hachani with another Dazzle.
Nicely done.
Dude, things are looking good for KT.
And they just never have to stop fishing for picks with the Dazzle because they've got Zilean speed up. They've got Zilean ult still up. Now Someday just pushing obnoxiously in the bot side.
It's working out. They're going to get this turret.
This comp is just so KT.
Yeah.
They pulled off the Zillion to a T. That's another execution heavy comp. And now Zillion Kindred turret.
I like it, man. You've got so much CC and you've got so much survivability, too. It really is kind of a terrifying comp when you think about it.
It's just so frustrating for the enemy team as well, because a pick is never a pick. Unless someone's literally on their own. And if that person's Zillion, you can buy enough time with your ultimate for everyone to come up. But
yeah.
Who are they killing who's alone? I guess an Ezreal, but then you're just trying to chase down an Ezreal. That's not much fun. Echo is his own headache when it comes to being escapable. So in general, there's no one to lock down, and it's a 5-man unit, an oppressive amount of invulnerability. Short of a Kayle, they've basically got everything to go untargetable or just not take damage.
Yeah. Now they've got a big gold lead. And Longzhu, you know, this is a moment in a lot of their games this season, well, the small sample size, again, that we have, that they kind of give up, right? That the apathy kind of comes in as we see the dragon spawn. So can Longzhu kind of hold it together? Because they can still win this game. They just need to play out of their minds to do it.
Longzhu actually forced the move specifically from Kindred.
Oh, boy. Yeah,
okay.
that's... okay, never mind. Never mind. Double dazzle, really nice from Achani, and things seem to be falling apart a little bit for Longzhu now. Braum ultimate goes out, but Pure not going to survive this one. And KT can pretty much go down and take this dragon whenever they want to as well.
Chase
Here
not done
comes
yet.
Someday. He's coming for you. Run. Run, he's scary. Okay, now he's running away. But now Arrow gets to push in the bottom lane. Yeah.
So Emperor just pushes far too far forward, dies effectively solo to Someday. Meanwhile, Arrow split pushes basically everything short of the inhibitor, and it gets it very low on the bot side.
It was a nice two-man parallel convergence. He caught both of them on the very edges of it, but you kind of shake your head when you see that, because you know, Emperor should know that's coming.
I mean, he had no summoners, so
yeah,
you either respect it or you die, and it was the latter in this particular case. As you mentioned, they can just kite back and take the dragon as well. If this was tennis, that'd be an unforced error, Doa.
Yep. I've never played tennis, but I'll just take your word for it. Ocean Drake goes over to KT.
They pile that on. That'll give them some answering sustain from what Longzhu picked up. And suddenly this game looks just that much more difficult for Longzhu. 6,000 gold behind. Already we said the team fighting against KT comp at minimum is frustrating, and realistically is something that's probably a bridge too far, barring an amazing pick on someone who's not grouped. And KT honestly exists to stay as 5 at this point. They've got through the laning phase. They've got the items they need. Everything on here. Further is basically gravy on top of what already is a very appetizing meal that KT have put together.
I mean, and now you look at Chaser and you look at Coco, and yeah, the poke on those champions is pretty good, but KT's just going to be able to sustain their way right through it. I mean, and if you don't have that poke creating opportunities, you know, what do you have? Looks like you might have a dead Maokai, I guess, yeah.
A lot of damage on the score.
Yeah, score does take a bit, but that's a nice dazzle to slow him up. Pops a Lantern Spite, rather. Fly goes for the stun, doesn't quite land it. Expression low.
Meanwhile.
Yeah, meanwhile. Someday just wailing away at that middle turret. KT moves down. That's a nice shock blast. That's the poke we're talking about. But again, the Ocean Drake's going to kick in, and regen's going to be pretty good.
Mortal Reminder does work on Zillion ult, from what I understand with that interaction, so it actually is a nice pickup that Coco's picked up already. Someday has to stop harassing the mid lane turret and push up the minion wave, but this is reminding me of Eva when it comes to having minion waves for days to rotate between and try and take extra objectives. Baron spawns in a minute 30, so at least Longzhu can get in early when KT clearly have to shop and spend some gold to get some vision down.
Yep, might be able to do something. Someday lurking, though, in this tri-brush.
Permanent vision now put together.
Yeah. He's going to have to run. Here comes Achani and Arrow. They need to protect their top
Two-man
laner.
stun.
Yeah, it's not bad. There's a Braum ultimate in response. Someday looping around the side. Two-shot barrage comes through for a bit of damage. Coco just so low. Turns around on that Jace, but can't get anything accomplished before he gets killed off. Killed for score, and without that Jace, there's really not a lot stopping KT from just pushing into the base and taking this inhibitor.
Longzhu just never hit their poke timings, and we mentioned that it's a two-man poke comp with a Kalista for backup team fights. If you don't hit that early timing, then it's just a comp that has no true identity. when it comes to 5v5 fights, and the KT identity is just so obvious when it comes to the ability to go super aggressive, fish for picks. Anyone can dive and become an initiator.
Comes Someday going in for that parallel convergence, getting some stuns. There goes the turret. Tarek claiming that one for the power of love and stars and gems and stuff. Chaser chased away by the bombs from Fly. KT takes some decent poke, but again, they can just back off. They got an objective. They don't need to press this any harder than they are now.
Yep, smart move by KT. They got exactly what they wanted. They couldn't quite finish the inhibitor because of the health bars, but they're going to go back, spend the gold, and they're spending 8,200 gold that Longzhu don't have access to. Now, worth noting, Baron is spawned, and KT is shopping.
Yeah, and Longzhu's going for that immediately, man. They're going to try to sneak this Baron, and unless Fly can stop them, it's going to be pretty tough. He misses the bombs.
No stun. Now,
yep.
score's there.
Score, that's right. Meanwhile, Echo takes out the inhibitor. Teleport coming in for KT. They're bringing Someday to the party. KT trying to make them pay for this Baron. It does go over to Longzhu, but they're in trouble now. Hachani pops that ultimate. Vulnerability goes through. Arrow has to flash away, though. Coco getting some decent damage, and Longzhu might be able to turn this around. No, Someday comes in. A kill on each side. Longzhu fighting for their lives as Pure takes a big shot from the bomb. Nearly goes down. Oh, there's one. Hachani a bit low. Coco trying to look for another one. Gets the kill. And Longzhu able to take that fight and take the Baron. So maybe, just maybe, this one isn't over yet. But they are down 2 inhibitors.
We said it was smart for them to back away, but they didn't do it cleanly or early enough. Got a bit greedy when it came to other objectives spawning on the map. And while the game's certainly not decided, first 3 kills of the game, and crucially, the Baron buff as well. Even though score was over-leveled, no way to smite outside the range of Rend. And then some pretty interesting choices here, specifically Arrow going aggressive onto a full health. Jace don't want to do that, has to back away. The ult was used onto himself from Fly, so they weren't able to actually get a lot of value out of the Zilean res as well. And yeah, the spells were kind of not put together specifically because the Kindred had to go super aggressive to try to contest the Baron, so it wasn't played on the terms of KT like the last couple of skirmishes or pseudo team fights have been. And thus, there was window for Longzhu to finally find a small avenue into trying to make this competitive.
Yeah, it's interesting. All those abilities that KT has didn't come together. They're going to lose their mid lane turret. Tier 1 going down, 50 seconds till the next dragon. And I believe we saw that was another Ocean Drake, is that right?
Not 100% clear,
one?
but...
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. We'll see.
The inevitability that we felt a few minutes ago is suddenly starting to be called into question a little bit.
Yep, couldn't quite see it there.
Still a lot of gold to the advantage. Some days, like, whatever, I'm still going to buy the Medjais.
Oh, yeah. 205, he's only died once. Go for it. Oh, meanwhile, Expression in the duel against Someday.
So are we going to see Someday once again trade his life? Looks very likely.
Maybe.
Jace is very fast.
Jace is coming up. He misses the spear.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. Someday really wants to keep fighting Expression here. He must
look at KT. They stopped going for the dragon. Actually, they're trying to cut and get a fight.
Yeah, that's right. The Q from Braum lands onto Hachani, so he will get slowed. That'll kind of stop the hard engage.
KT splitting their options. They could have just stuck around the dragon. Instead, they went to both assist Someday and look for some exit kills. Right now, haven't been able to pick any up, even with all the movement speed they have.
Yep, KT coming over the wall now to go for this Ocean Drake. Is indeed what it is. This would be their second of the game. So more regen, and again, it's very important that they get that against a team with this Jason Nidalee.
It really starts to trivialize the effort of some of Nidalee and Coco. You know, even if they weave in some really strong poke, because it's the second Ocean Drake, both the amount and the cooldown that you have to be out of combat for go down pretty significantly. So KT will be able to back away and sustain, and whether that's Fly, for example, who might be fishing for a bomb, then take some poke and just be able to come out of the fight and come back in, it's going to work really well for them. So they're going to be very happy with that result. There's definitely scenarios where Ocean Drakes in the late game are a non-factor, but this is not one of those games.
Yeah, definitely. Big game for score. 3-1-3 on that Kindred already.
And for the Black Cleaver as his next item, which will open up Ezreal's damage, and I guess to a lesser extent the fervor of battle someday. Still crazy to think that he picked that up.
He's going for it, man.
He goes big.
Bravery.
That's the someday way.
Really does. And it looks like that's going to be another turret going over to KT Rolster.
The gold lead has been very much answered. That was 8,000 just a few minutes ago. Suddenly back to 4.5.
Yeah. I mean, Longzhu has been shut down a little bit.
One issue KT have is that need some setup to actually get that initiation. They don't have hard initiation. They're very much focused on getting the Dazzle link. So
yeah.
I think it's going to be once again the Someday and Hachani show to actually get initiation CC and force a fight from Longzhu.
Moving in onto this middle inhibitor. Someday in the backline's trying to zone a little bit. Coco is there. We'll see how much poke he can put in with those shock blasts. KT looks very hesitant to actually engage on this. Now finally moving in. Inhibitor down to about half health as Emperor gets a nice auto on to score. Chaser throwing spears in, doesn't really connect with anybody though.
All flashes up on all 10 members.
Yeah, might be a crazy fight. Here comes KT, they want to make a play here. Meanwhile, Emperor has to stop some of the super minions leading on the Nexus turrets right now. Expression caught out. There goes the inhibitor. Longzhu going to pursue. Coco looking for an opportunity. They activate that Taric ultimate. There's the invulnerability. Score drops a Lamb's Spite as well. So hard to kill these KT players. Arrow firing over the wall with all the damage he can in that Ezreal. Longzhu has to exit. Oh, nice shock blast onto the Kindred. That's what we know Coco's chase for. KT, though, still pushing into the base. And Ajani finding some opportunities. There's the kill for Arrow, and they might be able to end it right here. If they can win the team fight, they can do it. Going to turn onto the inhibitor instead, and they're not going to go too aggressive right now.
Not able to get a decisive team fight win. The big issue is the consistent damage is both the jungler and the AD carry, and Ezreal's also on the lower end as we get longer and longer into the game. So Kindred kind of gave up her life to occupy space, had to use the ultimate just on her lonesome to buy time, did the Kindred, but the end result is both inhibitors down. So still very successful push from KT, but not quite enough to end the game.
Let's watch that team fight again. There was a lot going on there.
There's multiple fronts the fights were fought on. Obviously, Expression is super tanky in the front line. Score takes a lot of poke from the first Nilly's here, but still has to reinitiate because honestly, Score's like, okay, my job this fight is to distract Emperor from actually getting a Ren stack and a first kill. Because, of course, the first kill comes through, you get the Ren set, you get potential to get more kills. So he dies in the back line. But they finally, because they have such high health bars and because they do have CC, the Dazzle does come onto Expression. They focus down the tank in the front line, looking for the flash bombs that have always been the trademark of the aggressive Zilean play that Fly can do, but not enough to take anyone down through things like the more Malmortius. So definitely felt like one of those longer, drawn-out fights, but no decisive kill advantage for KT means they can't quite end the game.
It was about as close as it could get, though. I mean, a lot of low health members of Longzhu, so that could have easily been the end of it right there.
2 kills were probably minutes done. Speaking of getting it done.
Oh, Coco gets caught, takes a lot of damage, barely dodges the center of that 2-shot barrage.
They're going to lose this inhibitor.
Yeah, that's right. Coco out of the fight for the moment as he heals back up in Fountain, and that's going to mean a 4v5 for the moment in favor of KT. Spears coming through. They want that inhibitor. Expression trying to push them back. Score gets jumped on by the Twisted Advance. Someday diving into the back lines. Inhibitor still up for the moment. Arrow getting a really good angle to throw a lot of damage into this fight. Coco picks up 1 kill. Expression, will he dive the bomb? No, not quite. The inhibitor still taken by KT, so that's all 3 down now. So go kill for kill. Emperor going down on the Longzhu side. Score nearly dying from that chase, but KT might still be able to take this Baron on the way out.
Well, once again, we find a series, though, where KT are involved in a game with 3 inhibitors down, but the game not quite ending. All inhibitors down for Longzhu, but if we learned anything from that MVP series, doesn't mean the game's over. Now, they're baiting Baron.
Well, I mean, there's so much stuff that Longzhu can throw in. There's no reason in the world why they'd need to face check that.
Right? Well, they still turn onto it. Score's health bar, because of the Ocean Drake, you can notice is actually topping off pretty well. This is the Ocean Drake, 2 of them in full display. Score doesn't have to back.
Yep, that's right. Nobody really does at this point.
Nope.
Someday coming back.
They're just waiting for someone to show on these minions. Yep, okay. Means it's Baron time.
Or is it? Teleport bringing Someday in. And now I think they go for that Baron. Shock Blast checks. They see the turret, but that's about it, or the ward, rather.
I mean, Callisto was revealed in base, so
yeah,
no way to contest. They actually lose the first Nexus turret.
Yep, and that's going to be a Baron for KT Rolster. That's their second of the game.
That's the reward for all the hard work of taking down 3 inhibitors at the same time. None of them have respawned yet, so The reward for effort is an unanswered or unanswerable Baron, and now potentially a difficult to answer Elder Drake. Now, Longzhu do spot it out. This will be the first Elder Drake of the night, I think.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Here come the Super Minion Waves, and Super Minion Waves in all 3 lanes right now, and that means KT can really take whatever they want. Wow, that Nexus turret's taking a lot of damage.
Anything.
I don't think so. I think that Nexus turret might go down. KT can easily get this Elder Dragon buff, and it's only buffing their speed and their regen, but it's not bad, I suppose.
Worth noting that, of course, they get the burn effect, or the damage that you get, and it's influenced by how many stacks of the dragon you have. So because they have 3 stacks, they still do get offensive capabilities from
Yeah, that is true.
taking the Elder Drake, even if the out-of-combat regen, given where the game is going to probably end soon, won't be of biggest relevance. But KT looking for the tutorial win, the sort of thing that actually brought down their opponent's MVP. Going to push up all
Teleport
their
coming in
minion
from
waves.
behind. Expression trying to flank with this Maokai. We'll see what he can do. Fly might be in danger here. Expression twists advance onto that Zillion. He's going to back away immediately. Has to get out of the fight, though. Braum ultimate comes through the middle of KT. They don't seem to be phased, though. There goes the Nexus turret. Someday, a bit of a back door. Well, more of a front door, really, as he pounds away on the Nexus. Takes about a third of the health out of that. KT coming in, though, for the final fight. A lot of low health members of Longzhu already. Teryx's invulnerability makes it very tough for Longzhu, and that is the end of the game. KT takes the series 2-1. It was a bit touch and go. Longzhu got their first game win of the season, but in the end, it was all KT.
And early this season, KT show us one of those KT specials. It was all about the Poppy Zillion they cribbed from other regions and really perfected. You know, throughout the rest of the season, last season, you were always worried about Poppy Zillion from KT because they played it so well. Now this invulnerability comp, and specifically the Taric. 2-0 for the team on the Taric. A lot of poke damage from the Jace, but of course, was mostly a non-factor throughout this game. But I really like what KT put together. This invulnerability comp, very effective, very frustrating to play against, but it did take down the win in the end.
It's really cool, and I mean, you gotta respect how much damage his Jace can do. Coco did as much as he could, but against this composition that just had a lot of champions that refused to die, it's just not going to work out in the end, you know?
The poke was answered both by the Ocean Drakes and just the natural comp, the hard engage. It was difficult to pull off, but when they did, it got them the objectives they looked for, and congratulations, KT. And they once again, they don't quite join Samsung at the top, but they join Jin Air at +3 overall, but 2 match wins.
That's right, and unfortunately for Longzhu, they remain kind of at the bottom of the league, excepting SKT, but they haven't played any games yet, so we really can't count them. But they look better tonight. They did. This was certainly the best series out of the 3 that we've seen from Longzhu so far. They didn't seem to have, in my opinion, as many of the problems that we've seen them kind of facing. So maybe there's hope for these guys. You know, maybe this, even though this is a loss, maybe this is the start of a kind of positive trend for this team.
I mean, they've had honorable losses before. It's just they've never still stuck with a lineup. So if they don't change anything, if they really stick with the lineup and keep going at it, absolutely it could be the start, but who's to say?
Maybe. I don't know. Not us.
I'm not willing to put my hand to my heart and really say anything about Longzhu because I just don't know what their commitment is to either this lineup or their play style because everything about this team changes, honestly, month to month.
Yeah, that's right. But, you know, Emperor seems to be working out okay.
Sure.
So we'll see if he sticks around. But, yeah, interesting games tonight. We got all 6 games tonight, and they were exciting, man. I mean, Tigers versus MVP. That MVP team looking like they might be a team to watch later in the season.
Feels like you could have said that years ago about the teams that went on to become MVP Ozone and MVP Blue.
That's the truth. Someday the MVP for the final game of the night, that 90% kill contribution, pretty good on that Echo.
Vindicated, the early rotation Echo pick. Maokai looked obvious, and Sunday's an excellent Maokai player, but this is a guy who plays with a carry mindset. This is a guy who plays aggressively. This is the turning point of the game where Emperor, for really no reason, just basically gave up his life. It was a nice donation over to the forces of KT, and then I didn't even notice the dazzle on the back end to pile on some extra kills.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened.
No, really shouldn't have.
And then Someday knew his role in team fights. It was often about zoning. Score did as well. We saw this fight where Score dives in literally just to trivialize Emperor and 1v1 him for the full duration of the Lamb's Respite. But Someday was solid. KT was again a 5-man unit. They got to the late game with an obnoxious late game team fighting team and took the victory.
Well, the coordination looked good. And I mean, when you watch, again, Coco's Jace, you really got to think he did everything he really could on that pick. It's fun to see him play it again. But in the end, KT's composition was just really something else. Very cool.
And it's worth noting that Coco this series did do one big thing. He played himself into form on the Azir. The Azir he played was Coco tier, which was kind of an ironic claim in 2016, but given his history, it's good to see him re-establish that he is a force to be reckoned with on Azir. And if that's something that now is incorporated into picks and bans in the future, that's a nice little thing to claim for Coco.
Certainly could be. I mean, he was at Fearsome Azir in the past. Looks like that's kind of coming back a little bit, maybe. So we'll see. Definitely does a pick, or affect rather, a pick ban.
And, KT take this win. They're now 2-0 when it comes to match score. They're going into a fun one, though, because Saturday is going to be the Telecom War.
Yeah.
Because we have not seen SK Telecom play just yet. They play tomorrow. That will be their first match on 6.10, also their first match since MSI. But very real chance that we're going to see SKT versus KT undefeated on match score. And KT did take it in the regular season over SKT in the second round robin. So while they did thoroughly get beaten by SKT in the playoffs,
that's right.
Chance.
Time for an interview that Steve will translate for us. Go for it.
Thank you very much. We're moving into the phone call interview for today, and it's Lee Ji-hoon from KT Rolster. So how do you feel, Ji-hoon Lee, for today's game? We had some difficult game, even though we had prepared for our pick, but I think we did pretty much great job on today's game.
진짜 눈을 부라리면서 경기한 것 참에 플레이하는 것 같았었는데 1세트 끝난 다음에 썸데이 상황이 어땠습니까?
How the Sunday was after the first match, because it was pretty bad for Longju had taken the first set.
의지보다는 이제 팀원들이 좀 콜도 좀 안 좋고 사실 오늘 좀 브라이 선수가 컨디션이 본인 입으로도 좀 별로 안 좋다고.
Actually, Sunday said he didn't have a great condition for the first match, but he came back in the second match for done a great job.
브라이 선수한테 좀 집중을 해주는 픽밴으로 좀 가보자라고 해서 팀원들도.
After that, the KT Rolster actually focused on the new ban and pick for focusing on top lane. We have a question for MVP for today. Caitlyn for Arrow and other player Echo played in the top lane for Someday. We're asking about some pick. Can you give some explanation? I think other than those two MVP, they did a great job, but like Hachani, great job, and Tarek, other players did a tremendous job for the match. So I think everyone did pretty well for today's match. But mostly, the two players usually not showing off very well, but everyone did pretty much great job for today's match. And I'm very interesting today for last match. They had a pretty great pick because Tarek was appeared again, and pretty much the level of last match pick was pretty difficult for the players to play against the other team. So can you explain more about who choose this pick as a combination? We were kind of worried at first time, but we were well prepared, and we were hiding this combination for a long time. But we have chose this pick to show that we can get this game. And everyone have very confidence on each pick they chosen for their champions. So that's why we choose that pick for today's match in the last game. Through this game, you guys took the match for today and you guys won, and now it's 2-win for this summer season. So what do you think about the overall season? What's gonna be? Because the Samsung and other like Jin-Air are doing pretty well. SK didn't play yet, so maybe the three top like last season Rox Tiger and other teams gonna be the same as this season. We're very curious about that part. We took the
뒤에
two
이제
game
락스는 원래 좀
on this season,
KT랑 SK가
so
후반에 힘을
we're gonna
받았는데
keep continue on that part. We're gonna work hard on that, and I think Rock's gonna come back for another game.
그리고
And we didn't see the SKT yet, but we have to see the game tomorrow.
일단은 플레이오프에 갈 것 같고 그 팀들이 지금 보통이 아니거든요. 그래서
And then some of the team like Samsung or Junior might get into playoff for this season. And pretty much everyone in every teams are doing a great job. So we're gonna work hard to going to world champions for this summer season.
지금 워낙 또 말씀을 잘해주셔서
You're doing a great job on telling us the information for today's the first interview that we are trying for a phone call.
그 팀들에게 지는 팀은 못 올라갈 것이다라고 말씀을 하셔가지고 오늘 또 MVP가 있었잖아요.
So today there was MVP.
이미 뭐 질문을 해주신 느낌입니다.
I think you guys did a great job.
여전히 드레이븐의 연습하는 게 목적이 많이 되더라고요. 드레이븐은 진짜
I think Arrow is still working on practicing Draven. So can you explain a little bit more about that pick?
그 하이리턴이라 요새 SK 구도 자체가 좀 운영으로 많이 그러니까 요새 보면은
When you look at the game, like SKT or any team that we're stream against, they're more focused on the team play and managing overall game.
불안한 챔피언이다 보니까 조금
So
떨어지는 건
that's why we're kind of worried to use Draven because Draven's not like good at using while we're having a team fight. But maybe someday later we might show on the Draven. So don't worry, we might show us someday in the summer season. Maybe appear. You never know. Maybe next game or another day. I think you have a lot of things to say, sir.
일단은 오늘의
For now, today.
깜짝 발언으로는 스코어였고요. 스코어가 오늘 역할을 역시 노련하게.
I think Score did a great job on taking the Barons. It was very surprising even for me because like he got an order in the game while during the day were playing a game, so it was very surprising even for me. I think Score did a great job on that part.
네, 잘 됐죠. 이제 전현주 캐스터랑 거기 저희 마장동에서
Did you guys did a great job on playing on the other side rather than this stadium? So maybe we're looking forward to play on this stadium, and we're looking forward to it. And I guess this is the end of the interview. Thank you very much, and back to you guys.
All right, thanks for translating that interview, Steve. And so there you have it, some insight into the mind of the coaching staff of KT Rolster after their win tonight, their 2-1 victory over Longzhou.
And that's something that the fans can look forward to. We will be able to, not necessarily replace the interview segment, but a phone interview with, usually it's going to be, I guess, some backroom stuff from the
Coaches
teams,
or
like, for example, the coaches and stuff.
Which is kind of cool, honestly.
It's a different insight than we've got before.
Yeah, that's right. That's not the perspective that we get a lot from the player interviews. So it'll be an interesting mix, for sure. All right, well, our results for our second match of the night. Longzhou Gaming just can't quite make it happen against KT Rolster. KT gets the 2-1 victory. Stays undefeated in match score at least. But silver lining for Longzhou, they do win a game. They do look better tonight. Still at the bottom of the standings at -5, but you know there's a lot of season left. There's really not a whole lot you can read into so far with any of these teams.
Hopefully Longzhou fans find some optimism that there was certainly some isolated building blocks of what could be a successful Longzhou team in the future.
Maybe.
We alluded to it. SK Telecom finally back from MSI tomorrow.
Well, it's been a long time, man. They've had some time to rest and relax, recuperate, get practiced up on 6.10, and they've got a fairly easy opponent in CJ Entis. So expect to win there, but who knows?
Going on from there, Friday we're going to see not necessarily Titans collide, but ESC Ever, a team that can definitely get aggressive and get in your face against Rocks Tigers, and that's going to be a really fun first game.
I was going to say, that should be action-packed, if nothing else. And then Samsung versus MVP will be our second best of 3 of the night. Samsung's been looking pretty solid this season. MVP again with another chance to claim a win. They've come so close both matches now. Maybe this will finally be their moment.
And that will be Samsung guaranteed to be first place coming into that game. They're the only team to go flawless, 4-0 so far.
That's right. And then finally on Saturday, the Telecom War. KT Rolster versus SK Telecom should be a great match, you know, based on what we've seen from KT. And, well, we'll see how SK Telecom does tomorrow. But it's always a fun time when those two teams play. And then finally, CJ Entis versus the Afrika Freaks. Things up and down for the Afrika Freaks here, mostly down for CJ, and so we'll see who comes out on top of that one. I think that one is one that could go either way. We could see CJ get their first match win of the season.
And I think CJ really needs to have some time. They need to blood again a new jungler, no longer
Maybe.
at Bubbling. They have Haru now in the jungle role. I'm interested to see if we ever see Ghost step into the AD carry role. Kramer had an excellent season last season, but I feel like he stifles them creatively a little bit. It feels like the team comps have to be about Kramer, which by the end of spring season was kind of sorted out. But that's going to be our matches for today.
That's right. Thanks for watching, guys. See you tomorrow for more LCK Summer here on OGN. Don't miss it. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you next time.